Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Comes to Real Earth? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. My name is. I studied Japanese about 4 years ago, which was quite challenging for me. Learning the kanji and everything else involved in the language was difficult and exhausting. While others were learning English, I stubbornly decided to learn Japanese, and I succeeded. I love anime, and some of my classmates know this and tease me about it, but I just ignore them. I'm happy with my anime, and now I can watch them without subtitles. I'm 16 years old and in high school. Right now, I'm in my room putting up some posters on the wall. They're a mix of movie and anime posters. The first one I put up was a Marvel poster, and the second one was from Attack on Titan. I kept sticking them up one by one. "Hey, your mom says to come eat," my dad said as he walked into my room. "Oh, I'll be right there," I replied while putting up the second-to-last poster. "Look at this. Are you planning to wallpaper the wall or what?" my dad said, fully entering my room and looking at the posters I had. "Well, that's the idea, right?" I replied, laughing a little, and then he left the room. The last poster I put up was one of Naruto, and then I went downstairs to the table to eat. "There are only 3 days left until your summer vacation, huh?" my mom said, and I nodded happily. "Yes. And the anime convention nearby is coming up too," I said excitedly. "I haven't been in a while, and I want to go this summer." "And what? Are you going to do cosplay?" my dad asked. He sometimes watched anime with me, which made me happy, but it wasn't always perfect. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, my parents considered getting a divorce, but in the end, they didn't. I don't remember why, but I think it was so I could grow up with both of them. Even so, they get along very well, and since then I believe their love has slowly returned. We weren't very close back then, but as I said, over time we've become more united. "I don't know, maybe?" I replied. "Oh, why don't you do that blonde guy but in a female version?" my mom suggested. "Which blonde?" "I know a lot," I laughed, and my mom thought for a moment. "That one who yells a lot, and you have like 2 big posters of him," she replied. "Bakugo? I don't know. I like the character, but I feel like that cosplay wouldn't suit me," I told my mom, and she just said that was fine. "Well, you do cosplays and put effort into them, so you have plenty of options," my dad said. "I think I know who I'm going to do," I smiled. "Really? Who?" they both asked. "I'm not telling you," I shook my head in denial and then went back to eating from my plate. After I finished eating, I grabbed my backpack, fixed my hair, and left the house to head to school. On the way, I ran into my friend Nancy. Hey, she greeted me, stretching out they. "Hi, Nancy." I greeted her back. "Guess what? I can't wait for vacation. Can I tell you something?" I nodded. "My parents want us to go on a trip this summer." "Isn't that awesome?" she finished. "Yes. But you're going to leave me all alone." I pouted a bit, and Nancy put her arm around my shoulders. "Oh, don't worry, girl. At least you'll have more time to finish that anime, the one about One Piece," she replied. "Ugh, that one is so long. I'm already feeling lazy. I'm only on episode 5, and I started it the day before yesterday," I said, and she looked at me. "Well, whatever," she said, and soon after, we arrived at school. We entered, and at the entrance there were 2 supervisors with a notebook, and you had to write down your name and grade. I think it was in case someone tried to skip class, so the teacher would know if they were still on campus. We entered the classroom and sat in our seats. Nancy and I chatted a bit before class started. Classes went by as usual, and we left when it was time to eat. Nancy and I were walking to find a place to sit when suddenly we felt someone lean against us. "Hey, Nancy, where are you going?" "Your friend." "We're going to sit on a log in the back," Nancy told him. "I thought you'd hang out with the others," I said. "Nah, those girls annoy me. I'd rather be with you two than with them." "Things changed since I left, huh?" Leo replied. He had moved away for a while, but luckily he came back and stayed in the same class. We went to sit on the log, eating comfortably. Sometimes Leo would sneak bites of our food, but we always shared. Everything went normally, and classes ended. I was waiting outside for my dad. I took out my phone, and he texted me that he'd be here in about 3 minutes. I sat on the curb, looking at my phone when I felt a tug on my backpack. I turned around, and it was a guy who liked to annoy me. He was the type who thought he was cool by bothering others. He had taken a pin from my backpack. "Please give it back," I said, extending my hand. "You want it," he said, waving it around. "Yes, that's why I'm asking you." I tried not to get angry. "Fine, if that's how you want it," he replied, and then he threw it into the street where a car ran over it. Now I was really upset. "Oops, I guess you'll have to get another one." He laughed and started to walk away, but I grabbed him by the backpack, making him fall onto his backside. "What's wrong with you?" I ignored him, and before another car passed by, I ran into the street to grab the pin. I picked it up from the ground and looked at it. Only the needle had bent, but the image was intact, dirty but intact. Thank goodness. He was going to follow me, but my dad arrived just in time, and I hopped into the car to escape from him. "So, how was your day?" my dad asked. "Good." Although the classes were more boring than usual, I responded with a smile. "You should think about the fact that you're just 3 days away from vacation." "Maybe," I replied as I looked out the window while we headed home. Days passed, and after what happened with that boy, I decided not to take any more buttons with me. I just left them pinned to my curtains, which looked nice anyway. I was lying on my bed, reading the latest volume of Boku no Hero. Miraculously, I managed to buy all of them. I ordered them online or went to a store that sold that kind of stuff. Sometimes I worked babysitting or as a packer, and they paid me well, which allowed me to indulge my whims. "Come here," my mom shouted from the kitchen. I left my room and went to her. She was dressed very nicely. "What's up?" I asked, and she handed me some keys. "Your dad and I are going to a family gathering, and since you told me earlier that you didn't want to go, I'll leave you the keys." I nodded. "We'll be back around 11, at the latest midnight," my dad said. "Okay," I replied. "Don't open the door for anyone, all right?" Mom said, looking at me. "Of course not, Mom," I responded, and then my parents left the house, locking everything up. It was 6 in the evening, so they would be gone for about 5 hours, which was longer than last time. I decided to go back to my room and picked up the manga I had on the bed to put it on the bookshelf. I lay back on my bed to watch a movie, although I realized I really needed to work on my cosplay. Nah, I'll do that after I finish watching 5 Feet Apart. I was in the kitchen with the fabrics my mom helped me buy, and I had teary eyes from the movie. "Oh Will, why?" I said to myself while cutting the fabrics and remembering the ending of 5 Feet Apart. I set the fabric aside and took my phone to look for a wig on a website. There were several things for the cosplay, but I needed the wig the most. I ordered it. Since it was all I could afford at the moment, it was supposed to arrive in about 5 days. Then I took my mom's sewing machine and used it to sew the costume. I spent a long time making the base. It was already 8 p.m., so I left the first part and continued with the other, which I had to sew by hand. Now it was 9 p.m. "That's it, I'm tired and I still have to add the details and the closures." "Oh, why don't you just wear the toga one? You already have it." I talked to myself, leaving everything and putting things back in their place. I went to my room with the fabrics and half of the costume in my hands. I opened the door and saw, in the darkness, a pair of eyes, were they green, that stood out with a glimmer. I turned on the light and jumped back, startled to see someone sitting on the floor, looking at me. Who are you?" I said, holding a needle in my hand, as if that would save me. "Rikeda Kinai." "What? He doesn't speak Spanish? Is it Japanese? How is that possible?" Now that I saw him in the light, he looked somewhat familiar. He removed what was covering him and oh my gosh. "No way. How?" "No, wait, ojinki desu ka?" I asked. "Was it a cosplay?" "Shiranai," he replied. "Anata wa watashi no hiya enai imesu. Anata wa henjin desu?" I said, almost shouting, even though the resemblance was incredible. "Watashi wa shigaimasu, chikaimasu," he said quickly. "Anata no neimi?" I asked, although I think I already knew the answer. It was all very confusing and incredible. "Izuku demo Deku ashi kurimisan ka," he said. I couldn't believe it. Izuku was in my room. I placed the costume on a small table and approached him, touching his face, which made him blush. He was real. I couldn't believe it. The character I had adored from the beginning was right in front of me. He looked a bit hurt on his face, and his freckles were hard to see. He was nothing like the 2D Izuku. This one was better. From what I read, he must be exhausted. Soji suru mano o mat kimisu, I told him and sat him down in a chair. Watashi wa nadaji deradura ka wakarimasen, neza nada wa watashi o tasakemisu ka? He asked, sitting in the chair. Anada wa warakumiyemisu, watashi wa nada o sukashi tasukyu tashimasu. Oh, why did you make the boy suffer? I left my room and leaned against the door. How is this possible? Are they trying to trick me? I went to the bathroom since there were supplies for any emergency. I grabbed some alcohol, cotton ball, band-aids, and the essentials. I also took some wet wipes and returned to my room. When I entered, Izuku was standing, looking at my wall. I'm on your wall, just like Kaken, he said, running his hand over the poster with his image. Well, I'll tell you later. Come sit down. He settled back into the chair, revealing scratches on his face and a small wound on his left cheek. I took a seat beside him with my supplies. I glanced at the clock. It was barely I had time. I gently wiped his face with a wet cloth before applying the alcohol, holding his chin steady as he closed his eyes. Once it was clean, I examined him more closely. I think you should take a shower first. Your suit is a mess, and a shower will help you relax, I suggested, and he looked at me. I don't want to bother you, he replied, lowering his head. I smiled reassuringly. It's no bother at all. I'll get you some clothes. The bathroom is at the end of the hall, I said, guiding him toward the bathroom. He hesitated at first, but eventually, I encouraged him to go. I rummaged through my drawers for clothes. Once, Leo and Nancy had a sleepover, and some of their clothes ended up here. I found Leo's clothes and returned to the bathroom with a towel, knocking on the door. I'm here to bring you the clothes, I said, feeling a bit shy. You can come in, he replied, a hint of nervousness in his voice. With my eyes closed, I placed the clothes inside and stepped back out. I knew the outline of his body from the manga, but seeing him animated and real was a completely different experience. I returned to my room to put away the suit I had been working on. Shortly after, I heard a knock on my door. I opened it to find Izuku. Thankfully, it wasn't my parents. Okay, sit down so I can clean your wounds, I instructed. He complied and took a seat. I positioned myself in front of him and, with a bit of alcohol on a cotton ball, began to clean the wound on his left cheek. He winced slightly, but not too much, and I placed a band-aid on it. I checked his arms. The scars looked worse in person. After disinfecting his palms, I started wrapping them. Once I finished, he thanked me. I'm sorry for not introducing myself earlier. I said, extending my hand. Thanks, Chun. Do you know where I am? I need to get back, he asked. I hesitated to tell him the truth, but he needed to know. Deku, listen to this. You need to know how difficult it is to tell someone they're not real. You don't belong to this world. I think somehow you transported here, I said quickly, and he sat there, deep in thought. It's a bit confusing. I don't belong here, he questioned. Well, in your world, you're real, and maybe I'm just an extra in some anime, but here, you're the character from anime, I explained softly. Is that why you have posters of me and Kaken? I nodded. I think I understand, but how do I get back? Despite the situation, he remained calm. I wish I had the answer, but I don't know, I replied. He lowered his head and began to murmur, which felt a bit irritating and strange. Are you hungry? I can get you something if you want, I offered, recalling his situation from the manga. Why, yeah, please? I checked the time. It was only 10:30, so I still had some time before my parents arrived. I gestured for him to follow me, and he understood, trailing behind me to the kitchen. Once there, I prepared something and handed it to him. He thanked me and started eating while I watched him. I still couldn't believe he was here. It was a dream come true for any anime fan to have their favorite character become real. By the way, Chan, where are we? This is your house, but where exactly? Are we still in Japan? He asked, and I shook my head. No, we're far from Japan. We're in T/P, in the city of T/C, I told him, and he looked surprised. Wow, we're really far, he chuckled, and I sat down across from him. Once he finished eating, we started chatting a bit. He told me what was happening, even though I already knew. Suddenly, I heard the door open. It's my parents. Run to my room, I said, a bit alarmed, and he used his power to get there faster, which looked really cool. Hi, sweetheart, my mom said as she entered the house, followed by my dad. How's it going? Anything interesting? Dad asked if only he knew. Nope, nothing, just cooking, cutting, etc., I replied, still unsure how to hide Deku completely. Okay, you should go to bed, it's late, my mom said. What? But it's still early. I protested. It's midnight, it's late. Go to sleep, she insisted. I went to my room, grumbling. Before my parents arrived, I had time to wash Deku's suit and put it in the dryer. Oh no, I left it in the dryer. Mom shouted, and I didn't go into the room. Yes. What's in the dryer? She yelled again, since she was far from me. It's a new suit. I replied, explaining that I made my own clothes and sometimes ordered them. She believed me. I entered my room and saw Deku sitting on my bed, admiring his poster. It's amazing, he said, a little sparkle in his eyes. Doesn't it look great? I asked, and he nodded happily. I hope that someday in my world I can have one like this, he said. Like All Might? I asked, and he looked at me with a smile. That made me smile too, since in the latest volumes of the manga, he had stopped smiling. Just like All Might, he said almost in a whisper. I made my way to the bed and sat down. It's getting late, don't you want to sleep a bit? I asked, and he stopped looking at the posters on the wall to turn his gaze to me. Sure, he said with a half smile. Chapter end. The next day, I woke up thinking it had all been a dream, but it wasn't. Just as I opened my eyes, I saw Izuku sleeping beside my bed on a mat. I can't believe it was real, I said to myself as I got out of bed to wash my face in the bathroom. As I stepped out, I started brainstorming an excuse to tell my parents about my visitor, something other than, hey mom, dad, guess what? I have a character from a story in my room. I entered my room and saw Izu putting the mat under my bed and folding the blankets I had lent him. I glanced at the clock on my nightstand. It was 11:30 a.m. I had gotten up earlier than usual, but Leo would be awake by now, so I decided to ask him for some help. I grabbed my phone, which was charging on the nightstand, and opened my messages to send one to Leo. I knew he wouldn't believe me, but he was in for a big surprise. Izu had just returned from the bathroom, and I lent him my phone because he wanted to check if the phone numbers he knew actually existed, but he didn't get any responses from the ones he called. Apparently, they didn't exist. A few moments later, I heard the doorbell and quickly rushed out of my room to the front door. I was still in my pajamas, and Leo laughed as soon as he saw me. If you wanted me to come over to see you, at least you could have put on something other than pajamas, right? He joked, but I didn't laugh, and he fell silent. I let him in and we dashed to my room, stopping at the door. Okay, what are we waiting for to go in? He asked, placing his hand on the door and opening it, only to be surprised to find Izu standing there. You have another guy in your room? I'm offended. Leo put his hand on his chest, pretending to cry, but then he calmed down. Okay, if your dad sees him, he's going to scold you. I know, that's why I called you. Are you sure he's not a lookalike? He looks like the one from your poster. I'm completely sure. His name is Izuku, I replied, and he approached Izu. Hi, I'm Midoriya Izuku. Izu smiled and extended his hand in greeting. Oh wow, he speaks Japanese. So it's true. Yes. I told you. Leo took his hand in greeting and then looked at me. Alright, I'll take him to my place. You took advantage of the fact that my parents are out of town, you trickster, he teased, and I hugged him. Thanks. I'll think of something to keep him here and not at your house. Don't worry, it's better if he stays at my place. I have another room, Leo told me, and I pulled away from the hug. Are you sure? Yeah, of course. I don't think anything bad will happen, We might even get along well." He smiled and then looked at Izu, who didn't understand a word of the conversation. "Wait, does he have my clothes?" Leo asked, and I nodded. "All right, let's go, Deku." "Izu, this is Leo. You'll be at his house for a couple of days while I think of something to tell my parents about you. Besides, you'll be more comfortable there, and you'll get along well." "Okay," he replied with a smile and picked up his outfit, but I stopped him. "If you want, leave it here, he'll lend you clothes." Izu nodded, and I walked them to the door. "I'll come by later," Leo said, and I nodded as they left. I returned to my room to make my bed and tidy up a bit. After a while, my parents woke up, and we did our usual routine until it was time for lunch. I was going to tell them about Izu, but in the end, I hesitated. I still didn't have an excuse, and I couldn't say he was an exchange student who was lucky enough to stay at my house since we weren't in school anymore. "Dad, can I go to Leo's house later?" I asked. "For what?" he questioned, knowing I didn't usually go to his place. "Well, since Nancy isn't here because she left town, he wants us to go out and enjoy our vacation," I said with a smile, and he just looked at me. In the end, he gave a slight nod, indicating I could go. Happy that I was allowed to go, I went upstairs after lunch to pack a few things in a small backpack. I left my room and headed to the entrance of the house to leave. "I'll be back later," I shouted since my mom was cleaning the kitchen and my dad was in the backyard. I walked a few blocks, and after a few minutes, I arrived at Leo's house. It was a bit big and had 2 stories. I approached the door and rang the bell. Leo opened it, greeted me with a smile, and invited me in. Chapter end. Once inside, Leo offered me something to drink, but I declined. We walked to his room, and I sat on the bed after placing my backpack on the floor. "Where's Izu?" I asked. "Oh, he's taking a shower," Leo replied while tidying up some things in his room. "Taking a shower? But he doesn't have any clothes." "I lent him some of yours that you left at my house yesterday." "Well, I did the same. My clothes fit him." "No, you'll ruin his cuteness. You looked like a total player," I complained, and he laughed. "Hey, that's not true. I'm not a player as you say." He crossed his arms, looking at me, and I did the same. "Oh, really?" "Yep. Don't deny it. You always have the girls you want. You've had more girlfriends than pairs of boxers, and you know it." I told him, and he looked at me, stepping closer. "Oh, come on, that's not true," he said, standing in front of me and bending down a bit to be at my height. "Of course it is." "No, it's not." He paused, getting just inches away from me. "I still don't have you." "Oh, Nancy. That's different. I'm your friend just like Nancy," he said, pulling away and shrugging as he closed his eyes. "You're right." I wasn't bothered or nervous when Leo acted like that with me. I was used to it. Sometimes he even did it at school, but I knew it was all in good fun. I couldn't deny that I felt a certain attraction towards him. How could I not? He was really cute and he knew it, the little rascal. But it wasn't as strong as it used to be, and I didn't care much anymore. It was probably just the hormones of a 14-year-old girl running wild, but now that I was 16, I thought it was for that very reason. Leo and I chatted for a bit, and soon after, Izuku walked into the room. He was wearing an AC/DC shirt that obviously belonged to Leo, along with some jeans and his usual red sneakers. It was a bit strange to see him dressed like that since, in the anime, he was always shown in his uniform or casual clothes that appeared in almost every episode, along with his hero suit. Not that he looked bad, on the contrary, that outfit suited him really well. I wished Katsuki or Shoto could have come too. Leo's clothes would have looked amazing on them. But sometimes I thought it was better with just Izuku because Katsuki would have likely thrown me to the ground the moment he found him in my room, demanding to know who he was. If I didn't answer quickly, I'd probably have an explosion in my face. As for Shoto, even though I felt things would be calm, I thought the first thing he'd do would be to freeze me, and then thaw me out once he realized I wasn't a villain. "Did you hear?" I was so lost in my thoughts that I didn't hear anything, and feeling a bit embarrassed, I shook my head. Leo sighed before continuing. "We were saying that if your parents don't accept him at your house, he could stay here, but only for a month since my parents will be back by then." "Oh yeah, that's fine. Don't worry, I'll talk to my parents before then." I'm sorry. I feel like I'm bothering you by just showing up like this, Deku said, apologizing and bowing, which made me laugh. Don't apologize, you're not bothering anyone. Our parents are very understanding, but we obviously need to tell them things in time. He nodded and smiled, his smile was so adorable. Why don't we go out for a bit? I need to buy some materials for my cosplay. Oh yes. The game is driving me crazy, let's go. Leo replied, still playing Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 3 on his PlayStation. The game was cool, but some missions were tough. We asked Izuku if he wanted to join, and he said yes, so we grabbed our things and headed to a place in the city that sold anime and Marvel or DC merchandise, clothes, manga, accessories, video games, controllers for PlayStation, Xbox, basically a hangout for fans of all kinds. There was a bit of everything. Hey, do you guys know about All Might? Izuku asked, amazed as he spotted a figure of Toshinori, all skinny. Yeah, here. We know everything, Leo interrupted, putting on a spooky voice while making a strange gesture with his hands. Actually, being here isn't that different from your world. It's the same, just without heroes or villains or powers. Although we do have movies about them. I tried to make our world sound less boring and moved closer to a stall, prompting both boys to follow me. Excuse me, could I buy those 3 necklaces, please? I asked the vendor. He handed them to me, told me the price, and I paid before approaching the 2 boys again. This one is Batman, this one is Superman, and this one is Wonder Woman, I said, pointing to each necklace. Oh, you should have bought Marvel ones, maybe Captain America, Playboy, and Beach Boy, Leo said, eyeing the necklaces. I got the reference. And I got the reference to the reference, he pointed out, and I handed the Batman necklace to Izuku, gave Superman to Leo, and kept Wonder Woman for myself. Oh no, I want the Wonder Woman one. Leo protested, to which I said nothing and handed it over, and he gave me the Batman one in return. Honestly, I wanted the Batman necklace, which is why I didn't say anything about it. And they're your superheroes? Something like that. Even though they aren't real, they're really good, and there are more, believe me. If possible, we'll watch the movies together, the 3 of us. I smiled, and he did the same while putting on the necklace I gave him. Thanks, he said, and after that, Leo, Izuku, and I looked for what I needed. The next day went by normally. Izuku, Leo, and I played video games at Leo's house. I planned to wait a few days before telling my parents about him to see if he could stay for a while. Around 11 in the morning, I woke up and headed to the bathroom to shower. When I finished, I went back to my room to change. I put on a black shirt with an SNK logo and a red plaid shirt over it, along with some jeans and regular sneakers. After I finished untangling my hair, I went to have breakfast. My dad was reading a newspaper. Seriously, do newspapers still exist? I sat at the table and took a sip of Coke from a glass. My mom brought out the plates with food, and we had a peaceful breakfast. By the way, do you want us to take you to that convention? My dad asked, looking at me, and I thought for a moment. Yeah, sure, but can I bring a friend? Leo? My mom asked, sipping from her glass. Nope, someone else, I smiled, and my dad looked at me, seemingly pondering. Who is it? Well, you don't know him, but remember that Leo traveled to another country for studies? Well, it's him. I saw him yesterday when I went to his house. He's really nice. My dad seemed to think it over, but I knew he would say yes. Neither of them could go with me that day, and they didn't like the idea of me going alone. Okay, but I at least want to meet him once before that day. I nodded and got up from the table. But he speaks another language. I shouted from the kitchen when I remembered that Izuku speaks Japanese and my dad doesn't. Well, if you speak the same language, translate for me. He shouted back and I let out a small laugh. After finishing all my homework, I asked for permission to go to Leo's house, and they allowed it. When I arrived, I opened the door. I had sent him a message before leaving, and he said he had gone out to run some errands but left the key in a flower pot next to the door. As I stepped inside, I thought Izuku would be watching TV, but he wasn't. I had some things in my backpack related to my cosplay, and I wanted him to help me make it as accurate as possible since he knew all about that. I headed to Leo's room and sat on the bed, setting my backpack aside. Where could Izuku be? Had he gone with Leo? Probably, since he sometimes forgets to tell me things. Leo had a small speaker, so I turned it on and connected my phone to listen to some music. I closed the curtains in his room and turned on the LED lights, setting them to a purple color. Suddenly, I felt the urge to use the bathroom, so I went in. As soon as I looked up, I was shocked by what I saw. I swear I turned red from embarrassment. Izuku was taking a shower, and I hadn't even heard the water running. He turned towards me and I jumped. "I'm so sorry," I exclaimed, trying to move quickly. With an embarrassed smile, I stepped back, trying to find the doorknob, and quickly opened the door to leave. I stood there for a moment, pressed against the door, took a deep breath, and ran my hands through my hair, trying to process what I had just seen. "Holy Mother of Abs, forgive me and don't let me fall into temptation," I whispered, and seconds later, I heard laughter coming from the bathroom. Of course, I knew whose laughter it was. "You heard me." Here I was, acting like a fool and speaking in his language. I couldn't be more ridiculous. I hurried away from the door as fast as I could and tried to distract myself with some things Leo had in his room. Minutes later, he came out of the bathroom, and as soon as I saw him, I looked down at the floor and then at the wall. Wow, the floor is made of floor and the wall is made of wall. I've never noticed that before. Gathering the courage to look at his face, I noticed a slight blush on his cheeks. I invited him to sit next to me. I really wanted him to help me with my cosplay. I pulled it out of my backpack and he was surprised. "Is this my costume?" I shook my head. "Actually, it's mine. I bought the materials to make it. I want to know your opinion and what you think it's missing." "Well, I don't think it's missing anything," Izuku said, taking the costume with a smile as he examined it closely. "Although it should have some pockets here and here." He placed the costume on the bed while pointing out the spots. He was slightly bent over, and I rested my arm on his back, leaning closer to him. "So, do you think I just need to add pockets?" I asked, turning my head to see him. I felt a rush of excitement, wondering if I could steal a kiss, but that's not really me. Or is it? "Weiss," he stuttered, blushing lightly. I looked back at the costume on the bed, and I noticed the scars that One for All had left on him. I sat on the bed and took his hand, which seemed to catch him by surprise. I made him stand in front of me while I remained seated, holding his hand and looking at it. "Chan, what are you doing?" "No need for the Chan, I'm just looking at your hand. I'm curious to see the scars caused by your power." As I examined his hand, I think he was watching me. I lifted his hand, and he covered his face with one hand. I moved it away, and he laughed. "By the way, didn't it hurt? You know, when it healed?" I bent down to look at his leg, which also had some scars on it. "Actually, no. It hurt more when I got injured at the moment, but thanks to Recovery-san, they healed really quickly and without any pain." "I like them. They look good," I said while still bent down, examining the scars on his legs. "Really? I think they don't look good." "What?" "They look amazing on you. On someone else, they might look bad, but on you, they look incredible, I assure you." I smiled, and he threw his head back while letting out a small laugh, covering his eyes. "What are you doing, you pigs, swine, filthy creatures?" Leo burst into the room while I instinctively hid behind Izuku, clutching him just above the hips. I tilted my head to the side, looking at Leo in the doorway with his arms crossed. "Girl, let him go now," he pointed at me, and I shook my head. "Let me fulfill my dream." I leaned closer to Deku while still sitting, my face resting against his abdomen and my hands in the same place as before. "I'm not going to let you fulfill your dreams in my room." "What? I've never had a dream like that, you idiot!" I exclaimed, pulling away from Izuku and moving closer to Leo. Poor Aiza didn't understand anything. "Never." "No." "Oh, okay." As if nothing had happened, I walked over to Aizu and greeted him, then placed the bag on his desk while I took out some things. I felt my face flush at what I had just said, but it passed almost immediately. "Everything okay?" "Oh, yeah, I replied to Aiza before moving closer to him seconds later, taking his hand and grabbing my backpack. "I'm going to take Aizu for a few hours, Leo," I said as we were almost at the door of his room, and he simply said, "That's fine, while unlocking his computer. Once outside Leo's house, we headed to a mall. But how are you going to buy things without money? I have it all planned out. My grandparents gave me some money yesterday afternoon, and I already had my savings. We went to several stores to browse, and in the end, we decided to grab a bite to eat at a nearby place, sitting at a table. Okay, I have a question for you. He looked at me and nodded. What's Todoroki like? Not physically. Todoroki-kun? Well, he used to be very distant with others in the first semesters, but after the sports festival he started to be a bit more open and kinder to everyone. He gave me a smile while eating a bit. And how did he take it? The whole changing of reality? How did you feel when you appeared in my room for the first time? This felt like a little interview, but I was genuinely curious, and the more I learned about him, the better. At first, I felt really confused and tried to find an explanation for why I wasn't in the building where I was supposed to be. Then you walked into your room, and that confused me even more. For a moment, I thought you were a villain who had taken me to her place with her quirk, but I discarded that idea when I saw you pointing a needle at me. I laughed at what he said. He was right, it was pretty silly to point a needle at him. Hours passed, and it was getting late. The convention was in 3 days, and I would have to introduce Izu to my dad. On the way, I sent a message to Leo. After that strange conversation, we arrived at my house, and as we entered, Izu looked nervous since he had never met my parents. I'm home and I brought a guest. I shouted as soon as I walked in, and my mom approached the door. Who is your very cute guest? That's my mom. She knows how to compliment. Mom, this is Izuku, the friend I told you about. Izu, this is my mother. After introducing him, my mom stared at Izu for a moment but then smiled and headed to the kitchen. Why did you bring me to your house? I thought you'd leave me with Leo. Did they give you permission for me to stay here? Izu started asking me as I walked toward where I thought my dad would be. I'll ask them, but first my dad wants to meet you. I hope you don't mind that I told them you'd accompany me to the place I mentioned earlier. No, of course not, I'd love to accompany you. I looked at him and saw a smile on his face. I returned the gesture, and we arrived where my dad was in the backyard watering the plants. Hi, Dad, I said with a smile and the tone I usually use to ask for permission or money. He turned to look in our direction, and Deku waved. Who is he? He seems strangely familiar. Dad, this is Izuku, the friend I mentioned. Izuku, this is my dad. Wow, you practiced your Japanese, so I suppose he speaks it clearly. I nodded at his comment, and he approached to greet Izu with a handshake, which Izu understood and accepted gladly. He still seems very familiar. What are you talking about? This is the first time you've seen him. I let out a nervous laugh, and my dad shrugged. Anyway, nice to meet you, Izuku. He says it's a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine, he said with a smile, and my dad looked at me, waiting for the translation. He says the pleasure is his. At this rate, I'm going to seem like a translator. After the introductions, we moved to the kitchen since we were going to have dinner. We sat at the table, Izuku next to me, my mom across from me, and my dad as well. We started eating in notable silence. As was normal for Izuku, he said the classic itadakimasu, and to keep him company, I did the same. It's a custom where he lives. It's a way of thanking the plants and animals that are part of the food, and appreciation is given to everyone involved in its preparation, from the farmers to the cooks, I explained while Izu looked at me curiously, and my parents understood. When studying Japanese, they sometimes explain their culture, so aside from being able to speak it, I learned about their culture, traditions, and customs. Seeing my dad take out his phone piqued my curiosity. He never used his phone when we ate. He started typing something and then passed it to Izuku, who took it with some hesitation. I could see him reading something, then smiling and bringing the phone closer to talk. I'm 16 years old. He passed the phone back to my dad, and I heard the phone say it in Spanish. Oh, so you're the same age as my daughter. Soon after, the phone was in the middle of the table and he translated it into Japanese. A translator was installed? What surprised me was that the translator was actually translating the words correctly, which seemed strange. No translator could perfectly translate languages like Korean, Japanese, Chinese, etc. Hey, are you someone famous? Your face seems familiar. My mom spoke, making the translator do its job, and Deku shook his head. And what do you want to study? Have you thought about it? This time, it was my father speaking. Are you really studying law? I nudged him with my knee and subtly shook my head. Law? Do you want to be a lawyer? Yes, of course. I love it, I said with a smile. It was clear that I wasn't studying law or aiming to be a lawyer, but for a little white lie, it was a good. What? By the way, Mum, Dad, can Izu stay over for the night? At this hour, Leo must be deep asleep, I said suddenly, taking advantage of their good mood. And where will he sleep? On the mattress in my room, not in the same bed, sir. I spoke quickly. How many nights did you say? Just one, sir. All right. I sighed. Nothing at all, you know what I mean. God, why do they think that? I know I'm in the hormonal phase, but come on, it's not like that, and how awkward that the translator keeps translating everything. I heard Izu stifle a laugh with his hand over his mouth. I got up from the table to clear the plates since we had all finished. Oh, let me help. He smiled, taking the plate I was about to grab, and I thanked him. Thank you so much for the food, Lara, I said, mentioning my mom's name. Yes. Thank you very much for the food, Mrs. Lara. The translator was still on, so my mom smiled, and he and I headed to the kitchen to put away the dirty dishes. Your father is very nice. They barely spoke. I laughed, and he did the same. I know, but I found him to be a very pleasant person. I liked that Izu was smiling. Compared to the first day I saw him, his eyes no longer had that dullness. Over the last 2 days, that sparkle was definitely back. For a moment, I felt like I wasn't just a character on a piece of paper or a screen, but a normal person, before receiving one for all or joining Class 1A, before facing Shigaraki for the first time or getting hurt while protecting a child, or confronting Chisaki while also protecting little Eri, stopping and facing Gentle and La Brava so they wouldn't ruin the festival. In that moment, I didn't even see him as the crybaby Deku that Bakugu and the other middle school classmates teased. He looked happy and genuinely relaxed. It was around midnight, and I was tidying everything up, but I felt bad about him sleeping on the floor while Leo was in a bed. You know, why don't you sleep in my bed instead? What? And no, I don't want to bother you. He lowered his head and I laughed. I told you, you're not bothering me, Izu. With a few kicks, I shoved the mattress under my bed. Of course, I had cleaned it before giving it to Izu, but whatever. Seriously, don't worry about it, it might be uncomfortable for you. Would you rather sleep on the floor than in a bed? Besides, you don't make me uncomfortable. You give off such a nice vibe that I can't feel uncomfortable. I arranged the blankets, 2, one for him and one for me. He might take mine during the night, you never know. I lay down on the bed and gestured with my hand for him to do the same. My bed was big enough for both of us, and he nervously lay down next to me. Okay, a few hours earlier, he had laughed at something silly I said. He didn't get nervous even when I went to the bathroom. It was a little awkward, but I liked it that way. After a moment, his expression shifted from nervousness to one I couldn't quite decipher. I think he looked anxious? I took his hand. Hey, what's wrong? If you want, I can sleep on the floor. And no, it's not that. It's just, I keep thinking about my mom. How is she? Is she okay? She must be really worried about me. Don't worry, Inko is probably fine. Maybe All Might or Aizawa came up with something to keep your mom from worrying too much. In fact, I took out my phone and searched for a website with free online manga. I had just received an update that the Boku no Hero manga had been updated. I moved closer to him so he could see my phone and started showing him the pages. In one, All Might was in his skeletal form talking to Inko, Deku's mom. All Might and my mom? She was crying, but All Might was calming her down. He was telling her that Izu was fine and recovering and that she couldn't visit him for now, which wasn't true, as memories started to flash by. They showed a scene where he was talking with Aizawa, but he explained that suddenly Izu had disappeared. Inko calmed down, wiping her tears and giving a slight smile to All Might. After that page, nothing else happened. They were blank pages, and at the end, there was a quote from Horikoshi, the creator of Boku no Hero. "Where is my Deku?" Crying face, and after that was the back cover, ending the volume. I turned off my phone. "See? Everything's perfect." I spoke quickly while he watched me. "Thanks to All Might, your mom is more at ease." "Yeah, I'm glad about that. At least I know she's safe at home." He smiled before closing his eyes. "Good night." Good night." Izu was still holding my hand. He wanted to let go but didn't at the same time, so I decided to keep it there. I left my hand where it was, and soon after, I fell asleep. The next morning I woke up first, my breathing heavy, still lying down. When I looked in front of me, I saw Izu still asleep with my hand in his. I felt my face flush, a slight red accompanying it. I have no proof, but I have no doubts either. I carefully removed my hand and got up to go to the bathroom. Sitting on the closed toilet lid, I placed my hand on my chest, my heart racing. How am I going to face him after that dream? Although, it wasn't that bad. Focus, woman. I knew getting involved with Leo would lead to situations like this. His mind was always racing with mischievous thoughts. To cool down, I decided to take a shower. Hoping Izu wasn't awake, I slipped into my room, quickly searched for some clothes, and glanced at the bed. He was still asleep. Thank goodness. I hurried to the bathroom and stepped into the shower, not waiting for the cold water to run out completely. A slight shiver ran through me as the water hit my skin. The water was cold. "You deserve this, but that's enough punishment," I muttered, turning on the hot water. After a few moments, it began to flow warmly over me. I lingered in the shower for a while before stepping out to dry off and change right there in the bathroom. I then headed back to my room to grab my hairbrush. As I walked in, Izu was still lying on the bed, watching his chest rise and fall with each breath. I approached the mirror where I kept my makeup and brush, parting my hair to begin brushing it. "Hey, are you awake? Isn't it a bit early?" I jumped at the sound of Izu's voice behind me, his tone slightly hoarse from just waking up. Nervously, I shook my head without turning to face him, leaving the brush where it was. Just then the doorbell rang, saved by the bell. "I'll go check who it is," I exclaimed, practically running to the door. I opened it to find a package waiting for me. After signing for it, I hurried back to my room, excited to discover it was the wig. I couldn't wait to style it, so I headed to the kitchen to heat water in a pot. I planned to comb it, arrange it, and make it softer. Tomorrow was the big day, and I needed to be ready, no matter how long it took. My mom had something that would work as a stand for the wig, but I added a ball of dry ice to keep it in place. When I entered my room, I saw Izu still there, and I walked slowly to set the wig near my bed. I grabbed a brush specifically for styling and began working on it. A few hours later, after we had eaten, Izu offered to help, and I gladly accepted. We were arranging my wig together, giving it shape. Not long after, Leo came into my room and started chatting with us. So, I ran into this annoying guy, and I told him I'd proposed something. He goes, "Proposed?" I replied, "How do you say it?" And he told me, "Propuesto." This started cracking up in the middle of the street. I laughed, as did Izu. Eventually, we decided to take a break, and my mom brought us some cookies she had bought. We sat on my bed, chatting. The most humiliating thing that ever happened to me was when I fell in front of Johnny Depp at a signing event. But in the end, he helped me up, and I ended up taking a picture with him, along with an autograph and one of his necklaces. Leo revealed, and I looked at him in astonishment. As I mentioned before, Leo came from a wealthy family. His father was a businessman, just like his grandfather. His mother was a designer and sometimes gifted Nancy and me some of her products, but because of their jobs, they weren't home much. Leo and I had known each other for a long time. My dad worked with his dad, and my mom worked with his mom. They spent more time at home than his family did. Leo continued sharing anecdotes while I laughed and Deku munched on cookies. "By the way, are you sure you can't come with us tomorrow?" I asked, and he chewed the cookie in his mouth before responding. "I don't know. I have some things to do. I'll see if I can go, but if I'm not home by around 3:15, Then it's a no, sorry. I replied with a, don't worry about it, and we continued chatting normally. By the way, Izu, are you coming with me now? Or are you staying with us for another night? I caught Leo's question, and Izu thought for a moment before responding. Well, I don't know. You say you're going out, and I don't want you to feel obligated to take me or anything, but I also don't want to bother your parents. Don't worry about that, Izu. We'll ask my parents if you want to stay. They liked you a lot, so I'm sure they'll say yes. I smiled and he returned the gesture. Seconds later, Leo positioned himself between us, pushing our faces further apart. Just look for me at my house tomorrow, I'll most likely be there by then. Still lying between us, he turned to look at me and smiled. I did the same, albeit with some hesitation. All right. Oh no, but I don't have a cosplay, and I want to. Wait, I do have one. For Halloween, I dressed up as Eren. Right, that one looked great on you. If you want to do it, go for it, you'd look amazing. After that chat, Leo had to leave, but before he did, he asked my parents if Izu could stay one more day since neither he nor his parents would be around, and he didn't want to leave Izu home alone in case something happened. We both knew that was a lie since we knew Izu could defend himself, one hit, and he'd send you flying. They happily agreed. By 5 p.m., I needed to buy some hairspray. I had some money from a bet I won with my dad, who had to give me money for a week, but it couldn't exceed 100 each day. I accepted the challenge but didn't abuse it. I had some money from yesterday, and I had a bit more hidden under my bed. Yes, I keep the money I don't want to spend there, and the fact that it's under my bed makes me too lazy to take it out. Do you want to come with me? I asked Izu, who was playing with my phone. He looked at me and nodded, handing it back. I put my phone away in my bag, and we left my room to head to the living room to ask for permission. My parents agreed, but I noticed the sky was cloudy, suggesting it might rain, so we needed to hurry. As we walked, we chatted about things that had happened to him. I was completely entertained by the stories he shared, and the laughter they brought out in him was adorable. Izu reached out to grab my hand, but I bumped into someone. Oops, sorry, I wasn't paying attention, I said, looking up at the person. Of all the people I could have run into, it was the guy who had thrown my pin into the street, bending the needle. He always bothered me and it was really annoying. Watch where you're going, Otaku, he said, pushing me back a little. We were on the street, and there weren't many people around. And you should watch where you stand. Besides, I'm not an otaku, I prefer the term 2D animation enthusiast, I replied, something that clearly didn't sit well with him. I don't care, he sneered, pushing me harder this time, causing me to fall to the ground. That hurt a lot. He had never pushed me with that much force. Izu bent down to help me up, and I looked up at him. He had a serious expression as he watched the guy. At first, I thought you two were friends who just joked around, but now I see that's not the case, he said. I didn't respond. He just lifted me off the ground while still holding onto my arms. The other guy came over with his friends, who laughed at me. Oh look, now he has another nerd with him. What are you going to do, little green boy? One of his friends said. Izu didn't understand them, but he tried to translate quietly so I wouldn't hear. I was still next to Izu, feeling a bit of pain, but it was bearable. Ugh, she thinks she's so tough, but she's nothing. You're useless, you can't even defend yourself, the guy taunted. What? Of course I can defend myself. I stepped closer to him, he wasn't that far away, and I punched him, making him stagger back. Take that, ja. I celebrated, but my hand hurt from hitting him, so I rubbed it. I did it. I turned to see Izu, who gave me a slight smile but then rushed over with a worried expression. A moment later, I noticed the other two guys were on the ground. I stood frozen in place, staring at Deku. Had he used his power to take them down? No, I didn't think so. None of the three had powers, so I doubted he had used his. Let's get out of here, he said, taking my hand as we walked to a store, mainly to look for hair gel. On the way, Izu stayed quiet, even when we got to the store and he was looking for what he needed. I asked if he wanted any snacks or treats, but he shook his head. Still, I bought some small candies for both of us. Minutes after leaving the store, it started to rain. I didn't mind the rain much, but I had my phone, so I decided to tuck it inside my clothes to keep it from getting too wet. I just hoped my phone would survive. Eventually, we stopped at a bus stop with a roof. I was going to call Dad to come pick us up, but before I could dial, I decided to talk to Izu to see what was bothering him. "Hey Deku, what's wrong? You've been like this since." "Well, since what happened with that guy," I said. He just turned away. His clothes were wet and small droplets of water were falling from his hair. He looked sad. "I'm sorry, I was just thinking. Do they bother you often?" I nodded slightly at his question. He moved closer and hugged me tightly. Hesitantly, I returned the hug. "Have you told your parents?" he asked. I shook my head. "You should tell them." "I don't think it's that necessary," I replied, and he hugged me even tighter. "Please tell them, one day it could end badly," he said. I pulled away from the hug and held him by the shoulders, looking into his eyes. "What are you talking about?" He had tears in his eyes and just looked away. "From what you told me, you should know. Kaken." I knew Bakugo had been bothering him since they were kids, but what did that have to do with things ending badly? I thought about it for a moment, but there were so many seasons and volumes of his life that I couldn't remember anything. One day, he was bothering me like usual. It was the day the teacher told everyone that I wanted to enroll in the academy too. Kaken got mad, and when everyone left, he stayed behind with 2 others and me. He took my notebook and burned it before throwing it out the window. Remembered. In the first chapter, Bakugo told Deku to jump off the roof. He told me that if I wanted a quirk, I should be confident that I would have one in my next life and that I should try to jump off the roof. I could see the tears streaming down his face as he rubbed his eyes with his hands. The worst part is that I actually considered it, and after taking my notebook from the fountain, I did go to the roof. But when I got to the edge, I saw him laughing with the other 2. "In the end, I regretted it and left," he said, his eyes wide with surprise. Izu was just crying. I took his face in my hands and wiped away some of his tears with my thumb. I had to admit, seeing him like this made me really sad, and my eyes started to well up with tears I didn't want to let out. This time, I hugged him tightly while he sobbed, one of my hands rubbing his back and hair. "Calm down, everything is better now. That's all in the past. And don't worry about me, I know how to deal with those idiots. I'm fine, okay?" We stayed like that for a while, and when the rain finally calmed down, it stopped. My dad had called me several times, but I just couldn't answer at that moment. I called him back, and he came to pick us up. Leo had brought a change of clothes for Izu, and after I finished my shower, I went in to do the same. The next day, my parents got up early since they had to go to work, so they couldn't take me even though they had said they would. It was 1 in the afternoon, and I was tidying up the house while Izu helped me a little. When we finished cleaning, it was 2:26, so I decided to take a shower while Izu used my computer to keep himself entertained. When I finished showering, I came out wearing a black tank top and matching shorts, barefoot. I went into my room and quickly brushed my hair. I planned to change by 2:40 at the latest, so I sat next to Izu to see what he was watching. To my surprise, he was watching the original Naruto anime. I had forgotten that I had downloaded about 10 episodes, and he was watching them. From what I could see, he was at the end of the first episode. Naruto was running away with the Forbidden Scroll. He had hidden behind a tree, and shortly after, Iruka protected him, which made Naruto angry. He used the Shadow Clone Jutsu to defeat Iruka's attacker. The episode ended with Iruka giving Naruto the headband. It was in its original language, so Izu could understand it perfectly. "So, nobody wants Naruto because he has a very powerful beast inside him?" he asked, looking at me, and I nodded. "That's so mean. It's not his fault, he's just a kid. Besides, I don't like the guy who threw the mask at him, but the ramen shop owner is great." I saw him make a little pout and I laughed. Everyone likes him, and believe me, everyone dislikes the old man who threw the mask at him. We watched half of the second episode, but I had to change, so I got up from the bed and grabbed the outfit that was on my desk. "Do you want me to put on my outfit too?" I thought about it for a moment and then nodded. In the bathroom, I left on the spandex shorts I had on and put on the outfit I made. It was easy to wear, even though the fabric was tight. I had made it almost identical to the original, just with a few small modifications to make it look more feminine. On the bottom, I had added a green skirt shorts with black stripes on the sides. I put on some long black stockings, then adjusted the top part, added the white gloves I had, and that was it. I stepped out of the bathroom and saw Izu putting on his gloves. I smiled and walked over to the bed to look for my shoes. I found them quickly and put them on. I glanced to my right and saw Izu sitting next to me, watching me. "What?" I asked, laughing. "Nothing, just that your outfit looks really cute on you." I noticed how he blushed, which made me feel warm inside, and I stood up to go straight to my mirror and started on my makeup. Through the mirror, I could see Izu picking up my computer again, and I started to hear Naruto's voice, so it seemed he liked it. I applied the usual base and concealer, began to contour a little, took a brush, and added the freckles Izu had. I curled my lashes, put in some green contact lenses, and after almost crying, I started applying eyeshadow to my eyelids, using very soft green colors. I took the eyeliner and made a very thin line, then put on some false eyelashes and finished with mascara. Finally, I added a bit of highlighter and gloss to my cheeks. I had practiced a lot to get it right, and honestly, it didn't turn out too badly. Lastly, I applied a medium red color to my lips but blended it so it wouldn't look too harsh. I looked in the mirror and then saw Izu very excitedly watching the laptop. He must be at the part where Konohamaru calls chakra, Gatra. I grabbed the wig that was next to me and styled it, then added a bit more hairspray. I adjusted the hat from the outfit, and it looked great. I had also put on the metal mask that Izu had. It looked awesome too. I smiled to myself and took a photo, sending it to Leo. After that, I called Izu over to the mirror. He set the computer aside and came closer to me. "Wow, it's like seeing myself as a woman," he laughed, and I smiled. "By the way, can I do something with your face and hair?" "Sure, I don't see why not. Are you going to make me look cute?" I smiled and took the brush to style his hair a bit. He sat in the chair since he was a bit taller than me and couldn't reach his hair. After styling it, I took the eyelash curler and leaned in closer to his face to see better and avoid pinching his eyelid or poking his eye. He had his eyes open, and I brought the curler closer, doing it slowly since I wasn't in a hurry. I noticed his hand resting on my cheek, and honestly, it made me panic a little. I could feel his breath very close to mine. Too close. I felt like if either of us moved, our lips could brush against each other, but that didn't happen. In the end, he pulled away, and I did the same, feeling quite disappointed. As if nothing had happened, I stepped back, leaving the curler on the mirror. "Well, now you look much cuter than you already are." "Oh, wait." I took a new lip balm that I had never used before, leaned in closer to him, and placed my hand on his chin to get him to open his lips a bit. I applied the balm, and his lips looked so close to mine that at any moment, either I or he could initiate a kiss. Unconsciously, I leaned in closer to him, and he leaned in toward me. I felt his lips on mine, and it would have been perfect if I hadn't been interrupted by a call from Leo. I sighed and picked up the phone. While I was talking, I noticed how Izu was blushing. Even like that, he looked even cuter. It was only missing for smoke to start pouring out of his head like in an anime, and for him to begin to stutter. Yes, we're on our way to your house. Are you coming?" "Well, then should we wait for you? Is that a yes?" "Oh, come on." "Okay, what?" "No. I'm going to hang up." I hung up. "Izu, Leo is coming for us," he nodded, and I went to a drawer where I kept the red belt with the bags. Now we just needed Leo to show up and for the awkwardness of that almost kiss to fade away. Chapter end. Leo came to pick us up, and when he dropped us off, his mom left, saying she would come back for us later or when Leo called her. As soon as we arrived, I saw several people in amazing cosplays, while others wore shirts with their favorite characters on them. Leo had dressed up as Eren, just as he had said earlier, and he looked incredible. He even brought a little backpack just in case. "Hey, look, it's Naruto." Izu grabbed my hand, and I took Leo's hand as he led us over to the guy dressed as Naruto. Surprisingly, Izu asked him for a photo and requested that I take it with my phone. I nodded, and when I finished taking the picture, I looked at it, and it turned out really nice. When Izu was about to leave, the young man stopped him, telling him that his cosplay was amazing and that he looked just like the character from the anime. Izu smiled nervously, and I took him away from there. Izu, Leo, and I saw a female version of All Might cosplay, and she looked absolutely appealing. I couldn't help myself and went to ask if I could take a photo with her. She nodded with a smile, and I handed my phone to Leo so he could take the picture. I thanked the girl and went over to Leo and Deku to check the photo. Izu was really happy. I saw many people dressed as their favorite characters. Sometimes Izu would look at his own merchandise, like shirts, keychains, and hoodies, which excited him. He even spotted an All Might shirt that didn't exist in his world, so Leo and I bought it for him because it was clear he really wanted it. Is that All Might? It's not real, but it looks amazing. We got closer, and Leo took a picture of it to show me later. Just like in the anime, I nodded at what my friend said and looked at him. Seriously, you nailed it. It's like seeing the real Eren. You look incredible, Leo. Thank you so much, but I hardly did anything. A little while later, Izu approached us, and we continued looking at things and the cosplayers. I took several photos. In fact, I even ran into a cosplayer who did a female version of Bakugu, and it was awesome. After a long time, we had to leave, but first, I went to the bathroom to take off the top part of my costume, leaving just the bottom. I ended up in a black shirt and carefully stored my wig. I fixed my hair and then left the bathroom, bumping into Leo and Izu waiting for me outside. I just texted my mom. She says she's on her way. I nodded, and we headed to the exit to wait for Leo's mom. We all sat on some stairs, with me in between them. We didn't wait long when Leo's mom arrived. She took me home, and I said goodbye. Days, weeks, and even a month passed. Yesterday, my parents traveled to Cancun, but I couldn't go. Rather, I shouldn't have gone, so they left me in the care of the neighbor and Leonardo's mom. Nancy, my best friend, had returned from her vacation, and she was resting at home. As soon as I found out my parents were traveling, I seized the opportunity and brought Izuku to my house. Leo had given him clothes and even bought him some. I wasn't aware that Leo was teaching Izuku Spanish. I found out the night before last. According to Leo, he could already understand some phrases and recognize words, which was great. At that moment, he and I were watching a superhero movie. I had found an app that changed the language, and it was awesome. This way, he didn't have to read subtitles anymore. I'll just say one thing. Anything dubbed in Japanese sounds super cool. Izu was leaning on my shoulder, and I was resting my head on his while we ate popcorn. I tried to look up a bit about what was happening in his world, but Horikoshi had stopped publishing the next chapters a few weeks ago. The last I heard was that they defeated everyone and were just looking for Izu. I tried to set that topic aside when Izu lifted his head from my shoulder and looked at me. Who is she? We had been watching Marvel movies in chronological order, and we were just getting to Avengers, Age of Ultron. Wanda Maximoff, and he is her brother, Pietro. I pointed them out, and he just said, "Oh," and rested his head back on my shoulder. I felt that Izu was becoming more comfortable. He used to stutter a lot when he got nervous. He still does, but it's less than before. I smiled unconsciously. He was a really nice and cute guy. Who would have thought that the dream of any anime fan to have their husbando or waifu by their side would become a reality for me? Chapter End. Midoriya Izuku. Since I arrived here, I feel more rested and relaxed compared to before. I was lucky to have appeared in S room. She is a very kind girl, and I started to like her a few days ago, maybe because we have excellent communication or because I spend most of my time with her. It was nighttime, and we were playing rock, paper, scissors on her bed. She was sitting cross-legged in front of me, putting out scissors while I put out rock. "I won," I said with a smile. "Again." I agreed, and we kept playing for a while until she beat me with paper. "I won." She laughed, and I looked at her with a smile. "Wow, I'm so pro," she said while doing a little dance still sitting down. "You only beat me once," I laughed, and she looked at me offended. Then she leaned closer while looking at me. "And then? Let me know if you need any further assistance." At least I won. It was just once, but I won. She was very close to me, and I felt a flutter of nerves. I could see in her eyes how she lowered her gaze to my lips and leaned in closer. I looked away, thinking it might just be in my head, but that theory vanished when I felt a pressure on my lips. She was kissing me. My cheeks warmed. It was my first kiss, and she was the one giving it to me. I wasn't bothered by it. On the contrary, I liked it when I felt her lips move. She was on top of me, but not touching my body. When I felt her take my face in both hands to deepen the kiss I had awkwardly returned, I wrapped one arm around her waist and pulled her down onto my lap. As soon as we pulled away for air, she kissed me again, one hand on my face and the other on my neck. I had both hands on her waist, squeezing gently, and she began to move her hips back and forth, brushing against me. I pulled away from the kiss, looking at her. My breathing was a bit ragged, just like hers. "What are you doing?" I stammered, unable to help myself. "Do you want me to stop?" She paused, looking at me, her cheeks slightly flushed as she smiled. It wasn't the same smile she usually gave me. This one felt different. I shyly turned my gaze to the side, completely sure that my cheeks, or my entire face, were red, and I nodded. She kissed me again, then continued to move. It was impossible to deny that I was excited. Even though these sensations were new to me, it felt good just having her move above me and kiss me. Her kisses traveled down to my neck, and I let out a sigh as she began to slide her hands down to my abdomen while continuing to kiss my neck. She slipped one hand under my shirt, starting to touch my abdomen and chest. She took one of my hands from her waist and guided it under her shirt, across her back, and then placed it on her abdomen. Did that mean I could touch her? Did she want me to? She kept moving her hips against me while still kissing my neck. Overwhelmed by the excitement I was feeling, I squeezed her gently. She seemed to like it as I heard her let out a soft gasp. "Keep going," she asked, breathless, her voice sounding so good. The nerves faded away as if by magic. She pulled off the shirt I was wearing, leaving my torso exposed. The kisses didn't stop, and then I removed her blouse, giving me a better view of her, which was already quite exciting. "You've been like this for a while," she said, her voice laced with excitement. She began to move in circles. I knew what she meant. I had been aroused for quite some time. We were lying on the bed, me underneath her. Her kisses weren't just on my neck anymore. She started to go lower. When she finished kissing, she brushed her body from my abdomen to my chest with hers. "Does this feel good?" I couldn't help but let a yes slip out between gasps. The excitement I had felt earlier took over, and now I was on top of her while she gave me a playful smile. I pulled her shorts off and began to touch her. I was inexperienced, yes, but she seemed to enjoy it. I don't even know when I did the same. I wasn't wearing my shorts anymore, just boxers, while she was in her panties. I started to explore her body with my lips. It was absolutely incredible. I took off the only clothing we had left, and just as I was about to enter, I opened my eyes. It was morning and the room was silent, only the sound of her calm breathing next to me. I turned to look at her, and she was sleeping peacefully beside me. Diamin, we fell asleep until dawn watching movies. I brought a hand to my face. I was sweating, and when I lifted the covers, I realized I was quite uncomfortable. I got up carefully, trying not to wake her. If she saw me like this, the situation would be very awkward. I practically ran to the bathroom. Once inside, I locked the door and looked at myself in the mirror. My cheeks were red, and my pupils were slightly dilated. For a moment, I recalled the scene from my dream and covered my mouth with my hand, trying to process what I had just dreamed. I sat on the toilet lid, needing to relieve my discomfort somehow. I pulled down my shorts and lowered my boxers just a bit. I didn't really like to do this, but it was necessary after a dream like that. I started to touch myself with one hand while covering my mouth with the other. When I finished, I cleaned up, washed my hands, and then washed my face and brushed my teeth. I returned to the room, and there she was, facing away from me as she made the bed. She turned around and I jumped. "Good morning," she said cheerfully, a smile on her face. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me, but I couldn't say anything about my dream, so I kept it to myself. I think I might have a little obsession with her. We were sitting on the floor in the living room, talking and munching on some snacks I found in the pantry. "All set," she said, moving away from me and handing me a mirror. I had 2 pigtails in my hair, and I looked a bit strange since I had never done that before. "They look good," I said, and she smiled as she popped a chip into her mouth. "Oh, I wanted to ask you something." "Anything but the divorce," I thought but obviously didn't say. "Sure, what is it?" "Well, since I got here, I haven't trained my body, and I don't think it would be a good idea to train here, so could you help me with my training? Sure, how can I help? I asked, wondering what I could do to assist her. Come on. She got up quickly, taking my hand to lead me to the backyard. I want to do some push-ups, but could you put some weight on me? On you? Could you add more weight? I'll only use 3% of my power for this. I nodded and searched for something to use. He had already positioned himself, and I found some of my father's manuals. They were large books, and I placed them on his back. He began while I watched, and it was impressive. With 4 manuals on him, it didn't seem to challenge him at all. I need more weight. This time I'll use 5%. But there's nothing heavier than those books, I said, and he lay back on the ground. I knew he was strong, but I still didn't think there was anything else out here. Me. You sit on top of me. I was taken aback, standing frozen in place. I looked at him, but he wasn't looking back. Instead, he was lying down, gazing in another direction. Did he really want me to climb on top of him? Okay, but I'm not responsible for the weight you feel on top of me. I laughed, surprised by his boldness. What happened to the shy Izu who felt a bit embarrassed asking for things like this? I'm a bad influence, straight face. I sat down a little nervously on his back. I heard him say, okay, and he started doing push-ups with me on top of him. At first, I was stiff and didn't move, but after a while, I found it fun. It was amusing to go up and down. When I was up, I stretched my feet, moving them a bit. After a while, I got off him without saying anything and went to the kitchen for some water. I returned to the patio with a glass in hand and called out to him, catching his attention. Do you want some? He nodded and came over to take the glass, drinking a bit. So, are you tired yet? I asked, and he shook his head, looking at me for a moment before smiling. Is there a park nearby? Yeah, why? Can we go? To hang out. I thought about it for a moment and then nodded. He stretched out his glass, and I took it to head back to the kitchen. I heard him rushing up the stairs. Since there was no one else in the house but us, I could hear the sound of water from the shower. I tidied up the kitchen a bit and then went to my room. A few minutes later, Izu walked in. As soon as I saw him, I got up from the bed, grabbed my bag, and we left my room. I locked the house, and we headed to the nearest park. It was a bit late, and it was just starting to get dark. When we arrived, the park was lit up, and we walked around for a while. Cotton candy? I asked, noticing a man walking around selling it. I don't want to make you spend your money, Izu said, scratching the back of his neck while smiling. Not at all, I still have some left. Let's go, I said, taking his hand to go to the vendor. I chose my cotton candy, and Izu picked a blue one. We walked away from the vendor after I paid and continued walking until we sat on a bench. I've had a lot of fun with you, Izu said, and I looked at him with a smile while eating my cotton candy. I feel the same way. Ever since you arrived, my life has become interesting, I mentioned, and he looked at me. When I came to your room and spent the night there, observing it better, I felt like I was looking at myself. Well, you're stuck to my wall and I have some figures of you, so I guess you saw yourself a lot, I laughed, and he shook his head while chuckling. He took my hand and I looked at him, surprised. His smile was still there, but he was staring deeply into my eyes. I don't usually make eye contact with anyone, and that made me very nervous. Considering it was the boy I had a crush on since I first saw him, I felt myself blush. No, you're not understanding. We're from different worlds. He started to blush while I continued to watch him. We're from different worlds, but I still feel something for you. I like you. I opened my eyes in surprise and pulled my hand away from his. I began to breathe heavily. Am I dreaming? If so, don't wake me up. He likes me? Wait. He likes me. How? Without writing it down on paper, he likes me. Take that past me. And without going to my desired reality and without writing it in my script. When I returned to the world outside my thoughts, the words, I like you, kept repeating in my head. I looked at Izu, who was blushing. So, what do you say? Aren't you going to say anything? I noticed from his voice that he was nervous about my response. He was playing with his fingers while starting to stammer. I thought for a moment, and even though I liked him a lot and it was no longer just a fictional crush, realizing that it was love and that I was in love, he was. Right? We were from different worlds. I took his hands and he looked at me. Izuku, I love you, Izuku. That's what I would have liked to say to him. We never talked about our feelings. I just imagined him saying that to me. So, did your power fade away? I asked. Yeah, it disappeared. I can't activate one for all. I can't even do a smash. Look. I did what he said. We were still in the park. He made a fist with his hands and then raised it with force, but nothing happened. But how? You had it when you arrived, I thought for a moment. Could it be because he doesn't belong here? Or because quirks don't exist here? We continued discussing that until it was very late. I suggested we head back home before it got darker, and that's what we did. When we got home, I went to my room and received a video call from my parents. I told Izu to be quiet. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I greeted the camera. Hi, sweetheart. How are you? Is everything okay? Letty, the neighbor, told me you came home with a boy. I got nervous. Letty was so nosy. Oh, it was Leo. Don't worry, Mom. You know Nancy's birthday is coming up, and he and I have planned a surprise party for her. Oh no, I almost forgot about Nancy's birthday. Oh, that's fine. It's getting late. You should sleep. Just don't stay up too late. We'll be there soon, okay? I nodded, said my goodbyes, and then hung up. Izuku Midoriya. I watched as she placed her phone on the nightstand next to the bed, then turned to me with a smile. She took off her shoes, sat on the bed, and gestured for me to do the same. Once we were seated, she looked at me. Are you tired? I shook my head and she smiled back. Perfect. Let's play for a while, okay? I nodded happily, and she showed me several hand games. They were fun. There was one called Pikachu, which was my favorite, even though it hurt a little. She laughed. He now rock, paper, scissors. You know this one, right? I tensed up immediately. She looked at me, confused, and touched my shoulder. Are you okay? It's fine if you don't know it, Izu. She smiled, and I could swear I blushed a little. I shook my head, and we played a calm game of rock, paper, scissors. Eventually, we started feeling a bit sleepy, so we decided to take a short nap. The next morning, I woke up to a phone call. Leonardo, it's 7 in the morning. What's going on? I know, but I need to see you. My parents aren't home and I interrupted him. No. What? No. No, Leonardo, not anymore. But please. It'll be quick, I promise, and you'll like it. I left the room. Dude, just don't let me dislike it again, and we won't do it together, I said as I grabbed a light jacket and put it on. I carefully entered my room and wrote a note for Deku. It's been a while since I wrote like this, I whispered to myself. I wrote that I had gone to Leo's house and would be back soon, of course, if he woke up before then. I slipped on some sandals and left the house to go to Leo's. I searched for the key hidden in his flower pot and opened the door, then placed it back in its spot before stepping inside. I went to Leo's room and opened the door. He wasn't wearing a shirt and was just in his boxers. Finally, you're here. He came over, took my shoulders, and sat me on the bed, positioning himself in front of me. I'm really not sure about this anymore. Please, you'll love it. I got up from the bed and rummaged through his drawers, tossing him clothes that he caught and quickly put on a t-shirt and some sweatpants. Okay, look. He opened one of his drawers, pulled out a piece of paper, and handed it to me. Pizza, a walk, amusement park, vacation, a friend outing, a gift of $100 from both of us. I read through each item on the list. What if we do a surprise party instead? Or a neon party, I suggested, watching as Leo wrote that down on the same paper. I know. A trip with friends. She'll love it, right? We kept deciding on a gift for Nancy, and I didn't realize how late it had gotten. It was already 9:30 a.m. Leo was sitting on the bed, and I jumped onto him, landing on the bed with me on top. Now what's got you all worked up? Leonardo, it's 9:30. And? I left Izu home alone. Come on, he's probably in a deep sleep right now. I thought about it for a moment. He might be right. I know. On her birthday, You should confess to Nancy. What? No, 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 no. Leo shook his head, and I pressed my hand against his chest to push the air out of him so he would stop talking and let me finish. Oh yes, yes, yes. That'll be my gift. I feel used, he said, still sitting beneath me. It didn't bother either of us. We were almost like siblings. But it's a good thing, right? Just imagine it, you and Nancy, alone. You confess and she comes closer to you. Stop. I'm getting nervous just thinking about it. He covered his face with both hands while I laughed. I got off him and grabbed my jacket. Well, just think about it. We'll go camping. After all, she wants to experience that kind of thing. I was about to open the door when Leo's voice stopped me. Hey, do you think it's a good idea? I looked at him. Of course. See you later. I waved goodbye and left his room to head for the door and go home. When I got home, I opened the door and went to my room. I was pleasantly surprised to find Izuku still asleep. I smiled tenderly and went to the bed to cover him up. The sheets were almost thrown off. I headed to the kitchen to prepare some breakfast for both of us. Izuku was still asleep. I didn't blame him. He had stayed up watching Naruto on my computer yesterday. I tidied up the house a bit while listening to Few no Hanashir from the anime Given. It's an appealing song that made me cry, especially with Mifuyu's voice in the background saying, "You would die for me, and I miss you." I cried. I heard the doorbell ring and paused the next song, then went to open the door. When I opened it, I found a little girl and Mrs. Letty. Good morning. Good morning, dear. I heard a while back that you babysit. I knew where Mrs. Letty was going with this. Yes, why? I replied, I'm a bit busy right now and I don't think. She interrupted me. I'll pay you $650. And you want me to babysit now? I said with a smile. Sorry, but the money really convinced me. Perfect. Mari, she'll take care of you today, okay? Donna Letty handed me a backpack and I took it. Take small steps, I said, and the little girl looked at Letty before taking tiny steps. This is my granddaughter, Mariana, but we call her Mari. I really need to leave now, thank you so much. If only you knew I'm doing this for the 650, but maybe we'll have fun together, I replied. Don't worry, Sonora Letty, I added. I'll come back for her later. She has her toys and some notebooks in her backpack so she can draw if she wants. See you later. She said her goodbyes and I put my headphones around my neck. Still holding the broom, I made my way to the sofa where the little one was sitting. Hi, Mari, my name is and I hope we can get along really well, I smiled and she shyly returned the smile. Do you want to watch something on TV? I handed her the remote, and still a bit shy, she took it. I gave her one last smile and continued with my chores. Mari was entertained by the television while I loaded clothes into the washing machine. When I finished, I sat down next to her. What's that? I asked, noticing a little girl with curly hair on the screen. Mirabelle, it's called Encanto. Sorry, I saw the app on the TV and there were a lot of movies. Oh, don't worry, little one. I have little cousins your age, and that's what that app is for, I explained, and the movie started. I remembered it well. I loved that movie when I first saw it. Who is he? She asked, looking at me and then glancing at the stairs. Izuku was yawning and just putting on his shirt. Sorry, he quickly threw on his shirt and then smiled sheepishly. Oh, who is she? He asked. She's Mari, I'm taking care of her today. He made a face and pointed to a spot next to me. I nodded and he sat down beside me. I turned on the subtitles for the movie so he could understand and then hit play. Please don't tell your grandma, Mari, I whispered, and she nodded in agreement. A while later, we were at the part of the movie where Mirabelle sings about a magical gift. Mari, Izuku, and I were all paying attention. Please, someone help me understand if there's something magical in me, something magical. Mirabelle sang, and I glanced at Izuku out of curiosity. We were munching on cereal instead of popcorn. Izuku was staring intently at the TV. Thinking about it, Mirabelle doesn't have a gift, and that song is about whether she'll ever have one. I noticed a tiny tear escape from his eye. I placed my hand on his back, rubbing it gently to get him to look at me. I smiled and he returned the gesture. When the movie ended, I cleared the plates, and Izuku washed them for me. A few minutes later, I lent Izu my phone since he wanted to talk to Mari, but she didn't understand him, so he used the translator my dad downloaded. I went to the laundry room and put the wet clothes in the dryer. When I came out, I saw Izu happily painting with Mari. They looked so cute and sweet together. Before long, I joined them, and while we chatted, the doorbell rang. I went to open it, and what a surprise I got. Nancy, my best friend, had arrived. Finally, after such a long time, I see you again. I had so much fun, but I felt an emptiness here, she said, pointing to her heart. I missed you too. Stop it, I'm blushing. And if I blush, I'll kiss you, I joked, and we both laughed. I invited her in, and she looked around my house as she usually did. By the way, I'm taking care of a little girl, just so you know. Nothing changes around here, except that, she pointed at Izu. How cute. Whose child is he? Don't tell me you're taking care of him too. Oh, he is, I started, but she didn't let me explain and rushed over to greet him like she did with almost everyone. Nancy Vireo. And which candy shop did you escape from, cutie? She introduced herself, extending her hand. I moved closer to both of them and hugged Izu, bringing his head closer to me. Back off, homewrecker. She made a face and placed her hand on her chest in mock indignation. How dare you? But seriously, who is he? If he's your crush, I'm not getting involved, okay? She said casually. He's Izuku Midoriya. He's staying at my place. Izu, this is Nancy, my best friend. I smiled and he greeted her. Nancy, he doesn't speak Spanish but understands a bit. He gets what you say in English. Oh, that's fine. After that, while Nancy played with Mari in the living room, Izu and I were cooking. It was 3 in the afternoon. Once we finished cooking and eating, I was folding the laundry, and Nancy was chatting with me. How? He's staying at your house and in your room? And you haven't taken advantage of those opportunities. I shook my head and told her I liked him, but I didn't mention where he came from. She would judge me as crazy. Well, take advantage of it. No, I'm not like you, Nancy. I'd regret it immediately. I'm not as bold as you. Oh, but don't be in the comments on Wattpad because there, you reveal all your secrets. It's different. I do it anonymously, and no one knows me in person. Yeah, right. Yesterday, Leo told me he once found you in a pretty compromising position in his room with that Izuku. She looked at me, raising an eyebrow, and I felt embarrassed. It wasn't what it seemed, I swear. It hadn't even crossed my mind. I revealed, and she burst into laughter. But you want to... Enough. My face was completely red, and I focused on folding the clothes. I heard the door to my room open, and there was Izu with Mari holding hands. Hi, Mari. I put the clothes away while looking at the little girl. I made this, and I hope you like it, Mari said, extending a sheet of paper. It was a drawing. Apparently, it was me, Izu, Nancy, and her. I smiled tenderly and took it carefully. It's very lovely, thank you. I placed the drawing on the nightstand. Chapter 14. A few days had passed, and Nancy's party was getting closer. What struck me as odd was that Mom had sent me a message saying they would arrive in a week, but she hadn't called since. Come on, please, please. I was trying to convince Izu to join us at a party at one of Leo's aunt's houses, which had a pool. But the scars on my arms extend to my back, and they look bad, he replied. Of course not. I told you that doesn't matter. What's important is that you come and have fun. If anyone says anything, Leo, Nancy, and I will defend you. I already told you those scars make you look really cute, and they suit you perfectly. Now smile, Izu, and get your things ready. I said with a smile, and he chuckled a bit before I grabbed a towel and tossed it into my backpack. I had packed towels, a change of clothes, sunscreen, sunglasses, and I think that was everything. Once I had everything, I would meet up with Nancy, and Izu would stay with Leo. I think they were going to buy Izu a swimsuit. We left the house to go to Leo's, where I rang the doorbell, and his mother answered. It was strange that she wasn't at work. I walked in, followed by Izu, and when we reached Leo's room, I knocked before entering. I was surprised to see Nancy there. Hey, she greeted. You sent me a message saying you'd be at home first, so I came to go to the mall and buy a swimsuit too. Are you guys going to buy a swimsuit? Why didn't you tell us? Why don't we go together? Suggested Leo, but Nancy shook her head. Of course not, let's go. She took my hand. Leo, Izu, we'll see you at the place, I said before Nancy pulled me completely out of the room, and we rushed down the stairs. We quickly said goodbye to her mother and practically ran to the nearby mall. When we arrived, I was breathing a bit heavily from the sprint. Come on, there are some great swimsuits around here. She grabbed my hand again, but this time we walked normally. After a while, Nancy was showing me different swimsuits. What about this one? Too covered up, I sighed at the comment. But most of them will be older women. Exactly. They're more judgmental. I at least want to show off a little. We searched through a bunch of bikinis since none of them appealed to her. In the end, she settled on a green one with pink polka dots. And what swimsuit are you going to wear? None. Actually, I'm going to wear a big purple shirt I have and some shorts. Is that the purple shirt you wear to sleep? I nodded. No way. Leo has some really cute cousins and I'm sure they'll be there. But we're going to a party, not the beach. I don't care. Let's find one for you, okay? I thought about it for a moment. I didn't really want to, but I also did. Plus, I didn't want my shirt to get ruined by the chlorine. Fine. We started looking for a swimsuit, and even though I refused many times about the two-piece, she always found some that were really pretty. In the end, we settled on one where the bottom was a skirt, the top was a pastel blue, and the skirt was pink with blue tones. After paying, we left and headed to my house since it was nearby. We went to my room. I think you should put on the swimsuit under the clothes you have on now. Why? It'll be easier, and you won't take forever in the bathroom. She was right. I was facing away, looking at my posters while she put on the swimsuit under her clothes. Okay, now let me go. I'll wait for you downstairs, she said, and I watched her leave the room. I took off my shirt and the bra I was wearing to quickly put on the swimsuit and put my shirt back on. I took off the shorts I had on and put on the swimsuit bottoms, packed everything back into my backpack, and left my room. Nancy and I returned to Leo's house, where he was already waiting for us outside. We got into the car, and his mother drove us to the venue. When we arrived, we greeted everyone and sat at a table, wanting to eat some sweets before going in. The music started, and we could finally grab cups of candy. I went for some, just like the other three. I took a cup of peanuts, Deku got gummy bears, Nancy took some sour candies, and Leo had a cup of spicy peanuts. Hey, I want to get in, Leo said. Then go ahead, Nancy replied, and Leo turned to Izu. What about you, Deku? Let's go get in the pool. Izu seemed to think about it for a moment and then nodded. Are you coming? We'll be there in a minute, I smiled, and he and Leo went to the bathrooms to change. After a while, they came out, and Leo dove in while Deku sat at the edge with his shirt still on. You guys are silly, you even forgot the towels, Nancy said, and I laughed. Let's take them to them, we might as well get a splash in too. Yep. I grabbed my backpack to open it and take out the 2 towels. When I reached the pool area, I set the towels down in a spot to keep them dry. Nancy, next to me, took off her shorts and shirt before slowly stepping into the water. I went over to Izu, playfully pushing him a little to scare him, and sat down next to him. I thought you were going to jump in, Izu laughed just like I did. Are you going to get in with your shirt on? I don't know. He averted his gaze while I watched Leo and Nancy start playing with a ball. Take off that shirt and come play. You too, Deku. Come play. They both shouted. I'm coming. I took off my shirt and tossed it aside before stepping into the water. It was a bit cold, but it felt refreshing. For now, I wasn't going to get my hair wet. I swam a little to keep warm, then approached Izuku, grabbing him by the feet. Come on, get in. Let's play. You can go in with your shirt on, I encouraged him. He started moving his feet back and forth, and since I was holding on to them, I began to rock him gently. He smiled, and I loved seeing that, so I didn't say anything. He took off his shirt and threw it where I had tossed mine. I released his legs, stepping back a bit to give him room to get into the water. That's it. When he jumped in, I hugged him, He had probably overcome his insecurity in that moment. I took his hand to lead him over to where Leo and Nancy were still playing. We moved slowly through the water, and when we arrived, we joined in the fun with the ball. Before long, Leo suggested we play a game of wrestling, where you climb on top of your partner, and the other player does the same, and those on top have to try to knock each other down. Nancy and I teamed up while Leo and Izuku did the same. I was on the bottom, and Nancy was on top. It was easier to lift her because of the water. Nancy started pushing Izuku, who was on top of Leo. In the end, Izuku won, and Leo celebrated. Nightfall came quickly. The four of us had gotten out of the pool several times, as well as jumped back in. Nancy was sitting on the edge of the pool, sipping a soda, with Leo keeping her company. Izuku and I were a bit further away from them. Most people had left the pool, and only about 7 of us remained. I was in front of him, trying to fix his hair, though it was really just an excuse to look at his face. He was so cute. Sometimes I wonder if there's anyone with cuter freckles than yours, I thought. Or did I say it out loud? Oh no, did I really just say that? Ugh, if only I could learn to be less of a fool. Thanks, though I doubt it, he replied, smiling at me. This boy makes me so nervous. Izuku Midoriya was right in front of me, and hearing what he said made me happy, even if it wasn't a big deal. Wait, it wasn't just what he said, it was who said it. I like being with you, I said, and he seemed surprised by my words. He still had his hands in my hair, moving his fingers gently. I couldn't help but glance at his lips. They looked wet from the water and slightly pink. I wanted to kiss him. I had to kiss him, but what if he got upset? What if he didn't mind? As silly as it sounds, I thought, to hell with being shy. Despite my doubts and worries about what would happen next, I leaned in closer to him, wrapping my arms around his waist and bringing him closer. With my other hand, I brushed my fingers along his cheek. We were just inches apart. There was no turning back now, Midoriya Izuku. I repeated to myself before finally pressing my lips against his, initiating a kiss that was returned just seconds later. Izuku Midoriya. The kiss felt amazing to me, but it was awkward knowing that the girl I liked was kissing her best friend, who was also my friend. It was hard to imagine that it wasn't him kissing her, but me taking his place. It's sad to fall in love for the first time and have your heart broken. Izuku Midoriya. I didn't expect to respond to my kiss, but it was incredible that she did. Go best friend, we heard Nancy, his friend, shout, and we pulled away a little, both of us blushing. She looked away, and I did too while touching my lips. Shut up, I heard Leo say, and I turned to see him covering Nancy's mouth as they both got out of the pool. It was just the two of us left. I was about to touch S' shoulder to get her attention, but she turned around quickly, making me jump in my spot. Before you regret the kiss, I want to tell you that I like you. Don't regret this moment, she said softly, but I managed to hear her. Regret it? I wouldn't regret a kiss that I initiated. Besides, I've wanted to for a while because you also, like me, I stammered, feeling slightly nervous, so I played with my hands under the water. I looked up to see her watching me with what I hoped was excitement and love. She had a small smile that gradually grew bigger. Before I could react, she jumped into my arms to kiss me again. When we separated, she whispered something in my ear. I know it's soon, but be my boyfriend, Izuku. To me, you'll be like the limited figure of all might that very few can get, which is very special, and I will love you with all my heart. Her words made me blush deeply, and she noticed since she was separated from me. I shyly accepted. Yes. She jumped back into my arms, pulling us both underwater, and we surfaced while laughing. The plan worked. I was so happy. Happy doesn't even begin to describe how I felt at that moment. Mom, I'm someone now. I won. Leo and Nancy suddenly emerged from some bushes, startling me. I knew it. Ha ha. Leo shouted, pointing at us. Guys, change already. We're leaving, we heard Leo and Nancy's mom yell. They ran off carefully to change. Come on, Izu, it's time to go. I swam to the stairs to get out of the water, looked back and saw him swimming toward me as well. Even though I didn't want to, a smile escaped my lips. So many times I had imagined different scenarios in my head before he came into my life. It's incredible how it's now real. When I got home, I went to look for clothes to change, but first, I would take a shower. I'm going to shower, okay? I'll be out soon so you can go in, I said. He nodded with a smile, and I practically ran to the bathroom. Inside, I leaned against the door to hold back a scream of excitement. Finally, I'm his girlfriend. I bit my lip to suppress the fangirl scream that threatened to escape. After showering, I came out to let Izu know he could go in. He followed my cue and went to shower. A while later, I was spreading out the blankets to lie down and sleep. I was lying on the bed, looking at my phone when I felt someone lie down next to me. I looked to my side and found Izu, who was covering himself with the blankets. If someone told me I was looking at him like he was the eighth wonder of the world, I would believe them. But what's happening to me? I'm not cheesy. No. But sometimes it doesn't hurt. What's wrong? Don't tell me I have something on my face, he said, starting to use his hands to wipe his face, and I laughed. You don't have anything. I was just looking at you. Now I don't have to do it discreetly. I fell silent as soon as I said that, covering my mouth with one hand in embarrassment. He laughed at me and removed my hand with his. If we're being honest, I was doing the same. What? Yes. Can I hug you when we go to sleep? He asked, and I smiled sweetly. Of course you can, you don't need to ask me that. I knew Izu wouldn't be the one to take the first step. I mean, he wouldn't have the courage to do it. I felt like he would get really nervous or shy. I kissed him on the forehead, and he hugged me, pulling me close, and soon after, we dozed off a bit. Chapter end. The next morning, I woke up as usual, but something felt different. I felt the arms of a certain green-haired boy wrapped around me. I looked at the clock. It was 11 a.m. As I moved a little, I felt him tighten his grip. I turned to see him. He was still asleep. With one of my hands, I caressed his cheek. If this is a dream, please don't wake me up. As soon as he felt my touch, he began to open his eyes. I smiled and he seemed surprised, pulling his arms away from me. I'm sorry, he apologized while still lying down, and I laughed. Why are you apologizing? You have every right to do that. I gave him a kiss on the cheek, and he placed his hand where I kissed him, turning a bit red. I thought it was just a dream, he said. I laughed a little, and this time I hugged him, snuggling into his chest. We stayed like that for a while, and at 11:30, we got out of bed to make something to eat. There's something I've always wanted to know. What is it? How is Bakugu? I mean, I know he became arrogant when he activated his quirk, but why? Nobody knows, but since his body generates nitroglycerin, which is a dangerous and explosive chemical, I concluded that because of that, he started to act like this. Your body is supposed to adapt to your quirk, he explained, and I nodded. Can I tell you a little secret? I asked. He nodded. It's actually about Bakugu. It might surprise you a bit. That seemed to interest him more, so I began to speak. Horikoshi, his creator, practically his father here, was going to create Bakugu as a kind and gentle boy, and when he insulted others, it would be involuntary. Oh, I almost forgot your name. It wasn't going to be Katsuki, it was actually going to be Gogo, and I was going to protect you. I turned my gaze to Izuku, who was looking at me with wide eyes, and I noticed him blink a little. But why didn't it happen that way? He dismissed the idea because it seemed boring. Oh, and you were supposed to be named Yamakumo, I think that was it, and your hair would be black. I prefer Izuku and my hair just the way it is. I took my phone and searched for Gogo Bakugu, and a ton of images popped up. Look, here they are. It's an unofficial drawing, but it's what they were supposed to be. The image surprised him, and I handed my phone to him so he could see it better. I can't believe how different we look. Yep, you were supposed to be in a suit, and Bakugu was going to wear a light sweater and a red tie. I liked Bakugu's prototype, but the current one is also great and has had a lot of development. I said as I took a sip of Coca-Cola from my cup, and Izuku handed me my phone back. Oh, and even though I love Yamakumo's outfit, I prefer you. I smiled, watching as Izuku blushed. It was cute to see him like that. Days had passed since the two young people became a couple. They had much more trust in each other than before, and everything was lovely in their relationship. Izuku continued staying at Leo's house when his parents returned. And although everything seemed to be going beautifully, which it was, every moment eventually comes to an end. Leo, Nancy, Izuku, and I were eating near a lake, and they decided to go camping in a nice place where not many people went. Friends, lake, marshmallows, cookies, cake, brownies, and gifts. What more could this simple mortal ask for? Leo and I laughed. Izuku had learned Spanish very well, but he still wasn't perfect at it. By the way, how's your relationship going? Nancy asked, and just as I was about to respond, Leo spoke up first. Have you guys done anything yet? He asked with a mischievous look while covering his mouth, trying not to laugh. Izuku and I just blushed with embarrassment. That question made me throw a small stone at Leo, causing him to complain. Context? Nancy was confused. She hadn't understood what Leo had said. It's nothing really. As I said that, it was as if Leo automatically stood up and whispered something in Nancy's ear, making her burst out laughing. Please ask her. I say yes, she reads very interesting things. I threw a small stone at the birthday girl. Just because she reads it doesn't mean anything. I was dying of embarrassment from what my friends were making me feel. Suddenly, that moment was interrupted by a strong gust of wind that nearly swept away the tents. Out of nowhere, a blinding light appeared and vanished just as quickly. When the teenagers opened their eyes, they found themselves facing a portal like something out of a movie. What is that? Leo stammered while Nancy stood behind him. A dimensional portal? Izuku said, placing a hand in front of me to protect me. And what's a portal doing here? Leo shouted as he saw someone coming out of it. It can't be. They're aliens. They're coming to invade us. It was nice to meet you, Leo, Nancy said, scared like everyone else. But Leo, Izuku, and I calmed down after seeing who was coming out of the portal. However, that calm didn't last long as they remembered why they were in that place. Midoriya, we finally found you. Midoriya Shounen. All Might shouted as he approached Izuku and hugged him. Is this real too? Leo asked curiously, carefully touching All Might with his index finger and looking at it in amazement. It's real. Real? Never mind. You guys, who are you and where are we? Aizawa asked, using his power, but it was useless since they didn't have any powers. This is Leo and she's Nancy. We're normal people and we're in your country. We're really far from Japan. It doesn't matter, the portal will only stay open for a few minutes. Come on, Midoriya Shounen. All Might walked toward the portal, but when he saw that Izuku wasn't moving, he turned to look at him. What's wrong? All Might, I want to go back, but I don't want to leave my friends. I don't want to leave her. I smiled sadly as I looked at him, stepping closer to hug him. Don't worry about us. I don't want you to go, but they need you in your world. I'll watch over you, you know how. I laughed a little as I spoke. It makes me sad that you won't be here anymore, but we've had such appealing moments together. Besides, you were my first boyfriend, and it was a lovely experience. I love you, Izuku. But you have to go. He tightened his grip on me as small tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Even though he didn't want to let go of the hug, he did so slowly and moved toward the portal, stopping just inches away to turn and look at the girl he loved. No, I'm sorry. I'm not sure I can go. I gathered my courage and walked over to him. Izuku. That was all I said before kissing him. It was a long kiss, and even though everyone was watching, we didn't care. Afterward, we separated. I love you too. Don't hate me for doing this. Doing what? What are you talking about? I pushed him toward the portal. He couldn't stay there. There were so many people he could help with the power he had worked hard to gain, and I wasn't going to stop him. I complained as soon as my backside hit the hard ground. When I opened my eyes, I found my friends looking at me with expressions of concern and relief. Deku-kun, are you okay? Uraraka was the first to speak, hugging me, and soon everyone joined in. As soon as I reacted, I quickly got up from the ground, looking at everyone. Where is she? I asked, but everyone seemed confused. Who are you talking about, Midoriya? This time it was Ida who spoke to me. Where is she? Did she come in? Where did she fall? I asked, still alarmed, and I saw Todoroki approaching me, along with Kaken. Who are you talking about, Midoriya? Who the hell are you talking about? You disappear for 4 whole months without a word, and then you show up like nothing happened, and now you're surprised? You should be more worried about your mother, you idiot. I received a light smack from her, rubbed my arm a bit, and then remembered that she had pushed me to the portal. She pushed me. Does that mean I won't see her again? No, that's not going to happen. I left the dorms with my friends shouting behind me. I didn't care what they were yelling. I headed straight home, using my power to get there faster. Apparently, when I returned, I got it back. As soon as I got home, I knocked on the door several times, hoping my mother would answer. I heard the sound of the lock turning, and finally saw my mother's figure on the other side. The moment I saw her, I hugged her tightly. Izuku? You came back. I heard my mother start to sob, and I couldn't help but do the same. I'm back, Mom. We entered the house and talked. I tried to explain everything that had happened, which only made her cry more. I hated seeing my mom cry. Eventually, she calmed down, and I told her everything that had occurred in the other world. You met new people who were very kind to you, and you even fell in love. I'm so happy for you, Izuku. Thanks, Mom, but I probably won't see her again. I lowered my head and she lifted it back up. Don't say that, Zuzu. If you really care about her, you could try to see her again. After all, Aizawa-sen managed to come for you from his world, right? But at least let me know and don't just disappear. She crossed her arms and looked away. I chuckled and hugged her again. Of course, Ma. And if you can bring her here, I want to meet my daughter-in-law, and I'm sure she'll want to meet her mother-in-law, right? I laughed. She definitely would want to meet everyone. If only she were here. Hours passed and we heard a knock at the door. I went to open it, and it was Aizawa-sensei, looking like he wanted to kill me, probably because of my escape from the dorms. Aizawa-sensei. I'm sorry for running off, but I was interrupted by Aizawa's hand held up in front of me. I understand, Midoriya, but you need to return to the dorms. You're allowed to stay at home tonight, but you must come back in the morning. With everything that's happened, you'll need to catch up. I sighed and nodded at what he said. He handed me a bag, and when I opened it, I found my uniform inside. He left me alone with my mother again. She made my favorite meal, and we talked a lot. I really missed her. The next day, I woke up before 8 and got ready to go back to the academy. As I stepped out of my old room and headed to the kitchen, Mom already had breakfast ready, along with a big smile. After finishing breakfast and saying goodbye to her, I left the house to head to the academy. When I walked in, everyone was staring at me. And when I say everyone, I mean everyone. Some were whispering, others just watched me, and I could swear some were even following me, which was a bit creepy. I jumped when a girl suddenly appeared in front of me. Are you Izuku Midoriya? The boy who traveled to another dimension? I saw a huge smile on her face, and I just tilted my head. The boy who traveled to another dimension? I don't know what you're talking about. No? But everyone knows you now. The girl kept talking, but I didn't pay much attention. As soon as I could, I escaped from her and headed to my classroom. Upon entering, the stares were back on me. Midoriya. Kaminari rushed over to me. You worried us. We thought you'd run off to who knows where again. Classes went by faster than usual, and soon we were in the cafeteria. Wasn't there a girl who was an expert at making those kinds of things? You know, creating machines and all that? She was the one who faced Ida-san at the sports festival. I thought about what Uraraka had said, but then a few girls approached me, looking nervous. They handed me some letters, and I just looked at them, confused. Midoriya-kun, can we go out today? I was taken aback. This was more common for Kaken and Todoroki. I had no idea how to turn down a girl. Kaken would politely decline, and Todoroki would get really confused, but he'd turn them down just like Kaken. Should I do the same? No, I'm sorry, I don't want to, and besides, I have a girlfriend. I tried to be as polite as possible, and the girls nodded and left, looking a bit sad. It was true, I had a girlfriend, and at no point had she broken up with me. Hatsum-san. Uraraka shouted, causing Ida, Todoroki, and me to nearly drop our food. Hatsum? Handsome. Of course, she could help me. Thank you so much, Uraraka. I quickly got up from my seat and headed to the room where she was. I was about to open the door when an explosion did it for me. I felt a weight on top of me, and when I opened my eyes, I found her. We had repeated what had happened the first time we met, but now I didn't feel nervous, even though she was dressed the same way. I didn't feel at all like I did the first time. Oh, Deku-san. She got up and immediately helped me. What brings you here? She asked, hands on her hips, smiling while wiping her face a bit. Well, Handsome-san, I don't know if you can make a dimensional portal. She tilted her head, and I could swear it was like the girl from the movie, The Exorcist, that my friend and I watched together. A dimensional portal? She laughed while inviting me in, and I explained why I wanted it. Although she hesitated a bit, she eventually agreed. And so we began to build the machine that would bring us back together. Just wait, I'm coming for you. Do you know what's going on with Midoriya? Oh, well, I'm not exactly sure what you mean. Of course you know. It's about how he's been spending almost every day at that workshop, even on Saturdays and Sundays, Mina explained to me. Oh, that. Well, I haven't talked much about it with him. He just told me he's trying to reconnect with the other dimension and is working on something with Handsome-san, I said, and everyone looked at me in surprise. What? Isn't that dangerous? A few months ago, we defeated the League of Villains, a huge threat. What if that portal gets out of control? I shook my head at what Mina said, causing her to look at me in disbelief. I know it won't. But don't tell anyone. He confided in me that he fell in love in the other world. He said only his mom and I knew about it, oh, and Aizawa-sensei and All Might. But what about you? I tilted my head in confusion. Me? Yes, weren't you in love with him? I nodded. So then? Are you telling me he fell in love with a girl from another universe in just a few months, and not with you, who has been by his side since classes started? But Mina, I can't control who he falls in love with. He's free, and when I ask him about her, a smile lights up his face, his eyes sparkle, and he's filled with hope. It's really sweet to see how she makes him feel that way. I wouldn't want to ruin that by telling him I like him. What would I gain from that? Nothing. I'd just be rejected, and our friendship would be ruined. Mina and Siu looked at me with sad smiles, but I smiled normally. Besides, it's clear he's very much in love with her. He's even doing something to go to her or be with her wherever she is. That's really sweet of him. I wouldn't want to ruin that. I wouldn't dare. The girl hasn't shown herself to be a bad person since she's not even here to prove otherwise. Plus, for him to have fallen for her, she must be a kind and lovely girl, but also funny. Although I'm not sure, if you asked me, I'd love to meet her. Maybe we could even become friends someday. I smiled, and the girls hugged me before we continued talking and eating normally. I felt really good discussing this with them. I feel horrible, and not just physically but mentally too. Ever since Aiza left, my life has been turned upside down. It's straightened out, flipped again, and now it's worse. My dad had an accident and is in critical condition. He's been in a coma for these past 8 weeks, and even though the doctors have lost hope for him to wake up, my mom hasn't, and neither have I. I know he will wake up. During this time, I've also learned some things about my mom. Friend, please come out of your room, okay? It was Nancy, knocking on the door with no response. I'm going to kick it down. Leo shouted. My mom had stayed at the hospital. Go ahead, I don't care. Oh yeah? I heard a thud followed by Nancy's scream. Don't do it, you idiot. What's wrong with you? She told me she was fine. And you believe her? I was lying on my bed, hugging a pillow. I know you're feeling bad, but we're here for you. We'll support you with anything. You just have to tell us, okay? Anything? If that's the case, could you leave? I want to be alone. Please, open the door, I heard Leo say. I need a hug, but not from them. I've had enough. I want one from him. If he were here, he'd hug me tightly, right? We're your friends. Let us support you right now, just like you do for us. I heard Nancy speak, then Leo. Yes, remember when my goldfish, Panfilo, died? That happened when we were little, and I cried a lot over him, and you comforted me. Let me comfort you now. My dad hasn't died, Leonardo. I know, but I interrupted him. Panfilo has nothing to do with this. He's dead. My dad is still alive. He's still alive. I couldn't help but let everything I said come out in sobs because it was real. I was crying, holding back tears, but it didn't last long before they began to roll down my cheeks, soaking the pillow. We know, but if you really want to be alone right now, we understand. We'll leave, just let us know if you need anything, Nancy said, and then I heard footsteps walking away from my room. I couldn't help but think of those incredible moments with my dad, the time I started to like anime, and he supported me by buying me manga to make me happy, when he made the joke about the wall, when he got excited seeing me in a new cosplay, when I told him about Izu, and he got sad but encouraged me. All those moments just made me cry more. I need you both, Izuku and you, right now. The young protagonist of this story was in the hospital surrounded by her friends. This would be the last time she would see him, and that hurt her. She approached the bed to squeeze her father's hand. I'm sorry, Daddy. Mom has made a decision, and it wasn't easy for either of us. I hope you watch over us from wherever you are going to be. She stopped talking as soon as she saw the doctor and the nurses enter the room. Come here, my life, her mother said, extending her arms to hug her daughter. The others left the room, and Lara held her daughter tightly. It wasn't easy for either of them to disconnect from their husband and father. Time passed, and she felt much better compared to a few months ago. Hi, Daddy, happy Father's Day, she said, blowing a kiss as she placed a white rose in front of her father's ashes. From the beginning, he had preferred to be cremated rather than buried, saying that this way, if her mother brought another man home, he could still keep an eye on things. The young woman walked to her room, and just as her father had said, she covered the walls with posters of various series, movies, and animes. Izuku Midoriya. These past months, I haven't given up on building that portal, and although it was complicated, we almost succeeded. Aizawa and the principal found out about my little project, but they trusted me and ultimately let me go ahead with it. Deku-san, pass me that piece, the only one missing. I handed the piece to Hatsum. We had planned from the start that it wouldn't be a huge portal. We created a sort of control that would open the portal on any surface by pulling a lever. There were many failed attempts, but we managed to create a communicator that we could use in other dimensions. As I mentioned before, there were many failed attempts, and I mean we couldn't find the dimension of. There was one dimension with people fighting titans. They had arrived in our world first, and then we ended up in theirs through the failed portal. We learned new things, and their world was a bit crueler than ours. We met some very kind agents, but that's not the topic. I got sidetracked. Ready, I said, turning to see Hatsum, who was wiping her forehead. Ready? Yep, ready, it's finished, and if it works, we'll find out now. Hatsum took the device and pointed it at the wall, her face lighting up with a big smile as she turned it on. Please let it work, please. I watched as the device shot a beam of light at the wall. I prepared myself by putting on my headphones, and Hatsum did the same. As I saw the portal open, I took one last look at Hatsum, and she nodded. I ran toward the portal and jumped in. As I did, I didn't stop running and collided with something. I touched what was in front of me. It seemed like a door? I wasn't sure. Everything was dark. When I found the doorknob, I turned it. I closed my eyes against the light that hit my face, but seconds later, I opened them and looked around. A smile spread across my face as I saw S room. There were more posters than before. Hatsum to Midoriya, she shouted through the earpiece. I'm here. Is everything okay? Yes, keep it open. I closed the door. It turned out to be the closet. Seeing the room again brought back memories, and my smile widened as I watched open the door and close it again. She still hadn't looked at me, as her gaze was fixed on her phone. Izu. Hi. I smiled and she ran to hug me. Chapter end. The young woman shared everything that had happened since he left her world. Izu felt a wave of sadness wash over him, as he had always liked her father quite a bit. Oh, so Leo went back to Japan for an exchange program? Yep, and Nancy went to London for an exchange too. Meanwhile, I'm still here, working and studying to support Mom. Sometimes we go on trips since Leo's mother taught me a lot about clothing design. Now, I'm a makeup artist for her models. She smiled, causing Izuku to smile back, but his grin faded as soon as he heard Hatsume's voice on the other end of the line. I have to tell you something. Sure, what is it? I have to go back, but you can come with me. The young woman was left speechless. She didn't know exactly what to say. I'd love to go with you, but what about Mom, Leo, and Nancy? I can't just leave them here. I don't want to leave Mom alone now. You don't have to decide right now. I'll give you time, okay? Your mother can come with us. You and I can live together in my world. To her, it was a huge proposition. All right. Will you come back? Of course I will. I'll come back as many times as it takes to see you again. She smiled, cupping his face in her hands and planting a kiss on his lips. He definitely missed those kisses. Okay. As they pulled away from the kiss, Izuku walked over to the closet door and opened it with a smile. He took one last look at the young woman, who was smiling and waving goodbye. See you, Izu. He nodded and stepped through, leaving her world behind once more. What am I going to do? Come on, you're 17, you can make a decision. But my whole life, others have made decisions for me. What am I supposed to do? The girl collapsed onto her bed, her hands covering her face. Should I go to his world or stay here? Oh, Izu, why do you put such a decision on me? I love you, but is it the best choice? He didn't even tell me how many days I'd have to think about it. Should I ask Mom? We already have a life here. I have a good job with Leo's mother, and things are going well. If I keep this up, I'll be a designer, but I love him. I don't know what to think. He told me my mother could come, but I have my best friends here. I will definitely miss the strange situations that arise from Leo and Nancy's fashion crises. I couldn't think about it any longer, so I left my room and headed to Mom's. I knocked and she let me in. Hi, sweetheart. What do you need? I looked at her bed, which was covered in papers about dress designs and other things. I moved closer to sit on the edge of the bed. Mom, if you had to choose between staying here or going to another place where everything is a little better, would you leave? What's with that question? Nothing, I saw it in a video. But answer me honestly. Well, the person I loved is gone, and there's nothing that really matters to me in this world, except for you, dear. She placed her hand on my cheek, gently stroking it before continuing. So, I'd probably leave this place and travel to the other. So, you would go to the other universe? She laughed and gave me a light punch on the shoulder. Yes. I lowered my head, thinking for a moment before getting up from the bed and returning to my room, closing the door behind me. Okay, your mother says she would leave here, and I don't think there's a problem with going to Japan. You know how to speak the language, and so does your mother. I was debating with myself. But you'd be abandoning your friends? They'll understand me, right? I hesitated, and that other part of me spoke up. Do degrees count in the other world? And so I continued my inner debate for a long while. Days passed, and just as he said he would, Izuku returned to her world with a few gadgets in his yellow backpack. Hello again. He greeted her with a smile as she entered his room. Startled by his sudden appearance, she instinctively pointed the needle she was holding at him. Oh, it's you. You almost gave me a heart attack. She placed the needle on her desk. That brought back some memories. He chuckled, and so did she. So, what did you decide? Are you coming with me? He asked hopefully. Yes, he was hopeful that his girlfriend would choose him and his world, even though he knew perfectly well that abandoning her entire life would be difficult for her. He was anxious for her answer. Would she choose him? Or would she stay there? She had previously spoken with her friends, who advised her to decide with her heart and mind, weighing the pros and cons of traveling to his world. Whatever her decision, they would support her. In the end, she made a choice. I'll go with you. Well, we'll go together. My mother will come too. He couldn't help but smile as he rushed over to her and hugged her as tightly as he could. But their moment was interrupted by her mother. Okay? What's he doing here? You didn't tell me he went on a trip. Mom, remember the question I asked you a few days ago? She nodded. We're leaving, both of us. Wait, how? But where to? Are you crazy? I thought it was just a question you saw in a video. A little, Mom. I've thought a lot these days about what the best decision is. We can start a new life in his world. We can be better. After a long conversation, she managed to convince her mother, and with their bags and the ashes of her late father, they stepped through the portal to enter Izuku's world. Marathon or no marathon? Maybe. Just kidding, there's probably a marathon today. Chapter end. Everything went dark for a few seconds. I was holding Izu's hand, and when I opened my eyes, the light blinded me for a moment, but I adjusted almost immediately. Welcome back. Izu's voice greeted me. I looked to my left and there he was, smiling. I had expected that everyone, including myself, would turn into 2D characters, but everything was just like my world. Wait, where am I? Where are we? Oh, Mrs. Lara, we're at my academy. This is one of the classrooms, or rather, it's like a workshop. This is where the portal we just passed through was created. My mother processed the information Izu was giving her and eventually sat down in a chair. So, we're at UA Academy? I asked excitedly, taking in the workshop around me. He smiled at me and nodded. How? Did you already know this place? Had you been here before? I shook my head and explained to my mom, which only made her sit down again to process the information. Izu took my hand when he saw my excitement. He showed me his phone with news about the heroes. I couldn't express the thrill I felt at that moment. Midoriya Shounen. All Might opened the door in his skeletal form. I had only seen him once before, but I was still thrilled. After a while, once my mom felt better, we gathered our things and opened the door to leave the workshop. Everything was enormous. At the exit, we ran into Inko, Izu's mother. Izuku. She approached us and hugged Izu. Apparently, there were no classes today since there were no students around. Are you? She asked with a smile. She was even sweeter in person. Yes, nice to meet you. This is my mother, Lara Portman. In the end, Izu took us to his house along with his mother. She and my mom chatted animatedly while we walked behind them, holding hands. When we arrived at their house and entered, we took off our shoes. I didn't know if you were really coming, Chan, from what Izuku told me, but I made some food anyway. She smiled, lifting a book from the table with her quirk. My mom was in shock. She knew, even if she didn't show it. My mother helped Inko set the table, and while we were eating, she asked me something. And you, Chan, do you have a quirk? Izu didn't tell me anything about that. Oh, me? Well, I chuckled. I can levitate in water. That's just swimming, Chan. Izu laughed and my mom and Mrs. Inko joined in. Seriously, in our world, there are no quirks, so my mom and I don't have one. We continued talking until night fell, and it was almost time for bed. Izu showed me his old room. Oh, will you someday show me the dorms at the academy? I asked, sitting on the bed. Apparently, it was Sunday in this place. Yep, actually, students are allowed to see or bring a family member twice a week. Wow, I didn't know that. That's awesome. I lay back on the bed. Will you come back now? Or tomorrow? He was sitting on the bed while I was behind him, hugging him and resting my chin on his shoulder. I'll leave tomorrow if you want. Do you want to? If it were up to me, no, but I have to. By the way, to go to the dorms, I'll come for you. That's on Tuesdays and Thursdays during classes, but on Saturdays and Sundays, you can come whenever you want. I hugged him tighter, and he placed his hands over mine. Come on, let's go to bed. I saw him smile as he fell back, landing on top of me, his back against mine, to be specific. Get off me, you're crushing me. I laughed, and he got up to turn around and wrap his arms around me. I love you. Me too. I woke up to the movement of the bed. I opened my eyes and saw Izu's silhouette. He was facing away from me, taking off his pajamas. Good morning, I said, and I saw him jump slightly in surprise before turning to me with a smile. Good morning. Did you sleep well? I nodded as he finished putting on his uniform shirt. I yawned, covering my mouth, and then stretched while still lying down. Are you leaving already? No, I still have a few minutes before I have to go in, I smiled, getting up from the bed to walk over to him and caress his cheek. I'd kiss you, but I probably have bad breath right now. I smiled and headed to the door to go to the bathroom. When left the room, I did the same. Apparently, neither of our mothers had gotten up yet. I went to the living room to turn on the TV and lowered the volume a bit so I wouldn't wake up my mom or S. I heard footsteps approaching and then saw it was, who sat down next to me. Her hair was still messy, and sometimes she kept her eyes closed for a bit longer. If you're still sleepy, go back to sleep. No, I want to be awake when you leave. She rested her head on my shoulder, and I leaned my head against hers. I can't believe it. What? Hawks is actually very attractive. I see why he's one of the most loved in my world, but he's never in first place. Who's in first place? I couldn't help but ask, I was curious. Well, in the popularity polls, Bakugo takes the #1 spot. I was surprised by that. What? Yep. When I think it'll be Todoroki or you, I'm shocked to find out it's Bakugo. Although not too much, he's really cute, but you're cuter. I smiled at what she said and glanced at the time on the TV. It was time for me to go. I saw Get Up and Leave for somewhere. I grabbed the backpack I had brought and slung it over my shoulder, heading to the door to put on my shoes. I interrupted myself when I saw in front of me, looking down with her hands behind her back. What's wrong? Sure. Here's the clean text. I asked and moved closer to her. Nothing, just take this. She extended a bento that was nicely wrapped and had a greenish hue. Your mom taught me how to prepare what you like last night. I hope you enjoy it. I noticed a slight blush on her face. Wait, did you sneak out last night while I was already asleep? She nodded and I smiled. Thank you so much. Usually, she initiated the kisses, but this time I was the one who kissed her. You're welcome. Before I could forget, I pulled out a small piece of paper from my pocket and handed it to her. What's this? My number. I never gave it to you, so text me, and I'll reply as quickly as I can. She smiled and nodded, then walked me to the door. I said goodbye before heading straight to the academy. When Izu left, I celebrated by hopping in place. I can't believe this is happening. Wow, I've never seen you like this. I was startled to see Mom watching me, arms crossed with a smile on her face. I don't even recognize myself, Mom. Izu makes me feel strange, but in a good way. I've noticed. Weren't you the one who said you wouldn't be one of those affectionate girlfriends? She shrugged with a teasing smile. It's just that Izuku isn't just any guy, Mom. I stopped speaking when my phone began to ring. Mom and I exchanged glances and headed to my room. My phone kept ringing on the nightstand. I picked it up, and we were both surprised to see who was calling. Is this even possible? Mom asked. I don't know. In the end, I answered the video call. I know it's like 3 in the morning where you are, but I wanted to ask you, I didn't hear more. It was Leo calling me. How was it possible for him to reach out? Leo? Sue. And I don't know what to do. Leo. What? Is it really you? Of course, it's me, you idiot. Oh, hello, Mrs. Lara. I never said anything to your daughter, much less insulted her. Leo, how can you communicate with me? Well, how do you think? By phone. I smiled in disbelief. Maybe Izu had something to do with this, but I would ask him when I saw him or text him. After advising Leo and with my mom stepping away, I told Leo what happened. What? You're not in our world? You're in Boku no Hero? How lucky! I know. Look. I stepped out of my room. The TV was still on, showing a video of Hawks and Mirko. I focused the camera there, and Leo watched them, surprised. No way! That's awesome! I'd totally give them advice, girl. I laughed at what he said. We talked for quite a while until it was time for lunch, and I had to say goodbye to him. Chapter end. Since it was Monday, Mrs. Inko, my mother-in-law, invited us to take a tour of the place since she was going shopping. We had decided to stay at her house until my mom found a job again. Inko didn't mind us being there. In fact, she said she loved it because ever since Izu went to the dorms, she felt lonely. In the end, my mom didn't want to leave her alone again and decided to find a job to help Inko with whatever she needed. We entered the mall, which was big and nice. People seemed normal, as if a war between heroes and villains hadn't just happened. We entered a store similar to Walmart, but that wasn't its name. Anyway, We went in and helped her find the things she needed. I was walking without looking ahead. A big mistake because I bumped into someone. Oh, I'm so sorry. I looked up and froze in place. It was Mrs. Mitsuki, Katsuki's mother. Oh, don't worry, dear. Accidents happen. She gave me a smile. Wow, she was really nice. It was like seeing Bakugo but as a woman and even prettier. I saw her bend down, and I did the same. Her wallet had fallen, and I handed it to her. Here you go, I'm sorry about earlier. Mitsuki-san. I heard a voice behind me. It was Inko greeting her. Hello, Inko, she greeted cheerfully from her spot. Mrs. Inko approached along with my mother. How are you? Very well, thank you, and you? Mitsuki asked. Same here. Let me introduce you to Portman and Lara Portman. Lara-san is the mother of, and Lara-san, this is Mitsuki Baku. My mother greeted, and Mitsuki returned the greeting. Nice to meet you, I've never seen you around here. Did you just move? Something like that, my mother replied. Yes, they're living with me, Inko smiled. Is Izuku's girlfriend, they live in another country and just came here recently. Mitsuki looked at me, surprised. Wow, who would have thought Izuku has a girlfriend? My mother, Inko, and Mitsuki continued talking while I looked at my phone. Izuku had sent me a message. How are you? Perfect, we went out to buy some things with your mom, and we ran into Bakugo's mom. Mrs. Mitsuki? Yep, they're chatting happily, the three of them. By the way, shouldn't you be in class? We're on break. Oh, okay. We talked a bit, and then I had to say goodbye. We continued shopping while Mitsuki and Inko showed us around. At the end of the day, Mitsuki offered to drive us in her car, and we accepted. When we got home, we put away the things, and the three of us tidied up a bit. Izuku Midoriya. When classes ended, I headed to the dorm building. The whole class was already there, changed and relaxed. Midoriya. When are you going to introduce us to your girlfriend? Kaminari spoke from behind me. I turned to see him. You told us she was already here, Shinso said. He had recently joined UA, replacing Hagakure, and Minoma joined to replace Aoyama. I missed his cheese. She's not from this class, so I'll like her. That was Minoma. He still hadn't accepted his transfer. You're from this class, idiot. Kaken shouted and everyone laughed. I still don't know. I'm not sure if is ready to see you all yet. This is all a bit new for her. I smiled while fiddling with my fingers. I hadn't told them what we were in this world, and I didn't plan to. Ready? What are we, animals? Let me know if you need any further assistance. Sure. Here's the cleaned up version of the text. I spoke in a playful tone, and immediately everyone turned to look at Tokoyami and Tsuyu. We're not counting Midoriya. What Deku-kun is trying to say is that San is quirkless, so being surrounded by people who do have quirks might make her feel uncomfortable. No, Uraraka, that's not what I mean. On the contrary, would feel like she's in a dream being in front of you all, especially in front of Kaminari, Kaken, and Tokoyami. Well, something like that. Still, I'll ask her. I plan to go see her tomorrow, maybe I can bring her along. After explaining and sharing a bit about her, night fell quickly, and we headed to our rooms. Once I was in my room and lying on my bed, I decided to call. After 3 rings, she answered, lying in bed just like me. Hi, I greeted, and she replied in kind. How are you? Were classes heavy? Did Aizawa threaten you with expulsion again? Rei shook her head in response. They were normal, training, basic subjects, etc. By the way, my friends told me they want to meet you tomorrow, but I told them I wasn't sure. Why not? You'd probably faint. She laughed. Actually, Mitsuki invited my mom, my mother-in-law, me, and you to dinner tomorrow. Maybe we can go early to meet them. I smiled and she did the same. Are you sure? Quirkless. She made an indignant face while I smiled. Just remember that I can predict the past. I laughed. Predict? Predicting the past sounds more like a quirk. Besides, you're not one to call me quirkless, kid who had to eat a hair to get a gift, she said quietly, and I laughed. She was right. It was both the worst and best thing I had done. So, do you want to come? Of course. I'd love to meet everyone. Suddenly, the sound of the door bursting open startled us both. It was the boys and girls who entered the room. We knew it. Uncomfortable, sure. They spoke simultaneously and I heard laugh. Okay, that does sound like them. Anyway, I have to go. Leo is calling me for a video call with Nancy, and by the way, I need to ask you about that tomorrow. I nodded, and after saying goodbye, I hung up. What are you doing in my room? Well, somehow Bakugo helped us. He said you'd probably call her tonight, so here we are. And you heard everything? Not much. We heard when you asked if she wanted to come, Shinso revealed. I was against it, Midoriya. But curiosity got the better of me, I heard Ida say, and I laughed at that. The next day, I woke up as usual. Today was Tuesday, though I wasn't sure what month it was just Tuesday. Inko, Mom, and I followed our usual routine. Mom went out to look for work, accompanied by Inko, while I stayed home alone. I was going to meet everyone today. I took a shower and wrapped myself in a towel, trying to decide what to wear. I hadn't brought much clothing. Just kidding, I had brought an entire suitcase. In the end, I dressed in a pink shirt with a Sukuna print, black breathes, and my sneakers. I brushed my hair and ate a bit of the food that Inko and Mom had left for me. I looked at the clock and decided to go out for a bit, not too far so I wouldn't get lost. Time flew by, and I returned home just as Mom and Inko were arriving. Almost immediately, I received a call from Izu saying he was on his way. He didn't take long to arrive and picked me up. Don't forget we have dinner with Mitsuki-san, Izuku, Inko said. Of course, Mom. We left the house and didn't take long to reach the dorms. What a building. Let's go. He gave me a smile. The rest of Class A was excited to meet whom Deku had told them about. Are they coming? Mina asked eagerly. Almost there. Midoriya told us they're on their way, Todoroki said. Why all the fuss? It's just a girl, Bakugo spoke, earning a glare from everyone. Yeah, but she's Midoriya's girlfriend. Bakugo is the first to have one with everything that's happened. Kirishima replied, prompting the others to back him up, and Bakugo clicked his tongue. Fine, I get it. With everything that had happened, even Bakugo didn't seem the same. Come on, it's this way. They heard Izuku's voice and approached the door, startling the girl with their sudden closeness. You're Chan? They all asked, and she nodded, confirming her identity. Portman. Hiya. I'm standing in front of Class A. Is that Shinso? And Monoma? I've seen it all, people. I'm dying and doubting my ability to control my excitement. Calm down, breathe, act like you don't know them. Yep, that's me. You must be Izuku's friends. Ah, he has a nickname for you. Everyone chimed in with the typical, aw. No, it's just a shortened version of his name. It's cute anyway. Mina shouted. What's gotten into them? Everyone introduced themselves to me, even though I already knew them, but I was still happy. They were all really nice. Among them, I was starting to doubt my heterosexuality. We were chatting on the couch while Izu sat on the floor in front of me, playing with his hair. So, tell me, how did you two meet? Yamamoto asked. Well, he actually just appeared out of nowhere in my room, I heard Izu laugh. And I was so startled that I pointed a needle at him. As if that would save you from a stranger in your room, right? I hope you find this version engaging and enjoyable. I heard Bakugo say, I knew that even though he didn't want to be here, he wanted to know the gossip. That was exactly what I thought when I saw him pointing that thing at me. I felt Izu lean his head back, resting between my legs, and I continued to slide his hair and face while feeling his gaze on me. Everything went normally. I became friends with Kaminari and Tokoyami, and even with Dark Shadow. They had ordered some food, although I didn't eat much since it was almost time for us to leave. Tokoyami sat next to me while I petted Dark Shadow and listened to stories being told. I couldn't hold back the urge to say something to Bakugo. Hey, Bakugo, I said, as it was just him, Izu, and me heading to his house. What? Growl at me. I held back my laughter. Huh. Give me a growl. I'll throw an explosion at you if you don't stop saying stupid things, Quirkless. I lowered my head but smiled as Izu stifled a laugh, covering his mouth with one hand while holding mine with the other. Is that a reward or a punishment? I asked, and he looked at me with a confused expression. You're crazy. A few weeks had passed, and I discovered we were in July. My mom had gotten a job at a design company, and they paid her quite well. In the end, we did move, but not far from Inko. Everything seemed to be improving for us. My mom had enrolled me in a high school close to home, and I had already gotten used to the streets, memorizing some places. Izu's birthday was coming up soon, and I still didn't know what to get him. I was working part-time at a cafe, and at that moment, I was entering the shop. "Good afternoon, Hayashi-san," I greeted as soon as I saw him. He was the owner of the place. This cafe resembled the one from Tokyo Ghoul, just without the ghouls coming to look for meat. I went to the back to put on the black apron and leave my things in a locker. I tied my hair in a half ponytail and headed to the counter. His shop was quite popular with both heroes and regular people, so there were always customers coming in. "Portman-san," I heard Hyde call out. Yes, Hyde was named after Kaniki's best friend. I just hoped no Tuka or Rise would show up here. "As long as you call me, it's fine, Hyde." I started looking for the coffee filters to put them on the counter. "All right, and tell me, what does it feel like to be the only quirkless one here, huh?" That quirkless comment was starting to annoy me. Of course, I didn't mind Bakugu calling me quirkless. He was Bakugu, but hearing it from others was a bit irritating. "Hyde Kamishiro, stop bothering Chan," ordered Naina, another worker here. She was about 3 years older than me, with an afro hairstyle, pale skin, and purple eyes to match her hair. I still wasn't used to those hair and eye colors. "Naina-san, it was just a question," Hyde shrugged while I prepared the coffee. Hyde had yellow eyes with a slightly red tint, and his hair was black with blue highlights. "What does it feel like, you ask?" "Well, it's normal. At least I don't have a useless quirk like yours, where your eyes change color according to your emotions." He fell silent and placed cups in front of me. I didn't dislike him. On the contrary, he was like the Leo of this dimension, and Naina was like the Nancy here. "Could you get me another cup of coffee, please? And a slice of chocolate cake?" I nodded and took the order from the gentleman at the counter to deliver it. My day went normally, and I returned home at 4 p.m. I started work at 1 p.m. and left at 4:30 or earlier, while at school, I entered at 8 a.m. and left at 12:30, which gave me 30 minutes to get to work on time. My mom, on the other hand, worked almost all day and returned at night. "Hi, Dad," I greeted as I passed by Dad's ashes. I went to my room to rest a bit. There was only a month left until Izu's vacation, and when he entered, he would be in 2nd grade. In just 2 more years, he would be a hero. I smiled, proud of him and what he had achieved. After a while, I took a shower while listening to music, but my phone rang. Oh no, it can't be. Without turning off the shower, I dried my hands. Luckily, my phone had one of those waterproof cases that I used every time I showered. I looked at my phone screen. It was a video call from Nancy, and I answered. "Are you showering?" "No, of course not. I'm on top of a waterfall." "Really?" "No. What's going on?" "Oh, look, I have a date tomorrow, and I don't know what to wear." "Seriously, Nancy? I'm naked talking to you while you're just telling me you don't know what to wear." "Okay, that's not true. Just kidding, but if you want, it's not a joke." We both laughed, and after telling her which outfit looked best on her, I hung up and put the music back on to finish my shower peacefully. Afterward, I went to my room still in a towel, put on a pair of shorts that Izu had left here a few days earlier when he stayed over, and showered here before going to the academy the next day. I washed them and now they looked like mine. I didn't wear a bra, which felt nice. Finally, I just put on an all-might shirt that Izu had given me, which I thought was really sweet. I lay on my bed looking at my phone. Today was Thursday, but I told Izu to stay with Inko that day since I didn't want to interfere in their mother-son relationship. I heard the doorbell, so I got up to open the door. To my surprise, I found Todoroki, Ida, and Uraraka at my doorstep. I didn't worry about not wearing a bra. The shirt was big, and I doubted it would be noticeable. "What are you doing here?" I asked, and Uraraka replied. "We came to talk about Deku." I looked at the 3 of them and invited them in. We sat in the living room. "What's going on with him? Did something happen?" Ida shook his head. "Don't think the worst, San. We came to talk about his birthday." I sighed at what Ida said. I was a little worried. Oh, is that it? But how did you find out where I live? Midoriya told us. We made up an excuse that we wanted to see you to give you something. So you know how to respond if he asks you, said a cheerful Uraraka. How sweet. I thought she would be like in those fanfics where they try to ruin the relationship between the main character and Deku, but no. So you're here to talk about his birthday, right? What do you have planned? They began to explain while I listened attentively. Come on, don't move too much, or you'll stain everything, I scolded. But are you sure about this? I like the character, but he was a killer. It's fine, you'll look amazing. Today was Izu's birthday, and we had planned to throw him a costume-themed party. He was in his room at U, which was filled with posters, but I didn't mind. Mine was the same way. Now you're Sukuna Midoriya, Rei said as they looked at themselves in the mirror. Being a cosplayer had its perks. It's a masterpiece, behold my glorious creation. I praised as he admired himself. Over these past few days I had become quite close with his friends, which made me really happy. Apparently, some of the anime I watched were actually here, and that was awesome. Now it's my turn. Mirio had also come over. It turned out that Kimetsu really did exist here, and he was dressed as Tanjiro while Eri was Nezuko, looking absolutely adorable. I touched up the scar on Mirio's face to match Tanjiro's and styled his hair a bit. How ironic, anime characters watching anime. I heard the sound of the door opening, and there stood Bakugo in the doorway. I was surprised. I thought Attack on Titan didn't exist here. Bakugo, what are you dressed as? I pretended not to know. As some people who came to this world, but that's not the point. I hate to say this, but Quirkless, help me out. Huh. Yeah, just like you heard. I don't need much, just this. Bakugo showed me his phone. Oh, he wanted me to do the markings on Eren when he transforms into his Titan. Happy, I grabbed him by the shoulders. He was a bit taller than me, so I pushed him onto the bed to sit down. I took the makeup and started painting the markings on him. Isa came over to watch. I turned to look at him and touched his abdomen where I had painted. I was checking to see if it had dried yet. Not completely dry yet, be careful, he nodded. It's done. He stood up, looking at himself in the mirror. Not bad, Quirkless, he said with a smirk before leaving the room along with Mirio and Eri. Bye, Chan. I called out to Eri, feeling arms wrap around me from behind. What are you doing? I asked playfully. I'm hugging you. He hugged me tighter, and I could feel his breath on my neck, sending shivers down my spine. I'm mad. Wait, what? It's my birthday, but you haven't kissed me or held my hand, just a simple, happy birthday. Oh my God, Isa started running his hands over my waist, caressing it. The nails I had painted for Sukuna were digging into me. Sukuna, is that you? Get out of my little son's body. Except for Itadori's, of course. Isa lifted me and sat me on the bed while kissing me, one of his hands sliding over my abdomen and up my back to my neck to deepen the kiss, while his other hand brushed against my legs. Suddenly he pulled away. Let's go down, he said, giving me a very sweet smile. What just happened? He took away the warmth out of nowhere. Just as he said, we left the room. I had dressed up as a female version of Seiki, but not the one where he transforms into a woman. No, his other female version. When we got to the living room, everything was beautifully decorated. Happy birthday! Everyone shouted as colorful streamers were thrown at him. Today he turned. I looked around at everyone. Kaminari was dressed as Luffy. Mina was Sailor Moon. Kirishima was a character from JoJo's. Todoroki was a detective whose name I couldn't remember. Siro was Seiki, and everyone was in their costumes. We had a great time, although I kept thinking about what had happened in the room. Izuku Midoriya. I shouldn't have done that. I never should have asked Kaminari for advice. That was the worst idea I've ever had. I was watching who was talking to Siro. They had matching costumes and were chatting animatedly. I didn't mind, but I felt something was bothering me. It was a strange feeling, just like when I was doing Bakugo's makeup and the looks I was giving him. No, it can't be jealousy. Why am I feeling jealous? She's not doing anything wrong, and I trust her completely. Besides, I can't feel jealous. From the beginning, told me she liked Kaken, but not in a romantic way, and that was the case with almost all the guys and girls here. Deku-kun? Are you okay? Uraraka pulled me out of my thoughts. Yeah, I'm fine. Why? You have a frown, like, angry? Aren't you having fun? I shook my head and took the cup she offered to drink a bit. It's nothing, I was just thinking. I glanced sideways at how Uraraka was looking where I was. Are you mad at Chan? I shook my head. Are you jealous? I almost spat out what I was drinking. I'm not. Is it that obvious? I mean, no, of course not. Uraraka laughed. A little. You can't stop looking at her when she talks to others, at least with Shiro, Kaminari, and Tokoyami. But it's normal, don't worry. Just control yourself, like don't let it go too far, you know, don't just stand there without saying anything or make a scene in front of her, etc. That makes women angry, especially if it becomes a habit. She gave me a smile and I returned it. Thanks for the advice. But still, talk to her when you start feeling that way again. Talking helps a lot. A year had passed, and the young couple was now 19 years old and had been together for 3 years. However, they had never gone beyond kisses, hand-holding, caresses, and compliments. Lara Portman, the mother of, had managed to start her own business during that time, which impressed her daughter. Her company and products were now on par with brands like Gucci, Chanel, and Prada, allowing her to earn quite a bit of money. This was the best decision I ever made. Following my daughter into a world I don't know? I thought I would regret it. She entered the house and headed to her studio where her daughter was. Look at you, you look like Edna Mode. Mode for you, her mother laughed, setting the bags she was carrying on her desk. The studio was a spacious area where they shared ideas and designed new things, filled with sewing materials, scattered papers, broken pencils, sketches of dresses, casual clothing, and more. How's that coming along? Lara asked, noticing her daughter cutting fabric. Good, it's the new suit Uravity requested. I'm tweaking it, and I still have a few orders to catch up on. Despite her mother designing clothing, her daughter created suits for some heroes. I thought you had to be an expert in engineering or something to design their suits. As far as I know, you're not, her mother said, looking over some papers. Well, I'm not. Remember the time I told you about a girl? Yes. Well, Hatsum is an expert in that, so I hired her for this. She loves it, so I offered her the job, and she accepted. After chatting for a bit, the doorbell rang. From her desk, her mother pressed a button to see who it was. Oh, it's Deku, she said, pressing another button to open the gate for him to enter. What? He told me he would be patrolling the city. Maybe he's done, her mother replied, continuing with her papers while the girl kept sewing the heroine's suit. It didn't take long for the green-haired boy to find the studio and walk in. Hi, Lara-san, he greeted from a distance as he walked toward his girlfriend, wrapping his arms around her waist and planting a kiss on her cheek. Hi, appealing. What brings the number 5 hero here? The number 5 hero, Deku, still hadn't reached the number 1 spot because heroes who had been around much longer occupied the other 4 positions, which didn't bother him since they had more experience. Well, I actually came to invite your daughter to a gala. The girl dropped the scissors she was holding, looking at her partner. A gala? Wait, is that the gala where they invite the most famous heroes? Asked her mother, making Izuku nod with a smile. So, what do you say? Do you accept? Well, when is it? In 2 days. 2 days? I don't know. I'd love to go, but I still haven't finished Uraraka's suit, and I have a few more to do, plus I need to take them to Hatsum so she can add the requested details. Come on, please. He clasped his hands together, pleading and giving her puppy eyes, which made it hard for her to refuse. Fine, I hate that you do that. Well, Uravity, Red Riot, Shuto, and Dynamite will have to wait. Oh no. First, I have to finish Katsuki's. He asked me first. Ah. The young woman ruffled her hair and started running around the studio while being watched by her boyfriend and her mother. Dad, enlighten me or take me away, she shouted in desperation, materials in hand, causing her mother to laugh. Well, I see you're going to be busy for a while, so I'll leave you to it. Izuku said goodbye with a kiss before leaving. Ah, he's so sweet. You two should just get married already. Mom. What? I want grandchildren, and your father used to say the same when you weren't around. By the way, have you started your AC life yet? Mother. Embarrassed, she looked at her mother, who was laughing. What? It's a normal question. The girl returned to her work, still embarrassed by her mother's question. And dreams? Don't tell me you haven't had at least one or two, if not, what else? She didn't answer, not wanting to reveal that she had indeed had a few. Can we stop talking about this? It's uncomfortable, Mom. Oh, come on. Don't you remember when I gave you the talk about the bee and the flower? Tried to suppress a laugh. Yes, I remember, but oh, forget it. You're distracting me from what I'm doing. Well, changing the subject, are you going to the gala? Yep, but I don't know what to wear. Leave that to me, I'll take care of it. Her mother, excited, grabbed a notebook, a pencil, and an eraser, ready to start sketching the dress for her daughter and then make it with her own hands. A day before the gala, received an invitation since she had made most of the suits for the heroes attending and would be a special guest. The day arrived, and Lara went to her daughter's room to deliver the dress. However, the young woman wasn't there, so she left the dress on her bed and left. Looked at the watch on her wrist. She still had an hour to get ready. She hopped in the shower and stayed there for about 10 minutes. Afterward, she dried off and returned to her room. On the bed was a lovely burgundy dress. She decided to put it on, paired it with some not-too-high heels, and added some earrings. She brushed her hair and put on a bit of makeup. She looked in the mirror. The dress had an opening in the back, leaving it exposed, with embellishments that mimicked necklaces. It was truly appealing. Her mother had done an amazing job with so little time. She glanced back at her bed because her phone was ringing, but she stopped when she saw a folded piece of paper. She opened it to see what it contained. It was her mom's sketch. The chest area was a bit more covered than originally planned. She left the paper on the nightstand and answered the phone. Yes. Are you ready? I'm on my way to get you, Izu said. Okay, I replied, hanging up. I quickly grabbed a bag and packed the essentials before heading to the studio, where Mom was probably still working. As I walked in, I saw her wearing her glasses, focused on the computer. She looked up and smiled at me. Look at you, my appealing girl, she exclaimed, getting up from her chair and coming over to me. Thanks, Mom. I love the design, I said. We chatted a bit more until I heard the doorbell. It must be Izu. I grabbed my things and headed to the door, where I found him with a big smile that faded when he saw me. A wave of worry washed over me. Do I look bad? Look really appealing, he said, his cheeks turning slightly red. Thanks. I winked at him and tossed him Mom's car keys, which he caught. We went to the garage and got into the car so he could drive. Now that I was looking at him more closely, I noticed he was wearing his hero suit, and it fit him so much better than before. He was nothing like the boy from the beginning. I knew the heroes would be in their costumes, and some guests would be in formal attire. When we arrived at the venue, Izu parked the car and helped me out. The entire building where the gala was held was lit up with lights. I linked my arm with Izu's, and as we walked in, we saw heroes, heroines, and important guests entering. Once inside, I spotted many heroes and heroines. Some were in their suits, while others were not. For example, Mirko was wearing a suit but without a tie and half opened. Oh no, my heterosexuality. I joked. In the distance, we saw Uraraka chatting with Ida and Kaminari, who was with Jiru. We approached and greeted them. Oh, Chan, you look so cute. Uraraka complimented. Thank you. You look lovely too. I'm sorry I didn't have your suit ready for this occasion, I replied. Oh, don't worry. You actually gave me the chance to debut this dress, she smiled. By the way, I think I'm going to call you to make me a new suit, Jiru said, coming closer to us. Of course, anytime. We chatted a bit more until we heard a voice over a microphone. It was hero number 1, Endeavor. He had changed so much since I arrived. Good evening to our heroes and special guests. I wanted to say a few words because I was asked to, but putting that aside, thank you for attending this gala. It's been a while since we held one, especially with the increase in villain activity. Endeavor continued speaking while Izu wrapped one arm around my waist, and I did the same. Now I want to pass the mic to the creator of these new suits, which she sold us without even altering the original design. Everyone applauded. Wait, I was the creator of those suits. Why me? You can do it, Izu smiled at me. With nerves, I made my way to the stage, trying to ignore the stares that made me anxious. I took a deep breath to calm myself. From afar, I saw Izu give me a thumbs up and a smile, which eased my nerves a bit, even though I still didn't know what to say. Well, thank you, Endeavor-san, I looked at him. Although I hadn't planned to speak today due to nerves, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you all for trusting me with your suits, which are practically your image in front of others. This wouldn't have happened without my mother, Laura Portman, the owner of the Portman clothing brand. We came here with nothing, no money, no titles, but she worked hard for both of us, achieving all these businesses in less than a year and creating one of the most famous clothing brands here and abroad. I noticed several smiles in the audience. So, the gratitude for creating your suits should really go to my mother, Laura Portman, for believing in me and everything I have become. What did I just say? I didn't know, but they still applauded with smiles on their faces. I stepped down from the stage, where Izu was waiting for me. I ran to him and hugged him tightly. That was amazing. Amazing? Really? I had no idea what to say, it just came to me. Still, they got your message. Well done, he smiled before kissing me and pulling me close. We separated, still smiling, and returned to the others to grab some drinks. The gala ended at midnight. We had quite a bit to drink, but I still felt fine to drive. Izu, on the other hand, couldn't handle alcohol, as I knew from Bakugu's party. We were heading out, with one of his arms draped over me. Suddenly, a thief appeared, robbing a store, and there were no heroes nearby. Izu spotted him and used his black WHP to catch him. After a few minutes, I helped him into the car in the passenger seat while I drove. I stopped at a traffic light and felt something on my thigh. Looked down to see Izu's hand squeezing my thigh. I said nothing, I was just going to drop him off at his apartment, which he had recently started renting. When we arrived, I parked the car and got out to go to the other door where he was. I helped him get up, and we took the elevator to his floor. The whole way, he kept showering me with compliments. Where are the keys? I asked once we were in front of the door. I'm not giving them to you. Why not? We need to get in. Will you stay if I give them to you? It depends. If you give them to me now, I'll stay, but if you take too long, I'll leave you here at the door. Oh no, he pouted and handed me the keys. I opened the door and walked in, not knowing where I was going while I locked the main door behind me. What kind of idiot would break into a hero's apartment? I walked around the place, listening to the shower. Come on, Izu, getting drunk is smart, it'll help you sober up. I took my phone out of my bag and placed it on a small table in the living room. I sent a message to my mom to let her know I would be staying with Izu. She replied that it was fine, and I left my phone on the table. I headed to the bedroom, thinking Izu would surely have something comfortable for me to change into. I rummaged through his drawers and found a t-shirt. I took off my dress right there in the room and put on the shirt, which was a bit big but just enough to cover me. I hung the dress in the closet and noticed the sound of water had stopped, assuming he had finished. The bedroom door opened, revealing Izu's silhouette wrapped in a towel, showcasing his well-defined chest. Hey, don't heat up food that's not going to be eaten, young man. I tried to look away. I really did, but it didn't work. He looked at me and I jumped. He came closer and kissed me. It wasn't like the other times, it was tender and sweet, but this time it was different, rough and passionate. As I sat on the bed, he leaned over me without putting his full weight down. He pulled back, looking me in the eyes. I averted my gaze. He was still holding his towel. His voice was husky and sounded so good. Yeah, I replied, my breath quickening as he began to run one of his hands over the t-shirt, caressing my abdomen and stopping just before reaching my chest. I want to do it. I want to have you, feel you, touch you. Oh my God, why is he so attractive? He leaned closer to my face, stroking my hair as he looked at me. Do I have your permission to do this? Something was racing in me, and it wasn't just my heart. You're drunk, you're not thinking straight. My hand moved through his hair until it rested on his cheek. I am, but I want to do this. I'm just scared you won't like it, that you'll feel uncomfortable, that something will change. I won't force you into anything you don't want. How sweet. I smiled, cupping his cheeks and kissing him. I ran my hands around his neck, deepening the kiss. While still kissing me, he climbed onto the bed, adjusting me as best he could with one hand since he was still holding his towel. My legs wrapped around his waist, pulling him closer to me. I felt pressure between my thighs as both of his hands gripped my hips. Izu broke the kiss and began to plant soft kisses along my neck and collarbone. Both of us were breathing heavily from the excitement we felt in that moment, our bodies exploring each other. Izu pulled off the t-shirt I was wearing, exposing me. I instinctively covered myself, but it wasn't long before he started touching me, sending new sensations washing over me. He moved one of his hands down, caressing and running his fingers over the only piece of clothing I had on at that moment. It didn't take long for him to remove it, it was in the way, and he began to touch me directly. Soft gasps escaped my lips. As soon as I heard a sound of pleasure, I increased the movements of my fingers. When I felt the tension build, I pulled back. Without warning, I found myself on top of him, moving against him. Our bodies were as sweaty as they were excited. I held him by the hips as I rocked back and forth, kissing his neck with soft kisses. After a while, I felt a new sensation. It was a feeling that couldn't be explained. I was still on top, and I felt the rhythm deepen as I held his hips. Now that he was on top, he continued, and I felt the intensity build. Our breaths, the sounds of our bodies, and the creaking of the bed filled the room. I was the first to reach a peak, and as I felt the tension release, it didn't take long for him to follow suit. I hadn't used protection, my mistake, but I would make sure to take care of it. When I woke up, I couldn't ignore the slight discomfort I felt throughout my body. What a crazy night. I opened my eyes wide, and there was no one beside me, just a glass of water and a box of pills next to a note. I slid across the bed to reach the other side and grabbed the box of pills to read it. Oh, they were morning after pills. How thoughtful of Izu. I took one in the glass of water, popped the pill into my mouth, and with some difficulty, swallowed it. I might be 19, but I still struggled to get those pills down. He left me alone, naked, with pills after we had been together? I didn't expect that from you, Izu. I imagined waking up beside him. That's not fair. I grabbed the crumpled note in annoyance and opened it to read. Hey, I got up to get the pills because I remembered that I didn't use protection. Sorry, sad face. Just as I was about to lie back down next to you to cuddle, my phone rang with an emergency call. I didn't want to go, I wanted you to wake up beside me and see your smile, but they wouldn't stop insisting. I'm really sorry again. Sincerely, your future husband Redheart. I let out a little squeal of excitement while holding the note to my chest and spinning around on the bed. Your future husband, I wasn't mad at him anymore. How could I be? After knowing his reason. I looked around and realized I didn't have any clothes here. I had never stayed at Izu's apartment, he usually stayed at my place. Still lying in bed, I glanced at the drawers next to me. I didn't think he'd mind if I borrowed a pair of boxers, would he? I continued searching for something to wear and soon hopped in the shower. When I got out, I dressed in my bra, one of his shirts, and the boxers. I figured I might find some shorts or something. I tidied up the room and stripped the sheets off the bed. They must be soaked with sweat and other fluids. I had to leave the apartment to head to the laundry area. Luckily, it was early, and hardly anyone was awake, except for a few elderly ladies. I tossed the sheets into a washing machine and put in some change to get it started. When I turned to head back, a woman in her 50s caught my eye. She looked me over, winked, and gave me a thumbs up while smiling. I didn't understand. Anyway, I awkwardly returned her smile and practically ran back to the apartment. How was I even able to walk? Welcome to the life of Portman, where after a wild night, you can walk as if nothing happened and even run. Is that even possible? But I needed to get up, and it hurt. My hips were killing me. Finally, I lay back down on the bed while texting Nancy. Even after all this time, I could still message and call her, which was impressive. I wish you were here, sad face. I feel the same way, I wish you hadn't left, girl. But look on the bright side, now Mom and I are rolling in the dough, hee smiling face with horns. What's up, babe? I'll treat you to tacos, old pastor. You in? Smirking face. How bold. I kept chatting with her about what was happening here, leaving out the part about Izu and me yesterday. Suddenly, my phone rang, interrupting my messages to Nancy. Hello. Portman? Yeah, that's me. Who's this? I asked curiously. It was a guy's voice, but I didn't recognize it. Oh, you have a very sweet voice. I didn't say anything. It sounded like when Toga talked to Izu. Did I already have my own weirdo stalking me? Thanks, I guess. And what if you're just a client? You don't know me, but I know you. What can I say? Everyone knows you, you're the famous Portman. Designer of the most iconic outfits worn by both the most and least popular heroes. This was getting weird. Why, what do you want? A suit? I heard his laughter on the other end, a cute but eerie laugh. No, I don't want a suit. He paused for a few seconds before continuing. I want you. You looked so appealing in that dress yesterday, but... He paused and I swallowed hard. You were with that hero with the messy hair, big muscles, and good looks. I couldn't deny it, but aside from that, his voice sounded different, more chilling, deeper. And I got jealous. That's not nice. Plus, I had to watch you drag him through the parking lot. That's not how you treat a pretty girl like you, San. Sorry for being forward, but I followed you. I wanted to hang up. I wanted to, but I couldn't. I saw him leave. You're alone now, right? The curtains are open. My heart raced. The curtains were from the bedroom. I jumped out of bed and walked to the window, my hands shaking as I opened it, scanning the surroundings. What? Can't you see me? You look so cute with that face you have right now, I heard him say on the other end of the line. I slammed the window shut, along with the curtains. Perfect timing to leave, Izu. I think it's time to hang up. I heard the call end and tossed my phone across the room while hugging a pillow tightly. Suddenly, I heard a knock echoing through the apartment. Someone was at the door. Izu, please be yourself and open the door. Stop knocking, just come in. Please. I stopped hearing the knocking. They had stopped, but someone had entered. I didn't know who it was, nor did I want to find out. I was locked in the room with a pillow and the TV remote in hand. They were trying to open the bedroom door. I was going to have a heart attack. When the door swung open, I saw the figure of a man and threw the pillow and remote at his face while screaming, "Itchy! Stay away, you creep! Who the hell are you? I don't care if I looked pretty yesterday, you guy with a cute but wicked laugh. What the hell is wrong with you?" I opened my eyes to find Katsuki rubbing his forehead. Without thinking twice, I hugged him. Surprisingly, he had become my friend since that chat about grumpy me. He froze at the hug and I squeezed him tighter. You're going to squeeze the air out of me. Get off. I did as he said, and he looked at me with confusion, and I mirrored his expression. What are you doing here? I asked calmer now. First of all, why the hell did you say all that? Forget it. I'm not interested. I'm just getting you out of here. He grabbed my arm, but I quickly pulled away. How did you know I was here? I stepped back a little while keeping my eyes on him, never turning my back. I carefully picked up my phone while he watched me. Why do you ask that? I backed up even more while dialing Katsuki's number. I never told you where I was. Midoriya told me. Who are you calling? I had my phone to my ear, and it was ringing. What do you want, Quirkless? If you want a favor, I want something in return. Favors aren't free. I didn't hang up, I just moved the phone away from my ear. Midoriya? You've never called him that, Bakugu. You always call him Deku. I heard a huh? What are you talking about? From the other end of the line. The person in front of me wasn't him. That person stared at the phone expressionlessly. Why didn't you call me Quirkless? Ever since we met, you've called me that. What's going on? Are we done with the nicknames? Great. I forced a smile, and that person who looked like Katsuki stared at me. So you came to Izuku's apartment, huh? I tried to speak loudly enough for the real one to hear me. I still hadn't hung up, thank goodness. Oh, I'm sorry about the mess. By the way, I'm really glad you came. I received a strange call saying I was being watched. I feel safe knowing that the great Dynamite is here. I said his name a bit loudly, still smiling, and continued talking. Don't think this is a joke. I always mess with you, but I swear this time it's not. That look on his face was terrifying. It wasn't the kind of glare Bakugo usually shot me, filled with hatred or arrogance. Definitely not. Who did you call? A smile formed on his face, and my skin prickled. Oh, no one. I called my mom, but she didn't answer. And Bakugo, what brings you to Izuku's apartment right now when my life is definitely in danger? A very forced smile appeared on my lips as he walked toward me, and I backed away with each step he took. So, just from those two things, you figured out I wasn't that hero? Oh no, 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 no. He rushed toward me, grabbing my neck and lifting me slightly off the ground. He was choking me. You're so annoying. Too bad I can't deal with you right now. I tried to swallow, and with difficulty, I managed. The appearance and costume of Katsuki faded, revealing his true form. Oh really? That's too bad for me. I'll have to see that ugly face. I spoke with difficulty while trying to loosen his grip. You really are annoying. How could you possibly attract the boss? Boss? I heard the sound of a window shattering, and someone landed on the bed. My salvation. The guy let me go, dropping me to the floor. I coughed a bit to see the real Bakugo. You're so useless and quirkless that you need my help. A smile formed on his face as he looked at the guy, but I don't have time to fight you right now. Bakugo swiftly approached him, launching a controlled explosion to avoid damaging the building. He quickly grabbed me like a sack of potatoes, and we jumped out the same window, propelled by his explosions. Everything happened so fast, we stopped on the rooftop of another building. Who the hell was that guy? I don't know. Did you get a call? I heard you say that. I nodded repeatedly. That guy looked too much like you. I'd say too much. He was like Toga, but he wasn't. Has someone drained your blood? Oh, in another way? Something else? I couldn't help but ask. What? Then he's not a vampire. I directed my hand to my chin while thinking. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Katsuki facepalm. And what does that have to do with anything? I don't know, you tell me. Toga could transform into anyone as long as she took that person's blood. Clearly, it's not Toga or the League of Villains who called me. I mean, they defeated and captured everyone, so who was it? I sat down while I thought. You said you received a strange call. What did they say? Well, they said I looked pretty yesterday and that they saw me with Izu, but that it made them jealous and they didn't like it, and that's a lot of and. Let me finish. In the end, they told me they followed me to the apartment, then said they were watching me and liked my face when I peeked out the window. They knew Izu had left the apartment and that I was alone. It scares me, Katsuki. I looked at him. He stood there, arms crossed, then approached me and stroked my hair. Well, you're smart. That's how you figured out it wasn't me. Well done. Buga complimented me. He complimented me. Oh my God, is that you? Is the apocalypse coming? Don't tell anyone I said that, quirkless. I received a light smack on the head while I nodded. For now, it's not safe for you to return to Deku's apartment. He pulled out his phone, and I thought I saw him write something before turning to look at me. Seriously, after what happened, you're still holding onto your phone? I looked at my hand. He was right. What? My phone is my life. I'd lose everything. Contacts, photos, etc. He sighed heavily and picked me up again. Oh, let me go, let me go. I'm not a cow. I'll blast you in the face if you don't shut up. And if you say, fine, again, I swear I'll throw you. I fell silent. When Bakugo set me down, I didn't know where I was. Did I trust the wrong Bakugo? Or was I not in my mansion? We entered, and there I saw Izu, who ran to hug me. Are you okay? I was so worried. Thanks, Kaken. Bakugo passed by him without saying anything. We separated from the hug and I smiled at him. We headed inside the house, and in the living room, I saw Kirishima, Mina, and my mom sitting there. Hi. What are you all doing here? We were patrolling when Bakugo sent me a message. Oh, so he messaged him. Yeah, in the end, Deku told us what happened. Mina came closer to hug me, and I returned the hug, and she stayed by my side. Now tell me, Iza looked at me, did you know that guy? Kaken explained what happened in the message. How could Bakugo write so fast? I've never seen him, and I definitely didn't know who called me. As if I had summoned him, my phone rang. Everyone, including my mom, turned to look at my phone, which wouldn't stop playing the tune of Tongue-Tied. I answered since it wasn't that person. Girl, your advice worked. If you were here, I'd treat you to some tacos, but since you're not, oh well. How cruel, Leonardo. But I can't talk right now, I'm busy. Oh yeah? Doing what? Waiting for a call from a strange stalker. Nah. I'm serious, Leonardo. Some guy almost kidnapped me with a quirk that lets him change his appearance. Oh my god. Really? How cool. He shouted, and I pulled the phone a bit away from my ear. No. It's not cool, it's scary. Leo and I talked a little more since, except for my mom, no one knew what I was talking about, so I had to hang up. Sorry, I bowed and received a shout and a light smack from Bakugo, but nothing more. Suddenly, my phone rang again, but this time it had the ringtone of Backstabber, and it wouldn't stop ringing. I knew it was him. How did I know? Because I set that tone for that specific number. Do you have a different ringtone for every person in your contacts, or what the hell? If I have it, in yours there's a song called Bomb, and the lyrics are about explosions, so it suits you. With Izu, I have a song that says, with flowers, you took my sadness with colors. I sang and gave a thumbs up, which made Bakugo facepalm. The phone. I answered and put it on speaker. Hello? Oh, Chan, your voice, I'll never get tired of it. What do you want now? Why are you being so cruel to me? I haven't done anything. His voice sounded childish. I looked at the guys and they just nodded, indicating I should keep talking to him. Nothing? A guy I don't know came into the apartment, and after I realized he wasn't who I thought, he grabbed me by the neck, choking me. What did he do? We all were alarmed by the sudden change in his voice. It went from childish to angry. I'm going to kill him. That idiot. I told him not to treat you badly because you're delicate like a flower. How weird. What do you want from my girlfriend? We all turned to look at Izuku, who had a frown on his face and had taken the phone, surprising us all. Girlfriend? Girlfriend? Did you say girlfriend? His voice got deeper with each word. He was angry and Deku was too. I could tell by the look on his face, the same one he had when he confronted my bullies. Is there a problem? Hey, shut up already, I said through gritted teeth. The last thing I wanted was for a crazy person to get mad at me. I already knew where I stood. I wouldn't take risks now that my mother was with me. Izu was making him angry. If the one talking was the boss, then he was either in love, crazy, or obsessed with me, which prevented anyone who came looking for me from hurting me. And Deku was making it worse. I took the phone from his hand and laughed nervously. Girlfriend? Who said girlfriend? He's just a friend, Adrian. Is that you? Get out of my body. He's crazy about me. Who wouldn't be? I laughed nervously again while looking at Izu. He was looking at me, but not in the way he usually did. It was different. I think he was mad at me. I understand, Chan. Who wouldn't be? You're amazing. I heard a sigh from the other end. Oh, I have to go, but I'll look for you. He pronounced my name slowly and then hung up. I sighed with relief and sat on the floor. Mina put her hand on my shoulder, giving me a worried smile. Where's Izu? I asked, looking around, but my eyes couldn't find him. He left after that guy said, who wouldn't be? Bakugo imitated the voice, making me smile a little. Yeah, well, he looked a bit angry. Maybe he's jealous or upset because you just told a stranger he wasn't your boyfriend, Mina revealed, looking at me. Oh, Sirpi. I quickly got up to look for him in my house. I went to the entrance, and as soon as I opened the door, there he was, sitting. I sat down next to him in silence. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him glance at me for a few seconds before turning his gaze back to the grass and flowers. I'm sorry, I said suddenly, catching his attention. I regret saying you weren't my boyfriend during that call with that guy, but his voice scared me at that moment. We don't know him, not even his powers or allies. I didn't want you to get hurt just for being my boyfriend. I don't want to lose you, okay? I really love you. I wouldn't deny you to anyone else, Izuku. He wrapped his arm around my shoulders, pulling me close while he kissed the top of my head. I understand. Sorry, I got a bit jealous of that guy. It's just that he wants you as his partner, maybe, and hearing him say all that just. He sighed. I've never acted like this before. I'm sorry. Don't worry, being a little jealous every now and then is fine. I like it. I lifted my head to look at him, smiled, and then gave him a quick kiss. Okay, it had been about 4 weeks, and those 4 weeks hadn't let me go out. I mean, all I did was eat chips and drink soda. What else was I doing? Nothing. Since that call from that guy, Izuku put me in quarantine because I shouldn't go out in case something happened. The only thing that entertained me was the TV, and every day I called Leo and Nancy. I heard the sound of the door and went to open it. I was poorly dressed. Where did the designer who dressed well go? Well, she vanished. I was wearing a long purple shirt that reached my thighs, black spandex shorts, and I could swear my hair was a mess. Plus, I had noticeable dark circles from staying up late watching series or movies. When I opened the door, I found Uraraka. I let her in after she showed me a tattoo on her wrist, which was covered by a bandage. We had decided to do, or say something that only I would know to ensure they weren't an imposter like what happened with Bakugo. Chan, are you okay? I knew she was saying it because of my appearance. Actually no. I've gained more belly fat than I had, my hair is a disaster, and I have dark circles that make me look like a raccoon. Oh, right, I forgot to mention, I haven't seen the outside world in 3 weeks, so now I can swear that if I go out in the sun, I'll turn to ashes like a vampire. I smiled and went back to the couch to hit play on the series I was watching. I feel like a prisoner, I revealed, and she sat down next to me. And he hasn't come by? Of course, you've been here so many times that I forget, I said sarcastically, leaning my arm on the armchair to lie down, careful not to disturb her. So that's a no? I looked at her as she leaned forward, resting her head in her hands to watch TV. She had become a very dear friend to me. Her company was always pleasant and fun. She had been visiting me in this secret apartment for weeks. I understood that Izuku couldn't come because she was tirelessly searching for that guy, but I still felt lonely. However, having her here made me happy. She called me. Yes. Can I hug you? She asked, looking at me, and I nodded. I was going to sit up so she could hug me, but she surprised me by hugging me while I was still lying down. I figured something must have happened to her, and she wanted to talk about it. But those thoughts faded when she hugged me tighter, burying her head in my chest. She climbed on top of me. Uraraka, please don't do this. I'm going to blush. She lifted her gaze for a few seconds, her cheeks flushed. She looked into my eyes with a certain sparkle and fear. I was frozen, not moving. What do you do in these situations? She had sat in my lap, bringing her face close to mine. She was so close. She whispered, closed her eyes and kissed me. What was happening? If I were single, I swear I would go out with you. I had reciprocated for a brief moment, but I stopped when she pulled away. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have, she stammered, getting off me and standing up from the sofa, clearly intending to leave. Before I knew it, she was out of the apartment. I ran outside and luckily caught up with her. I grabbed her by the shoulders, surprising her. Tears were streaming down her face, and I hugged her. It's okay. You might think I won't be your friend anymore because of what happened, but you're wrong. I don't want to lose your friendship, Uraraka. I mean it, but I can't return those feelings. I felt terrible. I had kissed her back, even if just for a moment. What would Iza think? I would definitely tell her. I didn't want any misunderstandings. Would she be mad at me? Probably. Would she be mad at Uraraka? Yes, she would. Would she confront me? Would she break up with me? Probably. I had been unfaithful. I didn't sleep with someone or have a secret relationship, but I had kissed Uraraka back. After talking a bit with her, we ended on good terms. She was rubbing her eyes with a smile. I'm really sorry. I kissed you knowing you're with Deku-kun. Forgive me, I shouldn't have done that. I truly regret it, and I hope you can forgive me for that. I smiled gently and nodded, hugging her. Chapter end. I had returned to my apartment after what happened. I decided to tidy up a bit and take a bath. I relaxed and cleared my thoughts. When I stepped out of the shower, I changed into a short pair of shorts and a black tank top. I brushed my hair, and after all that, I headed to the kitchen to grab a glass of juice. But something took me by surprise, causing me to drop the glass and spill the juice. Seriously? They had blindfolded me and covered my mouth, and then I felt myself being lifted. This can't be happening. After about an hour with these people, they made me sit on what felt like a sofa. My hands and feet were tied with a soft but tight fabric, and I could hear voices and laughter. The person who brought me here is going to take me away. They removed the blindfold from my eyes, and it took me a moment to adjust since a light was shining directly at me. Then they took it off. How considerate of them. Hello, appealing. I hope they haven't treated you badly, he said. No way. I looked at him more closely. He was wearing a suit but without the jacket, which was draped over a chair behind him. He had a red tie, black gloves, a glass of wine in hand, and his feet crossed. His head rested on one hand as he watched me. This can't be going up on Instagram. It was Deku, but it wasn't him. I'm so confused right now, twin. You look surprised. I wonder why? I look too much like him, don't I? He said, the him coming out between clenched teeth, his gaze piercing. Stop staring at her, or I'll kill you and leave me alone with her, he ordered, and those around me backed off in fear. Were they looking at me? If I had known I was going to be kidnapped, I would have worn a different shirt. Perverted villains. He leaned closer, observing me intently. It took me a while to find you. You're so good at hiding, he said, touching my nose with a single finger while smiling. He reminds me of Izuku. Oh, how could I forget? I'll take that off your mouth if you don't scream, all right? I nodded and he did as he promised. I didn't want to die. So I stayed quiet. I'll get out of here if no one rescues me, and I'll do it smartly. I'll do almost everything he asks. I'll gain his trust, even though I doubt that part, and then boom, I'll escape. I hope they come for me soon. You know, I'm not from around here, multiverse. Just like in Spider-Man. But as soon as I saw you with that guy who looks like me, oh God, I wanted to have you all to myself. Oh no, red flag. He let out a low laugh, staring deeply into my eyes while holding my cheeks. Do you remember the first guy I sent? I nodded slowly. I killed him. In his last moments, he begged for forgiveness in a totally embarrassing way, but I didn't forgive him for trying to hurt you, so I shot him. He smiled with his eyes closed. How terrifying. Why you did it for me? I stammered, making him look at me. In a swift motion, he had me sitting on his lap, gripping my waist tightly. Yes, I did it for you, he whispered with a hint of amusement. No, he's crazy. What's your name? I stuttered a bit. This position was quite uncomfortable. My name, he asked. I nodded. You should already know that, but call me Deku. Deku? I noticed a flush on his cheeks. That name sounds so good coming from you. I wouldn't want to hear you say any other name with your lovely voice. Lovely? I laughed to keep from crying. He's a Yandere Izuku. Isn't that what the fan art shows? He's squeezing me, I said, referring to my hands, which were still tied behind my back. What do you mean? My hands. I averted my gaze. He seemed dim in tea, and that made me super nervous. I'd never seen Izuku like this. And the fact that he looks like him is so confusing. He leaned closer, looking to the side of me. Do you want me to untie you? He asked, moving his hands to mine, right where the knot was. I nodded once, then twice. If I untie you, you won't escape, okay? He untied me, and I rubbed my wrists, feeling his gaze on me, surely waiting to see what I would do. Thank you. He lifted me with force, sitting me back on the sofa. Thank you. He stood up, grabbing the wine glass that was on a small table. You thank me? Seriously, you thank me after I kidnapped you? At me intently while drinking from his glass. I have a question for you. I swallowed my nerves in fear. Go ahead. Why? Why what? Why me? Out of all those girls, why me? You said that as soon as you saw me with Izuku, you wanted to have me. Is it just a whim? He laughed, then fell silent, looking at me. There's something about you, something I can't quite put my finger on. No, that's not it. Less likely. Obsession? Maybe. Longing? Most likely. He set down the glass and turned back to me, taking my chin to look into my eyes. I would be a better boyfriend than him. What? He's your boyfriend, right? Haven't you ever heard that saying that the hero would sacrifice the girl for the world? But the villain would sacrifice the world for the girl. His gaze dropped to my lips with a sideways smile. I looked closer at his face. He had a scar under his left eye, his jaw was well-defined, and there was a burn on his neck as if he had been grabbed there. Never in your life have you wished to be a villain's weakness? His voice was too alluring. Not now. I was about to push him away when someone knocked on the door, making him let out a groan. What do you want? Boss, you need to come. He stopped looking at the door and turned to me, smiling maliciously. He gave me a quick kiss, leaving me in shock, and then he left the room calmly while I stood there with my hand over my mouth. Damn it. I have to escape from here, now. Chapter end. Izuku Midoriya. It's your fault. If you hadn't run off after kissing her, she wouldn't have gone after you. First of all, why the hell did you do that? Uraraka, did you go to the apartment just to kiss her? I was furious, angry with her and with myself. Besides kissing my girlfriend, she got kidnapped, and it's been 5 days since I've heard anything from her. Absolutely nothing. I felt someone put a hand on my shoulder, and I jerked it away while glaring at Uraraka, who looked worried. I'm sorry, okay? I never meant to do it. But you did. We were at Kaken's Heroes Agency, and the former Class A was almost all gathered. I know, and I'm sorry. For a moment I felt understood. I can't control who I fall in love with, Deku. Forgive me for falling in love. And believe me, I feel so guilty about what happened. She fell silent as I listened to her. The others were watching us. We had started this discussion because of a comment from Kaminari, who had asked how they had found her. But unlike you, I've been visiting her regularly, and believe me, she said she felt like a prisoner in that apartment. I lowered my gaze. He was right. I was her boyfriend, and I hadn't visited her like he had. Hey, stop. This isn't the time to argue. Ida interrupted, stepping between us. Right, we need to find Sen. Now that we're all here, we work well as a team, guys. We can find her, Yayarozu said, moving beside Ida. I stayed quiet for most of the time. Kaken was at the computer, just like Kirishima, when we saw the signal cut out, and suddenly a transmission came through. It was in a tight black dress, wearing what looked like expensive earrings, 2 black bracelets around her wrists, and an emerald necklace. Was wearing what had been stolen 2 days ago from a well-known jewelry store, and she was sitting on the lap of. It was me. How is this possible? Everyone suddenly looked at me and then back at the computer. The guy who looked like me started to speak, but it wasn't just audible in the agency. Some stayed inside the building while I, Shinso, Todoroki, Tokoyami, and Kaken rushed outside. That guy was on all the screens, holding by the waist while she had her arms around his shoulders. All for one, Tamura, Dabi, the League of Villains. They're no longer here, but I believe that in this new city, in this new world, I will replace them. What am I saying? Replace? No, I will be worse than them. I will be their worst villain. A smile formed on his face. Did they track him? Kaken shouted, looking towards the entrance of the building where Jair was. No. We need him to stay a little longer. How are we supposed to do that? The citizens were watching the screens intently. Some looked fearful, others angry, and some looked at me. Oh no. You're that guy. The civilians stared at me and I stepped back a little. No. Of course not. He's there and I'm here. How could it be me? Isn't she the one who makes the suits for the heroes? Just like you? And no, I mean yes. But she was kidnapped. There's no point in explaining this to them now, Deku. Kaken shouted, stepping in front of me. Do you really think that idiot is him? Just look at his face, you fools. They did, and it seemed to calm them down. It was true he had a scar under his left eye. was still held by the waist while he spoke, but suddenly he fell silent and smiled wickedly again. The transmission cut off, and the screens went black, but Jiru came running, telling us to follow her. We stood in front of a computer where that guy was still present. The villain didn't stop smiling while he had the girl on his lap. Everyone was shocked when they heard him say the name of his companion. Midoriya Izuku. She really kisses so well. He took her chin, leaning in closer, and kissed her shamelessly while she returned the kiss in front of the camera. Everyone turned to look at their companion, who was staring at the computer in shock. And let's not talk about other things she's really good at. Want to see? Only a few watched the young woman. A tear slid down her right cheek. Suddenly, the whole image changed to a shot where she was lying with her eyes closed, sweating, and the camera began to lower towards her collarbone. It was about to reach her when the computer shut off abruptly. Bakugo had turned it off in anger over the situation. Midoriya slowly stepped away while holding his head in frustration. I should never have brought her into this world. I shouldn't have gone for her. If she weren't here, none of this would be happening. I wouldn't be in this situation. Portman. My plan to escape was a total disaster. Because when I tried on the third day, that man discovered me and punished me, which only made me feel worse. When the transmission ended, he carried me to the sofa in his office. I felt terrible. I had shown that horrible recording to who knows who. He wouldn't let anyone else come near me. They couldn't even look at me or touch me, even with a single finger, unless it was to give me food. Who did you show that recording to? I asked, eating something they had brought me. He turned to look at me. No one you care about. I raised my gaze, still holding the fork in my hand. He could be nice, giving me compliments and all that sometimes, but other times he just wanted me to please him. I felt trapped. Fine. I didn't say anything else. Take off that dress, it must be uncomfortable, right? It's tight, he said. I didn't look at him and simply replied, it's fine like this. He stood in front of the sofa and looked at me. Take off that dress, he ordered slowly. Grit. I pulled it off slowly and stood up from the sofa to remove the dress in front of him. I had gotten used to it since the third day. Because if I didn't, he would hurt me, which he would then bandage, calling me silly, in a childish way. I wandered around the office in my underwear until I found his jacket, which was a bit big for me. I put it on and returned to the sofa to eat. The food was the only good thing here. Good girl, he said, stroking my cheek. I said nothing and continued eating. I just hoped they were able to track the transmission or something so they could get me out of here. I need the real Deku, the kind, sweet, affectionate Izuku, not this one. Chapter end. Portman. I'm seriously considering becoming the Deadpool of this place. And tell me, what's that scar on your neck from? Was it from your power? He sat in a chair, watching me while eating pizza. As I said, the food is the only good thing here. No, it wasn't from my power. Then what was it from? He rested his elbow on his knee and propped his head on his hand, looking at me. You're so curious, but I'll tell you, it was the Bakugo from my world. I opened my eyes in surprise. He grabbed me by the neck before I defeated him in middle school, just a day before entering UA Academy. Why, you defeated him? Yes, he was really annoying with his ego and superiority over everyone. I was so angry with him, mocking me, humiliating me, beating me since we were kids. When I received All Might's power, I felt it flow through my body. It was such a pleasurable sensation. Something took over me, remembering all those taunts from my classmates, and just before all that, I sought him out and we fought. I got injuries from One for All, as well as wounds from his explosions on my back, arms, and neck. Each time I mentioned the place, he leaned a little closer to show me. In his last moments, he didn't even apologize. I was on top of him, just preparing my power to finish him off, and he grabbed me by the neck. When he launched an explosion, I threw a punch, and that's where it all ended. He stepped away from me, putting his shirt and vest back on. Not long after, All Might found out, and even though I admired him, I couldn't risk being discovered. You can imagine what happened. I entered the academy as just another student, but since I defeated both of them, He looked at his hand as a smile formed on his face. I couldn't stop, I kept doing it. I don't know how, I don't know who, but they discovered me. Soon after, the League found out about me, and then all for one, that idiot tried to gain my trust to take my power away. We had a fight and I won. No way. How did he lose? Using 100%. The League had no choice but to obey me. Tamura rebelled, but by that time, I already had more villains on my side. He continued explaining, and it all made sense. If Izuku weren't the good and kind boy, that would have happened to him. I spent the last 5 most boring hours of my life. It was 6 in the evening, and I had nothing to do. The other Deku wasn't around. Someone entered the office while I was lying on the couch with my arm over my eyes. I knew it wasn't him because he always said things like, "I'm back," or, "Did those useless people bring you food?" In short, he always talked about anything when he came in. "You know that if you come in here or even touch me with a finger, he'll kill you," I warned, but he didn't seem to hear me because the footsteps were getting closer. "You perverted jerk. Can't you see I'm in my underwear?" I threw a pillow straight at the guy, which he caught. The only thing I had on over my underwear was the other guy's jacket. I sat up on the couch, watching as he still held the pillow in his hands, and I heard him start to sob. "Is he a weirdo? I finally found you." He removed the pillow and the hood from his face, revealing Izuku, who was in tears. As soon as I saw him, I was surprised, and like flash, I jumped off the couch to hug him. In the attempt, I almost tripped, but it was worth it because I could feel his arms around me again. "Let's get out of here before he comes back, please." I looked at him as he wiped his tears. He nodded and buttoned up the jacket, a slight blush on his cheeks, so appealing. He took my hand and put the hood back on, covering part of his face. We left the office, and soon after, he picked me up when he saw I wasn't wearing shoes. "Hey you! Who are you, and what are you doing with the boss's pet?" "Someone stopped us." "Pet?" Izuku turned around, removing his hood with a serious face. He seemed to activate his power and lifted me with one hand. Amazing. "B-boss. I'm so sorry, I didn't think it was you," the other guy stammered, and Izuku said nothing, just put the hood back on and walked away without saying a word. At first, he walked, but once we were far from the guy, he ran with me in his arms. There were people blocking the way, but with one smash, he cleared them all out. We exited the place, and the remaining sunlight, well, what was left since it was already setting, temporarily blinded me. I covered my eyes. "Where do you think you're taking my little toy?" "Toy? What am I?" Izuku turned around and there was the other guy. "Is not a toy or a pet, you idiot," he shouted angrily. Izuku was really mad, which surprised me. "I don't care, you can't take her away. She's mine." "No, she's not yours. She's not a trophy or an object you can claim. If you don't want to give her back, I'll take her once you're gone." Let's go. I pleaded, but he didn't seem to listen to me. "I'm sorry, we have to end this once and for all, and I'm sorry for what I'm about to do now. I love you." He smiled. "What are you talking about?" I asked, but before he could say anything else, he threw me into the air. "I'm going to die." I was about to hit the ground. "God, if you save me now, I promise that if I live, I'll give a little kiss to my Netta." Suddenly, someone caught me in their arms, pulling me away from the place. It was an open field. I didn't promise anything. I looked better at the person. "No way." "Hi, I'm Gogo." He smiled. Gogo. The first design of Bakugo. The cheerful and well-behaved one. Am I dead? I grabbed the collar of his suit, panicking. "No, you're not. You're so strange," he laughed. "Now hold on, I'll take you to a safe place." He smiled, then used his explosions to get us away from the area while I clung to him to avoid falling. Chapter end. Narrator. Hours before going to rescue the young girl. "It's not your fault, Midoriya. How were you supposed to know that guy would kidnap her?" Kaminari tried to cheer him up. "Did they find his address? Were they able to track him?" Shinso asked while looking at Kirishima. "No," he said sadly. "So what are we going to do? We don't have a single clue." "Oh, hello." "Sure." Here's the clean text. Someone entered the building, causing everyone to become alert, but they seemed surprised by who it was. It was a boy who looked just like Katsuki, dressed in a suit almost identical to Katsuki's but with some modifications. Who are you? Bakugo, did you have a twin and never tell us? Of course not, you idiot. How careless. My name is Gogo Bakugo, he said, bowing and surprising everyone. Hey Gogo. I told you not to barge in like that. Someone else rushed into the building, and Class A exchanged glances, still astonished by what they were witnessing. Bakugo, this isn't the time for jokes. Kaminari exclaimed. What are you talking about? I'm not doing anything. After explaining how they had arrived and what they had seen on the enormous screens, along with the commotion surrounding Deku and the civilians, they had come to ask them questions. Portals? Shoji questioned. Yes, exactly. I don't know what happened, but it brought us here, and we're sure it brought that guy from the screens. 2. Yamakumo replied. Before entering, did they say they wanted the location of that guy? I've got it right here, Gogo said with a smile, holding up his phone. What? How? The others looked stunned. Gogo is somewhat of an expert with computers and all that, Yamakumo explained with a sigh. Wow, then if it's not too much trouble, could you help us? Kirishima asked eagerly. Of course. Kaminari and Kirishima cheered. Hey, get off the floor. Yamakumo stepped in front of Izuku, and they moved away as Gogo spoke, sharing the address he had obtained. Why are you like this? You look pathetic. Izuku quickly wiped away the few tears he had while being observed by Yamakumo. Are you Yamakumo? How do you know? My girlfriend told me. Does she belong to my world? Yamakumo asked while pulling 2 drinks from the vending machine. No, she belonged to a completely different world than ours. Izuku chuckled with a hint of nostalgia. So there's a multiverse? I thought that only happened in movies, Yamakumo said as he sat down next to Izuku, offering him a can, which he took and opened. Was your girlfriend that girl? Yeah, she was kidnapped 5 days ago, and I hadn't heard anything about her until now. I'm really worried about how that guy is treating her. A little while ago, he showed us a video of her, and she was... Izuku stopped speaking, putting a hand in his hair and biting his lip to keep from crying. It's okay, you don't have to tell me. Guys, we have her. Uraraka shouted, causing Izuku to rush over to the computer. They were in a secluded area, so they made a plan. Kaken will keep watch with Kirishima. Kaminari and Shinso will face any villains that get in the way. Jairu and Shoji will keep us updated through the communicators. Yamamo and Uraraka will drive. Gogo will take over when she's thrown. Ida and Todoroki will investigate that base, and Yamakumo and I will confront that Deku. Any questions? Izuku asked, but no one spoke up, so he assumed everyone was on board. Everyone began to gear up to go after the villain while also rescuing her. After an hour in the present. Am I dead? The girl grabbed the collar of Gogo's suit, making him laugh. No, you're just strange. Hold on tight, I'll take you to a safe place. She did as he said, and he took her to a large truck where Momo, Uraraka, Katsuki, and Kirishima were waiting. Bakugo! Guys! The girl started babbling nonsensically. Seeing them made my heart race with excitement, so I didn't hesitate to hug each of them and began to babble as well. Speak properly for once. Bakugo hit me on the head. Bakugo! Kirishima protested and I hugged Bakugo again. He was like my brother. There was nothing else to do, oh well. How is Gogo here? I asked, still hugging him. We were swallowed by a portal, Gogo replied, and I heard Bakugo sigh. Seeing me like this embarrasses me. Kirishima and I laughed, but suddenly something made the ground shake. We looked in the direction where Izuku and the evil Deku had stayed. Those lightning bolts are Izuku's power, but there's a light green one and a red one with black. That must belong to the evil Deku, right? I asked, and everyone looked at me with expressions of confusion. Actually, the red and black one is Yamakumo's, Gogo revealed, and I could swear he had the same expression Luffy from One Piece had when he said, Sugai. Yamakumo is here? He's not supposed to exist. He was discarded. Soon after, a dark green lightning bolt with black appeared. That had to be the evil Deku. The evil He defeated All for One all by himself. You have to go help him. It doesn't matter if they have the same powers. The villain Deku defeated All for One. I don't know why he didn't tell me, but he did. He defeated and killed his Bakugo, killed All Might and Tamura, all by himself, and many more villains and heroes. The others were left speechless by what I said. I doubt it, Katsuki said, making me grip his arms tightly. I'm serious, Katsuki. He told me everything he did. He has a burn from the impact of one of the explosions from Bakugo from his world right on his neck. I'm not joking. You have to go help him. Please, Katsuki, I don't want him to die. I shouted, and he and the others noticed my concern. Tisich, fine. You heard him. Now get in the truck, you're going to catch a cold. Come on, Kirishima, cheap copy of me. Actually, I'm 2 years older, so I'm not the copy. Katsuki, you would be. Learn to count, he said with a smile. It's true he insults without realizing it. Or maybe he's just playing dumb. Both of them grabbed Kirishima to take him away faster with their explosions. San, get inside, we're leaving, Yamamoto told me, and I nodded, getting into the truck and promptly closing the door. She started driving. It was all open terrain, so it would take us a little while to reach the city. Chan, here, Yamamoto made this. Uraraka handed me some clothes and I thanked her. I changed into denim shorts, a blue shirt, and some sandals. Chapter end. Portman. Hours. 2 hours had passed since the confrontation. The news broadcast was covering the fight from a helicopter, showing the three of them battling while no hero dared to intervene. But I had no idea. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming power of the three. Is it really that hard to defeat him? It was over. Everything had come to an end. 2 people were gravely injured, and 1 body lay on the ground. Izuku and Yamakumo faced the evil Deku, while Gogo and Katsuki took on the other villains. Apparently, Todoroki and Ito weren't as lucky, as they had also sustained injuries while escaping from the hideout. Through the television, we could see the medical team approaching the injured heroes. Izuku and Yamakumo collapsed to the ground, and it didn't take long for them to be lifted onto stretchers. The place had been devastated. Where are they transferring them? I asked worriedly, glancing at Uraraka, who seemed to be on a call with the hospital. To Hayashi Hospital, not far from here. She hung up the phone and turned to me. I need to help clear away all this debris and see if there were any casualties. That clash of powers was truly overwhelming. If you want, I can give you a ride. It's on my way. Uraraka grabbed some keys and headed toward the entrance, with me following her. She opened the doors of the van that had brought me here and started driving. A notable silence settled between us. Did that guy hurt you? Did he do anything else? Uraraka suddenly asked, looking straight ahead. I didn't respond and turned my gaze to the window. I don't want to talk about it, I replied. I hadn't told anyone about the last 2 hours except my mother. While the doctors examined me, I had asked them to keep everything private, and they respected that. I understand, was the last thing Uraraka said before we arrived at the hospital. Thank you. Good luck, I smiled as I got out of the car. She gave me a half-hearted smile, her eyes reflecting sadness. I closed the car door and headed straight to the reception. Are Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo here? I placed both hands on the desk while looking at the receptionist. Are you a relative of either of them? She asked without looking at me. Fiancé of Midoriya and sister of Bakugo. If I said I was a friend, they probably wouldn't tell me where they were. They had just been transferred, so it was obvious they would let family in first. Could you fill out these forms? She handed me 2 sheets. The first to ask about them. As I reached for the papers, 2 people approached. Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, and Portman. 2 female voices shouted simultaneously. Mitsuki-san? Inko-san? I spoke, and they looked at me with concern. Chan. They both hugged me, tears streaming down their cheeks. We were so worried about you. I tried to return the embrace. Excuse me? We all turned to the nurse. Do you have any relation to her? She said she was Midoriya's partner and Bakugo's sister, But honestly, I don't see the resemblance. And what does it matter to you? Chan is my adopted daughter. Mitsuki wrapped her arm around my shoulders, pulling me close. I'm sorry. It's just protocol, the nurse apologized, handing them 2 sheets. Could you fill these out? They nodded and sat down next to me in the waiting area to complete the forms that were keeping me from entering the room where Izuku was. We all finished almost at the same time and submitted the forms. The receptionist glanced over them briefly before putting them away. Thank you. For now, only 1 person is allowed per patient, but soon it will be more. Bakugo Katsuki is on the 3rd floor, room 2A, and Midoriya Izuku is in the same area, room 3C. We 3 moved away to head to the elevator. Inko-san, please don't prioritize me, you're his mother. I smiled at her as she took my hands, her eyes glistening with tears. I practically pushed her into the elevator. She insisted that I go first since I hadn't seen Izuku in 5 days and because I had been through so much, but I refused, and we ended up in a mini argument that I ultimately won. I went to the waiting area and waited. I was hungry. I checked my pockets. I had managed to shower and put on some briefs, a shirt, and a sweater. I pulled my hand out of my pockets and checked how much money I had at that moment. About 500 yen, which was roughly 90 pesos. Here, that would be enough for some street food. I left the hospital and looked for a food stall. When I found one, I ordered something to eat for 350 yen, which didn't seem like much since it was quite a bit of food. After finishing my meal, I returned to the hospital to grab a snack from the vending machine. I ended up buying some cookies and a bottle of water, which was all I could afford. I glanced at my phone. It was late, 10 p.m. I saw Mitsuki heading toward the reception. It seemed she filled out another form and turned to come sit next to me. This boy is really troublesome, she sighed, running her hands over her face. I'm glad you're okay. Do you want to go see him? He woke up a few minutes ago. I didn't scold him or say anything like when he was kidnapped. I just hugged him because I was so worried. I hugged Mitsuki back. I had gotten along very well with her, and even though I probably shouldn't have, I shared some things about Bakugo, things that had hurt him, that had broken him inside. She understood. She told me she had never realized that because of the confidence he always projected. Of course, I'll go in a few moments, I said, pulling away from her as she got up from her seat. She said goodbye and left the hospital. I returned to the reception. What room did you say Katsuki Bakugo was in? I asked with a shy smile, as I had only memorized Izuku's room number. It's on the 3rd floor, room 2A. I nodded and headed to the elevator, waiting a moment before the doors opened, allowing me to step inside. When I reached Bakugo's room, I entered to find him lying there with bandages on his arms and patches on his cheek and forehead. He had scrapes but nothing serious. I approached the bed. He had his eyes closed, and as I sat in the chair beside him, he suddenly opened his eyes, startling me. What the hell? Do you have some kind of super sensor or what? He closed his eyes again. What are you doing here? Oh, I came to see what kind of flowers are in the window. What about you? He turned his head toward me, looking somewhat annoyed. I came to see you, you idiot. What else would I do? He turned his back to me. Can you believe it? I came to visit him and he acts like this. I felt like giving him a light smack on the back of the head. How are you? I asked. Wonderful really, he replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He fell silent for a moment. And you? He asked just as I was popping a cookie into my mouth. I swallowed quickly to respond. Me? I'm fine. Just a few band-aids on my feet and abdomen, that's all. Are you sure? He turned around while still lying down, looking at me with one hand under his head. Those eyes of his are so appealing. Yep, I said with a smile. You know you can tell me, right? I can pretend not to hear anyone but myself, but I really do listen, quirkless, he revealed, closing his eyes while extending his hand. I assumed he wanted a cookie, so I offered him one and he took it. I sat there in silence, debating whether or not to tell him. I trusted Bakugo a lot, but I wasn't sure if I should share this with him. Actually, no, I don't feel that great. I felt really used by him in every possible way. I felt completely useless for not being able to do anything on my own. He overwhelmed me in so many ways, and when I tried to escape, it only got worse. I ended up with a scar just below my BRSTS and a few centimeters above my belly button. I showed him the scar, and he looked at it without saying anything. I pulled my shirt down, a knot in my throat preventing me from continuing, but I pushed through. And I really feel so grateful to you and Izu for getting me out of there. I truly appreciate it, Katsuki. I lowered my head, and I felt a hand on my arm, followed by a hug. Even while lying on the stretcher, he embraced me, and I couldn't help but cry. I told you because I really don't want Izu to know. He would feel so guilty about everything that happened, and I feel like he would distance himself from me for my own good, I explained. That's okay. He stayed silent for a moment until I stopped crying. Now get away from me, you're making me all snotty. I laughed, knowing he said it to make me smile. I sat back down in the chair and glanced at my phone. It was 11:45. How late it was. Do you want me to stay here a little longer? You know, for company. I rubbed my eyes a bit. No, go rest. You need it and so do I. He settled back on the stretcher, closed his eyes, and draped his arm over them. All right, I replied, grabbing my water bottle. Cookies. I saw him lift his arm and look at me. Throw them over, all they have here is fruit. I laughed and tossed him the package of cookies, which he caught easily. I said my goodbyes and left the room. I went to the bathroom to wash my face, dried it with my shirt, and received a message. I checked my phone, it was from Mom. Sweetheart, do you want me to come pick you up? Sure, Mom. It's late and I won't make it to see Izu today. I'll come tomorrow, okay? Of course, I'll be right there. Okay, smiley face. I put my phone away and left the bathroom to head down the elevator. I stood for a moment in the waiting area, and a few minutes later, my mom texted me that she had arrived. I walked out of the hospital to find her car right in front of me. I got in, and we headed home. Once we arrived, I went straight to my room. I had told her I ate something outside the hospital, and she understood, letting me go to my room to rest. I took off my shoes, closed the door, and collapsed onto my bed as if there were no tomorrow. I had never missed this big old house and my bed, as much as I had in the last 5 days. It didn't take long for me to fall asleep. Tomorrow I would visit Izu. I would do it, I would thank him, and I hoped we wouldn't run into anyone else or a villain who would keep us apart. A few days passed, and Yamakumo and Gogo returned to their world, just like the villain Deku, and Izu was discharged from the hospital. However, since he had used 100% of his power, he wasn't in any condition to return to work as a hero just yet. Do you remember how my mom and my mother-in-law became friends? Well, my mom went to Mexico for work to oversee her fashion show and make sure everything went perfectly. She also took my mother-in-law with her to help her unwind, so they would be gone for about 2 weeks. I was at the hospital to pick up Izu. I had brought him some clothes to change into so he wouldn't have to wear his hero suit, which, by the way, he was still fixing. I entered the room and saw him putting on a shirt. Ready? I asked. He looked at me and nodded. He was sitting on the bed when a nurse came in with a wheelchair. But he wasn't even limping. Once we left the hospital, I drove us home. Izu's apartment was still a mess. In the past few days, I hadn't told him anything about what had happened to me or what that guy had done. When we got home, 2 people greeted us cheerfully in the garage. Look at you, you're all beat up. Leo laughed while Nancy gave him a light smack to quiet him. Leo? Nancy? When Todoroki and Ida had come out of the villain's lair, they had found a 3-dimensional portal. It turned out that the villain Deku had come out of there, just like Gogo and Yamakumo, but they appeared somewhere else. Since they couldn't destroy the evidence, they studied it and took it to where the other portal was, the one that had brought me to this world. 2 days earlier, the police had interrogated me and suspected that I really wasn't from this world, but that didn't make it to the press, which relieved me. However, due to a mistake by the scientists, they merged my portal with Deku's portal, and out came Leo and Nancy. Both said they were at my old house, for which Leo had keys, and they were in my room to see what Leo could take from my manga or posters. I don't know how it happened, but it turns out I now have a door-sized portal in one of the guest rooms. You open that door, and it takes you straight to my world. Or more specifically, to my room. We entered the house, and I left some things in the living room when Leo and Nancy were surprised by where I lived. Flashback. What? You live here? Are you sleeping with some drag lord, or what the hell? Shut up, Leo, I exclaimed, astonished, giving him a light smack for saying such a ridiculous thing. No. Where do you get all this nonsense from? Oh, from your father, Nancy chimed in. Hey! Leo protested, aware that what Nancy said was true. His father had the same sense of direction as Zoro from One Piece. How do I know? Because Kaminari forced me to watch One Piece with him. It was fun and made me laugh. Anyway, go upstairs. There are clothes in the rooms, pick whatever you want. Why is your house so big? Nancy exclaimed, running around with her arms outstretched. I don't know. Mom chose it. I think it was her unfulfilled dream. Plus, we have great parties here. Nothing like your old little house, Leo remarked as he headed upstairs. And flashback. Lie down, don't be stubborn, I said as I tucked Izu into my bed. But I'm fine now, he protested, trying to get up, but I gently pushed him back down. And why is that? Because you're being stubborn. Listen to me, your wounds haven't healed completely. The worst is over, but your body must be exhausted. He sighed and lay back down. I don't like doing nothing, he pouted, which I found really cute. He grabbed the TV remote and turned it on. I leaned in to steal a kiss before heading for the door. Where are you going? He asked. I'm going to check if Leo or Nancy are doing something silly in the pool. Isa laughed. I think he remembered how Leo was when he was in my world. I went downstairs and searched for Leo and Nancy everywhere. When I found them, they were sitting on the edge of the pool with their feet in the water. I watched them for a bit. They seemed to be chatting about something. I didn't want to interrupt, but just as I was about to leave, they shared a quick kiss on the lips. Ah! I knew it. I knew it. I knew you liked this idiot girl. I celebrated, bouncing around and hugging both of them. They both had a slight blush on their cheeks. What are you talking about, you silly? Get off me. Nancy stammered. She's nervous. I released them from the hug and looked at them excitedly. Since when? Since when what? They both asked, and I sighed. For heaven's sake, since when have you two been together? I don't remember. I think it was a few months ago. I spent the last months in London, and then I came back to our city, and Leo did too. Aw, how sweet. Where's Deku? My skin prickled. I still hadn't gotten over that name. Izuku is in my room, and you can call him Izuku or Midoriya. When you ask about him, just for a few more days, Leo please. He agreed without any problem. A while later, I went up to my room to tell Izu that dinner was ready. We both went downstairs to eat, and dinner was lively. Leo was sharing all sorts of strange stories about his life, which made us laugh. I definitely missed them. I missed seeing them in person and hearing their voices. We went to the living room to watch a movie or something until Leo said something. What? There's no Yarakan Beach Club here? Nancy looked at him, puzzled. She didn't know what that was, and it was probably better that way. And why on earth did you want to look for that? I wanted to corrupt them, he said with a mischievous grin. Put on a movie already. Yeah. Chapter end. Narrator. Years passed, and the couple was now 27 and 28 years old. The girl's mother had moved to a little cabin not far from a lake, saying she wanted a break, partly because during one of her trips, she met a man who made her feel those appealing feelings she once had for her daughter's father. When's the wedding, Izuku? She playfully punched her son-in-law with a smile. The mother of his girlfriend had just gotten married and had had a bit to drink. Sweetheart, it's time for us to go. Yeah, oh my appealing daughter, her mother said, pinching her cheeks to pull her closer. Mom, you smell like alcohol. I'm not drunk. Let's go if you want to catch your flight for the honeymoon. As soon as she heard that, she pulled away from her daughter and said her goodbyes. Goodbye, her now stepfather said, and she returned his smile. Goodbye, Ian. Take care of my mom, or I'll be watching you, she said with a playful smile before closing the door. Dad, pull his legs for me, the girl joked while her boyfriend looked at her with a smile. How awkward. What? Izuku asked curiously as they both headed to the living room. That everyone knows that on your wedding night, you're probably going to be busy all night long. Izuku nearly spat out all the water he had in his mouth. He wiped his face a bit while following his girlfriend to the bedroom. I mean, it's no secret that you're probably going to be busy until tomorrow. Just thinking about my mom and that Yun gives me the creeps, she said, making a disgusted face as she took off her dress and put on her pajamas. After 11 years of being together, they were very comfortable with each other, so it didn't matter if he dressed in front of her or she in front of him. However, he couldn't help but blush every time it happened. She lay down on the bed, and Izuku followed suit, propping himself up on his arm and looking at her as she watched TV. "Your mom is right," he said. She simply replied with a "right?" He continued, "that we should get married." Turned her head toward him, surprised. "What? With my mouth?" He still wore a smile and received a light punch from her, making him laugh. "I'm serious. We should get married, so I hope you find this translation to your liking." Izuku sat on the bed, looking at her in shock as he reached into the pocket of his shorts and pulled out a small box. "So, Portman, we met in a truly unexpected way. I appeared in your room, you helped me, you became my friend, you supported me, and in the end, I fell so deeply in love with you that I even brought you to my world, away from yours, just to have a life together. But even so, you never left my side, and that makes me incredibly happy. I am completely sure that I want to build our future together." He opened the box to reveal a ring, causing her to shed a few tears while smiling. "So, would you be the appealing wife of this hero-obsessed weirdo, now crazy for you?" She laughed and nodded repeatedly before throwing herself at him to hug and kiss him. When they pulled apart, Izuku slipped the ring onto one of her fingers. "You're so silly," she said, kissing him again. But soon, that sweet and tender kiss turned into one of passion, and it didn't take long for them to shed their shirts. He seized the opportunity to start touching her sensitive spots, making her let out soft sighs. Even with her breath quickening, she began kissing his neck and moving down to his shoulders. All the shyness of the green-haired boy had vanished. He knew she felt confident with him, allowing him to explore new places with his hands. He felt secure with her, and she felt the same with him. Before long, they were both naked, their breaths quickening from all the touches, caresses, and kisses. She straddled him, barely brushing against their NTMB areas while kissing him, who couldn't help but let out soft mms and gasps. Not waiting any longer, he quickly grabbed a condom from a drawer and lifted her to put it on before entering her. He had let himself be carried away by the excitement and went in without warning, apologizing afterward. But she, with a mischievous smile, began to move. Their skin collided. He held her by the hips to go deeper, hitting her sweet spot and making her feel even more pleasure. It didn't take long for her walls to tighten around him, bringing both of them to a moment of joy. Izuku pulled out to dispose of the condom while his fiancée lay on the bed, catching her breath. "Round 2?" she asked, turning to look at him with a smile and nodding toward the bed. He didn't hesitate to go again. He definitely wouldn't be walking tomorrow, but he was going to enjoy it more than he could imagine. I woke up to a phone call, grabbed my phone, and saw it was Nancy. "What do you want?" "It's too early." "It's 11, Leonardo." "And what's with the what do you want?" "You should say, 'Hello, my love. How are you? How did you wake up?'" "You're crazy, you'll never hear me say that." "What's up?" "Today is S birthday, remember?" "Well, it's not like she gets excited about her birthday, the only thing she cares about is the gifts." "You're right, but we need to go to that world or dimension to surprise her." I rubbed my face, still half asleep. "Okay, I'll meet you at her old house to see if that portal is still open." I heard a yes, and then she hung up. With some effort, I got out of my cozy bed. I had showered yesterday, so I didn't need to today. I went to the bathroom to take care of business. "Hey, Alexa," I shouted at the device. "Play my Feeling Fabulous playlist." The song started playing shortly after. I brushed my teeth, washed my face, found some clothes, and dressed in a black t-shirt, jeans, and my sneakers. I brushed my hair and put on some rings and necklaces I had kept since I was 19. Don't be surprised, this is real, not a fantasy. Mommy, don't be sad, I'm still your daddy. I'm your life, I'm your death, and I live to please you. My heart is cold but my is hot. I sang in front of the mirror and turned everything off before leaving the apartment. If Nancy heard me, she would give me a good smack. I walked to his house. Since the house wasn't for sale and I had the key, we could go in whenever we wanted to visit. Finally, you made it. Were you admiring yourself in the mirror? Nancy said with a smile. At least I didn't say, I'll be there in 5 minutes and take half an hour just to show up with eyeliner and lipstick. Nancy feigned offense as I opened the door. Donna Letty initially thought we were going into the house to hook up and accused us more than once. What a nosy old lady. We entered the house. Nancy and I had come several times to clean it up occasionally. In recent years, had only come about 14 times, which is little because she says the house reminds her of her dad, and honestly, it affects me too. I had known him since I was a kid, so it hit me a bit. We walked through the living room until we reached S' room. I went to her shelf, where she had several manga. She said she couldn't take them because some animes didn't exist there. Hey, leave that there. How many times do you plan to read them over and over? Oh, come on, let me. That's what they're for. I put one manga back in its place, and Nancy opened the closet door, but it was empty. There's nothing. How are we going to get out now? You're such a ditz. Look. I approached SWH and flipped the lever, and the portal opened. See? I told you, you need me for everything. Remember, it takes energy to keep this lever working. Okay, sorry. We entered the portal. Nancy had a bag. We had to bring a gift. Nah, I didn't care. We stepped through and appeared in the guest room of her big house. Tfuyu, here I come. Din, I forgot she was with Tokoyami. Let's go. Nancy took my hand, and we searched the house, but in the end, she decided to go to her room. She entered as if it were her own and shouted, "Why are you screaming?" I approached the door, and there was Deku half naked, with hugging him. Aya, I'm sorry. Nancy shouted, and lay down on the bed, covering herself completely. I pulled out my phone. Photo. I took a picture of Deku and felt a sharp tug on my ear. Ouch. I complained, and Nancy pulled me out of the room, closing the door behind us. Why is that? I exclaimed. You know why. You're the one most likely to run off with another man. Hey, don't judge me like that. I wouldn't go off with another man. Unless it was Hawks, Aizawa, or Kirishima. But Hawks and Aizawa are twice your age. So what? They could be my sugar daddies. What's the problem? I glanced at Nancy, who wore an angry expression. But no, this is wrong and illegal and... It seemed like there was no way to fix this, so I headed to the kitchen like a scolded puppy. I hadn't had breakfast, so I rummaged through the refrigerator. How embarrassing. I was still tangled in my sheets when I felt someone slide my back. They're gone. I heard Iza's laughter. I threw off the sheets and gave him a light smack. And why are you so calm? Just letting you know I gave you the best birthday gift, he said, taking my hand and kissing it. I looked at the ring with a smile, leaned in, and pressed my lips to his. You're right. Now, will you carry me? I said with a grin, arms outstretched, and he nodded with a smile. After we showered and got dressed, we headed down to the kitchen. I was hungry, and the first thing I saw was Leo devouring my donuts while staring at his phone. My donuts? Hawaii. Portman. Leo was devouring my donuts. I ran toward him, and he dashed away to avoid being caught, even with the box of donuts in hand and one in his mouth. Leo, give me back my donuts. No. It's my birthday. Oh, right, just for today. He suddenly stopped, causing me to bump into him. I snatched the box of donuts from him and grabbed one to eat. We both returned to the kitchen, where there was a mini cake with a candle on it. Happy birthday! Izuku and Nancy shouted simultaneously, and after a few seconds, Leo, with his usual delay, joined in. Thanks, guys. I smiled and moved closer to the mini cake, blowing out the candle. It reminded me of my dad. Every year on my birthday, he would come to my room with my mom, bringing a penguin pastry and placing a match or lighter on it for me to blow out. Nancy handed me a small knife, and I looked at her. Seriously? What? I want a tiny slice. I laughed. Better go get 4 forks, and we can share it, Nancy said happily, quickly heading off to get the forks. The 4 of us began to eat the mini cake. Before long, I received a call from Mom. Hi, Mom. Happy birthday, sweetheart. Ha, thanks. I'm sorry I'm not there to hug you until you can't breathe. I laughed at what she said. Don't worry about it, just calling is enough. You've never let me down on my birthday. Have fun with Yun and don't worry about me. Are you sure? Of course. We talked a bit more before hanging up. We had finished the cake among the 4 of us. So where are we going to hang out now? Leo asked, sipping some juice. I don't know. Where do you want to go, sweetie? Izu asked, and I thought for a moment. Just as I was about to speak, Izu received a call. I'll take this, he said, giving me a kiss on the cheek while telling me it was fine. So, what's up? Nancy asked. I don't know, how about we just stroll around the city and eat as much as we can? Leo slammed his hand on the table to get our attention. Yes. Oh my God, yes. Let's eat until we can't anymore. We could go to a restaurant or get Chinese food. Leo, we're in Japan, come on. Or street food, fried chicken. Burgers, mashed potatoes. Salad? No, yuck, not salad. Let's go to Burger King or McDonald's. Pizza? Everything Leo suggested was making my mouth water. Decided then, we'll stroll, shop, and eat until we can't anymore. I declared, and Leo celebrated with me. I saw Izu approaching us again. Who was it? My mom says she wishes you a happy birthday, I smiled. Have you decided where you're going? We're going to stroll around the city and eat until we can't anymore. Leo replied as I nodded. After a while, we gathered our things and got into the Cadillac that Mom had bought, another of her unfulfilled dreams. I drove until we reached the city and parked in a lot. After parking, we got out of the car, secured it, and walked through the city while chatting. Wait, did you propose to him? Did he propose to you? Leo shouted in amazement, causing some people to look at us. Nancy covered his mouth. Yes, it was yesterday, Izu replied with a smile. Oh, look at that store, it looks interesting. Nancy pulled Leo into the store, and we followed her inside. There were many things, but honestly, I was getting hungry. I hadn't eaten anything besides a few donuts and the mini cake. I'm hungry, Nancy, Leo complained. This guy is truly my soulmate as a friend. I have no proof, but I have no doubts either. I'm with Leo, I said. Izuku and Nancy were looking at the antiques in the store while murmuring about things. I'll go for the slime, and you go for the broccoli, I nodded, and we both walked toward them, grabbing them by their shirts and practically dragging them out of the store. Let's go eat. Leo and I complained simultaneously. Izu, carry me, I said mischievously, and he didn't say anything, just nodded with a smile, positioning himself in front of me and lifting me onto his back. How would it be if your boyfriend carried you? I heard Nancy say, and I turned to see Leo, who was looking at and pointing at a bird while saying, Tataki. Nancy gave him a light slap and I laughed. Are you crazy? How do you expect me to carry you? He has super strength. I mean, he took down Muscular when he was only 16. Oh, I just wanted you to do that. Don't say nonsense, Nancy. Instantly, don't say nonsense, Meridian, popped into my mind. Nancy gave him a playful punch. Their relationship is truly unique. Nancy, Izuku, and Leo walked to a burger restaurant. While Nancy and Leo looked for a table, Izuku and I went to order at the counter. By that point, I was no longer being carried. Izuku had become a well-known hero, the number 2 hero after all, and right behind him was Katsuki. Endeavor, the old man, was still holding the number 1 spot. Once, I told him that his flames were getting a bit old for being a hero. In simple terms, at a gala, I returned what he had said to me at the first one I attended, and a huge round of applause for the old man who's almost dead, while everyone applauded and laughed. Our outing was normal. Izu was making calls, saying it was hero-related, and I believed him. We ate and had fun among the 4 of us. I had parked in a spot to buy some candy, and they blindfolded me. Oh no, not again. Shoo, calm down, Izu whispered when he saw my breathing quicken. What a relief. And what a JRK. I love him and all, but he really scared me. I felt us get out of the car. I hope you're not going to throw me off a cliff. I'm telling you, Leonardo. I heard doors open, and then they removed the BLNDFLD. Everything was dark, but lines, balloons, and neon lights adorned my house. Surprise! Happy birthday, they all shouted. Their faces were painted with neon paint. They were the kids from the old Class A. I was completely surprised. They also had wigs and everything was neon or glowed in the dark, even the ice cubes. Wow, thank you so much. I tried to hug everyone. Jairu. I love that song. I shouted, and Jairu smiled, turning up the volume. There was food and drinks everywhere, my friends and familiar faces were at my house, and I was sure this party wasn't going to end early. A few days had passed since my birthday, and I was officially 28 now. I came down from my room, and the first thing I saw in the kitchen was my mother and Yun. Good morning. Yun greeted me. Good morning. Oh, honey, are you excited? Mom asked as she set breakfast on the table. Yes. Oh my God, I've liked that guy since I was 15, and now I'm even going to marry him. I replied excitedly while Yun, not understanding our conversation, focused on his breakfast. Good morning, family. Leo shouted as he entered the dining room with Nancy. They would be staying here this month to plan the entire wedding. Leo insisted, of course. Morning. Leo and Nancy sat down and a helper, though I didn't like calling them maids, brought breakfast to them. I like this rich life, I really do, Leo said, making Mom, Nancy, and me laugh. Yun was a bit of a sourpuss, but it wasn't his fault. He just didn't understand anything. You're 28 and still living with your mother? Wow, it's temporary. In fact, Izuku and I have been looking at houses since before he proposed so I could move out, and I already had one in mind. After finishing breakfast, I headed to the studio to finish up some pending outfits. There were more workers around, but I made some myself, especially for my friends or a few heroes. I was at the big table cutting fabric when I noticed the paper bin was full, which was odd since I hadn't created any clothing sketches. I set what I was doing aside to take the bin to the trash. As I passed through the living room, my mother looked at me. Oh, I'll take it out, she said, approaching me, but I pulled the bin away, causing a few crumpled papers to fall. I picked up two but noticed they were sketches of wedding dresses. I opened them, and they were beautifully drawn. I looked at my mother and she took a step back. Don't judge me, honey. I just want to design your dress, she exclaimed upon seeing the expression on my face. I grabbed more papers from the bin to look at them. They were all so lovely. They're amazing, Mom, I said, and she smiled. This one is appealing. I showed her the drawing. Really? Yun drew that one, she mentioned with a smile, and I crumpled the paper to toss it back in the bin. Forget it, I changed my mind, I don't like it. My mother sighed, and I continued looking through the papers until Nancy stood in front of me. What are you doing on the floor? Get up. Why? Why do you think? We have to get everything ready. Didn't Deku tell you when you can rest? Getting married is a whole ordeal. We need to check venues and see if they're available for the date you want, the food, the arrangements, the guest list, the dress, the tuxedo, the bridesmaids, the groomsmen. I don't think they're called groomsmen, I said, and Leo shot me a look, causing me to fall silent. Anyway, the music, the waltz music, the number of guests, the color of the bridesmaids' dresses, the cake, the desserts, the church or civil ceremony, I don't care which, the color of the tablecloths, decorations, dates, the honeymoon, hair, makeup, and there's still more. Relax, it will all be simple and turn out well, I said nonchalantly, and Leo quickly lifted me off the floor and shook me by the shoulders. Have you lost your mind, woman? We have less than a month to get everything sorted. And you say, relax, it'll be easy. He stopped shaking me and grabbed my arm to lead me out of the house. Mrs. Lara, are we coming back later, or do you want to join us? Leo asked excitedly. Oh no, I'll be working on more sketches for the dress, and then you can choose, Mom said with a smile as she waved goodbye. Leo and Nancy quickly pulled out their phones to call someone. Leo took the car keys from my pocket and headed straight to where the car was parked. He got in to drive. Nancy took the passenger seat, and I sat in the back. Leo started driving, playing music for the ride, and we stopped at a location. All right, this is where we should meet. I looked at him in confusion as two girls opened the door, startling me. I calmed down when I saw Momo and Uraraka. Then two more guys approached the car, making Leo get out. It was Ida and Shoto. Momo took the front seat to drive, while Nancy moved to the back, and I sat in the front. All right, the guys and I will go get Deku from wherever he is so we can look for suits, and you all will look for dresses and call us if anything comes up, okay? Leo asked and I nodded. We made our plans and on the way, I started jotting down my guest list on my phone. I was supposed to go to Izuku's apartment to sleep tonight, so I could ask him about his guests. We visited several stores and went into one to check out dresses. Have you decided on a specific color? Uraraka asked while looking at dresses. I shook my head and observed the different shades available. How about we try on different colors? One for each of us, and that way it'll be easier for you, Nancy suggested, and I agreed. There were several colors I liked, but I didn't know which one to choose. The girls came out of the fitting room to show me the colors: pastel purple, cinnamon pink, royal blue, and wine red. I still wasn't decided, so we moved on to another store that specialized in wedding dresses. But girls, my mom is making my dress, I explained, but they ignored me and walked into the store. We know, but we want to see you in at least a few. Let's just try some on, okay? I nodded, and that's what we did. I looked at several, and while I was trying one on, I received a message from Mom. She had sent me photos of sketches. They were all lovely, but one caught my attention, and I told her which one. She sent a final okay, and didn't message again. What a long day. We kept passing by shops and salons, but I finally managed to convince the girls that I would check all that out with Izuku, my mom, and my mother-in-law. I entered Izuku's apartment with the key he had given me a long time ago. I yawned as soon as I stepped inside. When I reached the kitchen, I found him dressed in a chef's outfit. What are you making today, my lovely broccoli? Broccoli, perhaps? I teased, watching him bounce in place before turning around with a smile on his face. It was supposed to be a surprise, he sighed, and I laughed as I saw him pull out a bouquet and hand it to me. Is that why you're in a suit? Thank you, you're so sweet, Zuzu. I leaned in to give him a kiss on the cheek. Now get out of my kitchen, I'm not done with dinner yet. He gently took my shoulders and guided me to sit down at the table. I smiled at him as he returned to the kitchen. It didn't take long for him to set the table. Your meal is served, my lovely. He makes me fall for him even more. I blushed a little at his comment, and as we ate, we talked about things we liked or what had happened during the day, just like always. Days and weeks continued to pass, and what Leonardo said was true, planning a wedding wasn't easy. But for now, I was worried about something else. Don't worry, we've got that planned out, Nancy tried to reassure me. Reassure me? I'm anxious, nervous, and I feel like I'm going to throw up. I covered my mouth with both hands. Okay, calm down. You're going to have an amazing last day, and those nerves will fade. You'll even forget you're getting married tomorrow, Nancy said with a smile, making me look at her in surprise. Tomorrow? So soon? I'm not ready for tomorrow. Nancy! I whined, and my friend gave me a light slap, causing me to react to the sudden jolt. Calm down. Are you going to regret it now? I shook my head quickly. All right, now relax, breathe, and leave this room whenever you want, but not too late. Nancy said her goodbyes and left the room. 15 minutes were enough for me to process everything that would happen tomorrow. I would be Izuku Midoriya's wife, and if all went well, we would grow old together. Someone entered the room, and I turned to see who it was, and the nerves hit me again like a wave. Hey there, Peeling. Izuku jumped onto the bed with a smile, crawling to lie down on my lap. Hi, I replied nervously, then began to slide his hair. There was something calming about running my fingers through his green locks. He closed his eyes, enjoying the affection. Are you nervous? Did you notice? Nope, just asking. He opened his eyes and looked at me, lifting his hand to caress my cheek. I'm just as nervous as you. What if you suddenly say no? Izuku asked, making me gasp in surprise. What? How could I say no to the cutest, sweetest, kindest, most heroic and loving guy in the world? I cupped his face, bringing him closer to me, our noses almost touching. On the contrary, I'm scared. What if you're the one who says no? I'm not as pretty as other girls. What if you regret it at the last moment? I confessed in a whisper. You're crazy. You're so appealing to me. How could I say no to you? I fell in love with your personality, with how you treated me, not just your looks. Izuku kissed me, and seconds later, we pulled apart. So, does that mean I'm ugly? No, I love everything about you. He laughed and hugged me, lying back on the bed while still holding me close. He brushed a strand of hair from my face to look into my eyes. I love you. I love you too. And where is your bachelor party going to be? Starting tomorrow, you'll be tied to me forever. I let out a mischievous laugh, making Izuku chuckle. Honestly, I don't know. Kaminari and Leonardo are taking care of that. What about yours? We're in the same boat. Jiraiya and Nancy are handling it, although I think it'll be at Momo's house. Oh, yes. The party animals have arrived. What are you doing here, Midoriya? You look like a tick. You can't seem to separate from her. Now let's go. Leonardo approached Izuku, grabbing his legs and dragging him across the floor. I can walk, I can walk. That was enough for Leo to let go. Let's go. We're going to see some ladies. What? We shouted in unison. Leonardo, what did you just say? Izuku asked furiously, glaring at him. He took a few steps back, holding his hands up defensively. I'm just kidding. I swear. I just wanted to see how mad you'd get. Don't hit me. Too late. Izuku had already given him a well-deserved smack on the head. He was about to get another one, but I stopped him. And I won't hit you again because then you'll be even more clueless than you already are. Sorry. Leo rubbed his head while grabbing Izuku by the shoulder. Let's go now. Good luck. I watched Leonardo rush out of the room. Izuku came closer to me, hugging me and giving me a kiss on the cheek before leaving. Not long after, Nancy and Jiraiya entered, each taking one of my arms and practically dragging me out to put me in a car. And where are we going? I asked, making Nancy and Jiraiya exchange a knowing glance before Nancy answered. We're going to see SS, she said with a big smile, gripping the steering wheel tightly. What? Oh yes, baby, we're going to have the time of our lives. Jiraiya said, glancing back at me, who looked shocked. But isn't that bad? No, of course not. That's what this is for. It's called a bachelorette party for a reason. The only thing that's not allowed is sleeping with someone else before the wedding. This isn't wrong and he can do it too. Anyway, we've arrived. Nancy said, parking in front of a house. They're here. Her friends shouted, surprising her. This is going to be a long night, thought as she entered the venue, adorned with colorful lights, balloons, and unique decorations. Ah, Mom, stammered the youngest of the Portmans. What is going on? She was completely shocked. All her friends were sprawled on the floor surrounded by balloons, their makeup smudged, and drool falling from their mouths. To top it off, they were wearing tequila shot glasses as necklaces. Ah! Through a pillow she had been hugging. Why does my pillow look like that? Shut up, it hurts my head, Nancy complained, putting her hand on his face. What happened yesterday? Flashback. Bottoms up, bottoms up, bottoms up, several girls shouted, encouraging to drink more. That's it. She slammed the bottle on the table, smiling victoriously. Your gift is here. Nijire shouted excitedly. My gift. Anyone who saw the young woman didn't need to look too closely to know she was already completely drunk. Yes, your gift is on its way, Nancy said, sitting the girl down in a chair. Wait, do gifts walk? Just relax, babe, Jiraiya said, who had also been drinking. Several guys entered wearing half-open white shirts, tight breathes, unbuttoned ties, tousled hair, and masks covering their faces. Sweet mother! Are they hot or what? Nancy elbowed her, seeking her approval. None of them are as hot as Izuku. How is that possible? Ugh, now I want a Deku. Nancy, I want one now. Her friend looked at her in confusion, unable to shake off the thought of Deku. All night, they had fun with the guys, who were only in boxers, showing off their well-defined muscles, but they never touched them, that wasn't their style. And flashback. It can't be. It was fun. Thanks for everything, guys. Here you go. Momo had accompanied the guys while paying what was left, while Nancy reminded her friend of everything that happened yesterday. But now you should take a shower. In fact, we should all go home after cleaning up this mess and showering. It was a crazy night. Nancy got up from her seat to help clean up. You should go home and shower. You need to do your makeup and hair. Oh, and your dress is at your house. Uraraka shouted while picking up all the cups. That's when the girl realized it was late for her. Still disheveled, she grabbed her car keys, got in, started the engine, and headed home as quickly as possible. Upon arriving home, she quickly got out of the car and rushed into her mother's house. Crazy night? Yun asked, holding a cup of coffee. My dress? Where is it? In your room, but I think you should shower first. You're right. The girl, still holding her shoes, ran as fast as her legs would allow to the shower. Fortunately, a towel was already in the bathroom. She didn't take long to undress and turn on the water. When she stepped out of the shower, she dried off a bit and entered her room, where she found her mother fixing the dress. Mom, it's really appealing. You always manage to surprise me. Really? Thanks. I still wonder how you had time to do this in such a short time. Secrets of a seamstress. Her daughter smiled, hugging her. Now change quickly. The makeup artist and hairstylist won't be long. You really arrived late. I'm sorry. As soon as her mother left the room, she dressed in a black tank top and denim shorts, brushed her hair, and left to get into her mother's car, which would take her to the venue. Chapter end. Narrator. Makeup done, hair done, shoes on, jewelry ready, was almost ready. Where is... Nancy asked, alarmed at not finding her best friend anywhere. I don't know, wasn't she with you? Jair asked. Yes, but she told me she was going to the bathroom and never came back. Still can't find her? Tsiu asked upon seeing the two girls. They shook their heads and continued searching for the bride all over the place. Meanwhile, she was at a kiosk, leaning against the edge, looking at her phone. She received calls but hung up immediately. I don't think I should be out here, she thought, glancing to the side as a cat approached her. Cautiously, she moved closer to the little feline to pet it a bit. I'd pick you up, but you'd get fur all over my dress, she said to the cat, which seemed to enjoy her caresses. One last call came in, and this time she answered. Finally you answer. Where are you? It was her friend Nancy. It was never a good idea to make Nancy angry, and she knew it. Don't worry, Nancy, I'm on my way. I just stepped out for some air, he stammered, fear creeping in. There was no way he could escape this. Time passed, and the moment to walk down the aisle arrived. There was no father to give her away, which saddened the girl a little. Her mother would take his place because there was no way she would let Yun, her stepfather, do it. She didn't hate him, she just felt it wasn't the right moment for him. With a smile that mixed nerves and happiness, she entered. She saw everyone dressed to the nines, smiling and standing from their seats. Her family was there too, even though it was difficult to explain the situation. The piano played a classic melody, and she watched as the boy she loved so much wore a tuxedo, but with a dark green shirt instead of white. After a long speech and both of them happily saying, I do, the party began. Music filled the hall, and little Eri, who was no longer so little, danced with Koda along with the other guests. The newlyweds were seated at a special table for them and their parents. On Izuku's side sat his mother Inko and Toshinori, who was like a father to him. On the other side was her mother and Yun, who didn't take long to get up and dance. I never thought you'd get married. My little bud has finally bloomed. Leo exclaimed in front of the table, wiping away fake tears. The girl laughed and threw a napkin at his face. After that, he left to continue dancing with his partner, Nancy. Mom has already opened the candy table with our permission, of course. Let's go. The young woman stood up from her seat, took her now husband's hand, and pulled him along, which didn't bother him at all. On the contrary. There were brownies, donuts, peanuts, fruit cups, and a wide variety of sweets. She took a plate, grabbing 2 brownies and a donut, while Izuku took another plate with 2 donuts and a cup of peanuts before they both went to sit down. The party was lively. It wasn't just any wedding. There were games for everyone at regular intervals, dancing, delicious food, and great music. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Some shouted around a table, with the newlyweds also watching. "Mom, I didn't know that side of you." 25 shots in 50 seconds, she shouted excitedly, looking at her mother. "Oh, well, I used to go out to parties a lot," she winked, making her daughter laugh. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. She turned to see who was trying to beat her mother's record and was surprised to see her husband trying, but he didn't succeed. He stopped at the 15th shot, making gestures. "It burns and stings," he complained while rubbing his neck. "Well, of course, Izu, it's tequila," she laughed. "I'm going to break that record," Bakugo said as he approached the table while Yun poured the 25 shots and one more to break the record. "I want to see you try, Katsuki," challenged Lara Portman to the young hero, who resolutely took one of the shots. "Okay, on 3, 2, 1. Eri and Leo shouted, holding a timer while the blonde began to drink. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. As he drank, Yun kept pouring shots. 25, 26, 27, 20. "Time's up," everyone shouted excitedly as Bakugo slammed the shot glass down on the table with a triumphant smile. "There you have it. Now it's my turn." Mitsuki, Katsuki's mother, approached the table with a mischievous smile. "Which? Don't call me that, Katsuki. Try to beat your mother, Katsuki," said Masaru, the blonde's father. "Oh, this is going to get interesting, right, Zuzu?" "Of course, darling," she replied with a smile. The wedding ended around 12:30 p.m. The guests bid farewell to the young couple as they got into a car. They had planned to travel to various places during their honeymoon. The driver took them to their first stop, the girl's house, which had been furnished for weeks. As they got out of the car, Izuku carried his wife while she laughed. "I feel like I'm in a movie," she smiled, still in his arms, before leaning in to kiss his green-haired cheek. "I want to change out of this dress and take a long shower to wash off all this makeup." As if her requests were orders, he set her down near the bedroom and the bathroom. "Thank you." "Anytime, Miss Midoriya." She smiled unconsciously at hearing those words and, without saying anything more, entered the bathroom, then jumped for joy in the same spot. Yes. Oh my God, I'm so excited. This can't be happening. I'm now Mrs. Midoriya." She bit her lip to stifle a scream of excitement as she sat on the floor, wiggling her feet. As she took off her dress to hang it up in a bag to keep it safe, her mother had left it there, and she was truly grateful. Just as she said, she hopped into the shower, washing off her makeup while relaxing under the water cascading over her skin. When she finished, she dried off and put on a robe before walking to the bedroom. When she entered, she found Izuku no longer in his tuxedo. He was dressed casually, picking up small things from the floor. "Oh, you're done," he said, seeing his now-wife enter the room. He ran toward her with all the excitement in the world, hugging her around the waist. He lifted her a little and began to spin her around while he laughed, and she wore a huge smile. He stopped just to say a few words. "I love you. I love you so much." When you walked down the aisle in that appealing dress and with that smile, I felt like my heart was going to burst. It was beating so fast that I couldn't stop thinking things like, is that appealing woman really going to marry me? Did I really manage to win the heart of that lovely lady? A tender smile formed on the girl's lips. Memories flooded my mind. From the moment I met you and gave you a huge scare, to when you visited Leo's house just to see me, when you gifted me the Superman necklace, the movies we watched together, the first time I kissed you, our separation because we came from different worlds, your embrace when I found you again, and when you entered my world. We shared so many experiences together, and even with all that, I want to feel you again as if it were the first time. We slowly leaned in to kiss, unhurried, knowing we had all night if we wanted. Our kisses and caresses were sweet, both wanting to savor that moment, our moment. The girl with green hair began to shed her clothes with my help. Once I was left in just my underwear, I assisted her in removing the robe that kept me from touching her. I began to run my hand gently over her body while kissing her. When I reached her most sensitive spot, I started to touch it, sending shivers through her body. Overwhelmed by pleasure, she embraced me tightly. She slowly inserted 2 fingers, making the moment even more intense, with gasps escaping her lips until she reached her long-awaited release. Once she recovered, she looked at me with a mischievous smile and made me lie back on the bed. Now she was in control. She began to slide her hands down to me, slowly stroking, causing me to sigh at the contact. After finishing, she cleaned herself a bit while we exchanged loving kisses. In a simple kiss, we conveyed all the emotions we felt for each other. As she lay on the bed with me between her legs, she caressed my cheek before we shared another NTMT moment. "I'm hopelessly in love with you. You know that, right?" she said with a smile as I took her hand and kissed it. "I know, and I feel the same way about you," I replied, kissing her one last time before we enjoyed that moment together. Hours turned into days, weeks, months, and then a year. After a year of marriage, we decided we wanted at least 1 child running around the house. But fate had other plans for us. It didn't bring 1, but 2. "Look at how appealing they are," Nancy said tenderly, holding one of the babies. "I never imagined you with kids," Leonardo said as he entered the hospital room. "And where is little Cheyenne?" "Leo, I've already told you I'm not naming him Cheyenne." "Why not?" "That name will attract a bunch of girls." "Leo, his name is Aiko," the young mother said with a smile as she handed little Aiko to her best friend. "Izumi is so cute. I'm surprised by her freckles." "Tell that to the father," she said, glancing at me, smiling as I watched our friends hold both babies. "Midoriya, having kids at 30? It's not great because you feel old. Aiko and Izumi are 7 years old, and that's not fair. By the time I'm 45, I'll feel like I'm 15. No way. Mama, come. Hurry, come." I heard Aiko call, so I put down what I was doing and went to find them. "What are you doing in the attic?" I asked as they came down the stairs. I started to go up and saw the 2 of them with things in their hands. "What is this notebook, Mommy?" Izumi asked as I approached her, sitting down beside her. I took the notebook from her hands and flipped through it, a smile spreading across my lips. "This is your father's notebook from when he was about. He wrote everything about heroes and powers in here, noting down every ability he thought was amazing, just like he always did." I chuckled a bit as I handed the notebook back to them, and they looked at it. "Oh look, here's Uncle Kaken," Aiko exclaimed, and I laughed softly. If he were here right now, he wouldn't let that nickname slide. "Was Dad a nerd?" Izumi asked, looking at me. "No, well, yes, he was, but he was one of the adorable ones, and he still is." I smiled and moved to a box from which they were pulling things out. I checked its contents, filled with Izuku's belongings. Why do we have this in the attic?" I pulled out a framed photo of Izuku, and Aiko looked so cute in it. I showed it to Izumi and Aiko. "Is that me?" she asked as I handed her the photo while I nodded. "And where am I, Mom?" Izumi asked upon seeing the picture. "If I remember correctly, I think you were with Eri," I said as we continued to look through some of the things in the attic. "Okay, it's time to head down for dinner." "Let's go, but be careful coming down," I said. Once we were downstairs, I held the photo of Izuku and Aiko in my hands while making sure none of them fell. We went to the kitchen to sit at the dining table. "Mom." "Yes." "Is Dad coming home today?" Izumi asked, and I thought for a moment. Aizu had become the #1 hero and the new symbol of peace. "I don't know, Izumi." Just as if I had summoned him, Aizu appeared at the front door, shouting cheerfully. I came through the door like a normal person. I laughed. It reminded me so much of All Might, and I could swear he did it on purpose. While I was laughing, Izumi and Aiko ran straight to their father, shouting, "Daddy." Aizu hugged them tightly, holding each of their hands as they approached the table. Izumi and Aiko sat down happily, and Izu passed by their side to stop where I was and place a kiss on my lips. "Hello, love." That made me smile, and he did too. "Hi, dinner is ready. Do you want me to serve you, or would you prefer to take off your suit first and then come down?" "Nope, I'm going to eat right away." "Is the food in the kitchen?" I nodded. "Okay, I'm going over there." He walked to the kitchen and soon returned with a plate to sit down for dinner. "Can you pass me the soda?" "Is that true?" Izumi asked. "I'll pass it to you," Aiko said, extending his hand. Suddenly, something black and WHP-like shot out from it, as if he had done it every day. He grabbed the soda bottle and pulled it towards him with such force that it fell to the ground. I jumped out of my chair, startled, but Izumi managed to catch it. "Aiko, how did you do that?" Izumi asked, still surprised. "Izu, wasn't that the black WHP?" He looked at me and nodded slowly. We were supposed to know that neither Aiko nor Izumi had quirks. We found out when we took them to the doctor at 5 years old and learned they hadn't developed any powers like One for All or any other abilities. Aiko stared at his hand in shock, and Izumi looked just as bewildered. I stood up from my chair to approach Izumi and took his hand, pulling him a little away from the kids. "How is that possible?" "I don't know. Isn't it supposed that powers manifest by the age of 4? Not at 7. "I know. Do you think it's because of One for All? After all, this power has passed through generations." "Yes, but it's transferred, granted, given Izuku. One for All isn't like other powers." "I know, it's transferred through DNA as long as the holder, meaning me, wants it to." "You didn't think about that in the moment, did you?" "Right. No. I'm sorry. But it wasn't intentional, I swear." "How could you think of that at a time like this, Izuku?" We were whispering a bit too loudly, but we were far enough from the kids. "I already told you it wasn't intentional." He pretended to sob. "I just thought it would be great for my kids to inherit my power, but it was just a moment." "It can't be." "I thought it was impossible, but it happened." I was about to say something else when Izumi suddenly turned to the dining room with a serious expression, confusing me. "What's wrong?" "Izumi and Aiko," was all he said before running out of the kitchen, and I followed him. He was quick, but I saw him use the black WHP to grab Aiko, lifting him up. I covered my eyes and heard a loud crash in the dining room. When I opened my eyes, I saw the table broken, chairs overturned, and food everywhere. "Izumi!" I shouted, rushing towards my daughter, who was gripping her arm tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Mom, it hurts," she cried, still holding her arm tightly. "Was it One for All?" I quickly took her, and though Izuku was in shock, he acted fast, lowering Aiko from his arms and coming over to take Izumi in his arms, using Nana Shimura's floating power. Worried, I crouched down to Aiko and asked what had happened. "I don't know." Izumi was smiling, and I felt like she was going to hit me on the back while congratulating me on my quirk. That was all Aiko said. Of course, the power activated when she was about to hit, and Izuku's danger sensor detected it, allowing him to catch Aiko. I carried Aiko, and soon after, I received a call from Izuku telling me where Izumi was now. He sounded worried. I grabbed the car keys and got in with Aiko to head to the hospital. How many years had passed? No idea, but my little ones were already 16, and Izuku was 47, and it seemed like the years hadn't touched him. He looked young, just like me. Izumi and Aiko had inherited Izuku's powers. Aiko inherited the black WHP, while Izumi inherited One for All. I worried about Izumi inheriting One for All because of the immense power it held, but according to Izuku, he wouldn't pass it on directly until he was sure he could give it to her or another successor. For now, she had only inherited a small part of it, equivalent to about 4% or 5% of the quirk. Izuku and I remained the same as always. We rarely had arguments, and when we did, it was about Izumi's powers or villains. Izumi and Aiko decided to become heroes, and Izuku was more than happy to enroll them in the middle school he attended. They also wanted to get into UA Academy. Izuku insisted they go by recommendation, but both refused. They wanted to take the entrance exam themselves. I felt proud when they succeeded. Despite Izuku being the symbol of peace and being busy, he always made time for me. And if he didn't, it was because of work, and I had mine too. But we never drifted apart. On the contrary, we were closer than ever. Everything that happened was incredible. Who would have thought I would marry my husband of almost a lifetime? He went from being a poster on my wall to standing in front of me, married, and with children. And all because he was in my room. Izuku was in my room. Was that even possible? Apparently, it was, and it happened. I love this boy with all my being, and he feels the same way. Is there anything better than that? I felt truly happy. Scared at first, but it was amazing how he appeared in my room out of nowhere. It was even more incredible how we went from friends to boyfriends, from boyfriends to husbands, and finally from husbands to parents. Without a doubt, everything that happened was incredible, and it would remain that way forever. Everything I have, I wouldn't change for anything.